9-year-olds uncontrollably, and they now often spoke in much deeper tones than normal. Watching them play from another room, when they didn't know she was watching them, she'd see foreign diabolical smiles stretch across their faces. A few days after the beginning of the sinister smiles, Latoya walked in on her 7-year-old son having a strange conversation with no one she could see at least.
So
She was
let's
used to
turn
her
this
kids
just a
playing
little
pretend,
bit
even having
down.
imaginary friends, but this was different. Later, when her 2 older children were out of the house with Rosa, she walked into the kid's bedroom to find her 7-year-old crouched in the closet again talking to himself. "Who are you talking to?" she asked.
3.
"The invisible boy," her son replied, grinning the new odd wicked smile. She followed her son's eyes to where this invisible boy supposedly was, and while she didn't see anything, she did feel something terrible. Things continued to get stranger. Her middle child, her 9-year-old son, suddenly described her very calmly, being held down and choked as though he just recently experienced it.
Excuse me?
And maybe he had been choked. Maybe something in the home was choking not only him, but also his sister. Counselors at Latoya's daughter's school noticed that the 12-year-old girl had become uncharacteristically moody and withdrawn. The girl told counselors that she sometimes felt as if she were being choked and held down so she couldn't speak or move. She claimed that voices told her that she'd never see her family again and wouldn't live another 20 minutes.
Oh my God.
"What's that?" the counselor once asked, pointing to a cut on the girl's forehead that required stitches. The girl replied that a headboard had slammed into her, cutting her forehead. Had anyone pushed her into it, the counselors wanted to know? No, she said. No one you could see. She'd been alone in the room. Something was now afflicting Latoya as well. She would later say that she began to feel weak, lightheaded, and warm, that her body shook, and she felt out of control. She worried that something demonic had taken up residence within her. On April 19, 2012, due to numerous family members beginning to feel ill, the Ammons consulted a family physician. During her examination, according to an Indiana Department of Child Services report, Latoya screamed obscenities at the doctor in demonic voices.
Oh my God.
During his examination, her 7-year-old boy was lifted and thrown into the wall with nobody touching him. Both boys lost consciousness during the examination. 911 was called. 7 or 8 police officers and an ambulance arrived. The boys were taken to Methodist Hospital in Gary, Indiana. While the doctor wrote in his medical notes that the family had delusions of ghosts in their home and hallucinations, he also told the Indianapolis Star that 20 years and I've never heard anything like that in my life. I was scared when I walked into the room. Later at the hospital, the 9-year-old boy awoke seemingly normal, but the 7-year-old awoke in a screaming rage and had nurses had to restrain him and tie him to the bed.
Make it rounder
The hospital
ears.
reported the family to DCS with allegations of possible child abuse or neglect. In the complaint, the hospital theorized that the family may have been suffering from mental illness and that the children were performing for their mother. DCS family case manager Valerie Washington was the initial investigator assigned. Washington's report stated that hospital personnel examined Ammons along with her children. Washington found them to be healthy and free of marks or bruises, and a hospital psychiatrist evaluated Ammons and determined she was of sound mind. And then the case manager wrote that she witnessed some highly unusual events. During her interview in the hospital, Washington wrote that the 7-year-old began to growl and then his eyes rolled back in his head. Then she witnessed him grab his older brother's throat and choke him until medical staff had to separate the two. During a subsequent interview with the children and Latoya's mother, Rosa, an interview where hospital nurse Willie Lee Walker was also present, the 7-year-old again began to growl. He threatened his older brother, stating in a deep, unnatural voice, "It's time to die. I will kill you." During another visit, this caseworker witnessed something far stranger, something a lot harder to fake than a change in one's voice. Before leaving the hospital, Rosa was talking to her grandsons when she saw the same menacing, strange grin erupt across her 9-year-old's face. Then she claimed to witness the boy walk backwards up the wall all the way to the ceiling.
Oh my God.
Before flipping over and casually landing on his feet.
Oh my God.
The whole time he never let go of her hand, and she was not the only witness. The caseworker was also present and claimed to have witnessed the same thing.
Oh, I feel sick.
Under police questioning, Valerie Washington was asked if it were possible that the boy had run up the wall as though performing some type of acrobatic trick. Washington replied that it was no trick. She said she saw the boy glide backward on the floor, wall, and ceiling. And she wasn't the only additional witness. Nurse Walker also claimed to have watched this impossible occurrence. Both Washington and Walker ran out of the room when it happened. A doctor was summoned to the room, didn't believe the events as they were being described. He asked the boy to walk up the wall again, but the boy claimed to have no memory of what he was talking about, even though it had just taken place less than a minute earlier. Valerie Washington was quoted in a police report as saying she believed that there was an evil influence at work on the Ammon family. Following the wall walking, the 7-year-old remained at the hospital with LaToya while Rosa took the other children to a relative's home. The following day, on April 20th, 2012, Reverend Michael Magano, a priest at St. Stephen Martyr Parish in Maryville, Indiana, received a call from the hospital chaplain, David Neville, asking him to hurry over and perform an exorcism on the 9-year-old boy who'd left the hospital. He was convinced that demonic forces were at play. That night at 6:30 p.m., Magano interviewed the Ammon family at the Carolina Street house for several hours. During the course of the interview, Rosa pointed to a flickering light bulb. Each time Magano approached it, the flickering would stop. He attributed this flickering to a demonic presence he stated he could feel around him. Valerie Campbell, present for all of this, then pointed out some Venetia blinds moving in the kitchen, even though there was no airflow in that room. Sorry, and she is a new caseworker. Magano also saw, and this is really chilling, wet boot prints
No.
throughout the home. The same kind Rosa had been finding at the foot of her bed, the kind left by the shadow figure that watched her sleep. Suddenly, LaToya complained of a bad headache. Magano didn't think the root of her pain was due to anything physically wrong, and he touched her head with the crucifix, and she immediately began to convulse.
General,
Magano told
how
the
do
family
I
he was convinced that
sound?
they were being
Do I
tormented
sound
by
pretty
demons, and
good?
that all of them, other than
Do I
Rosa,
sound all right?
were possessed. Magano believed that the house had become cursed as a
I
result of
put
the hex
a
placed on
noise
LaToya.
limiter,
Magano would later
gain,
say,
and
"I
all
think
that
there was a curse
into
placed on
it,
the mother, that she was the focus,
just to
possibly by
see
an
what
ex-boyfriend
it
or his
sounds
wife,
like,
and that
see
combined with some tragedy
how
and
it
perhaps
is.
occult
Thank you for coming
practices
in,
that
by
had
the
taken
way,
place in the
General.
house
Thank you
before,
for being
it had all
incredible.
opened up some sort
I
of
know it's
portal.
easy for you.
Magano blessed the house with prayers and holy water and advised the family to leave. Whatever was in the house, he said, was simply too powerful and had already established too much control over them for them to risk fighting it. Following the meeting with Magano,
Yeah, get
Rosa,
the fuck
LaToya,
out of
and
here. I
LaToya's children
won't
moved
be
in with relatives.
stealing anything, I
Several days
promise.
later,
I'm a
DCS family
holy
case manager,
man.
Washington, accompanied by 2 police officers, so the original
Dennis
case manager,
was
Captain Charles
good.
Austin from the Gary, Indiana Police Department, and an officer from the
A
Hammond,
little
Indiana
tired,
Police
but
Department,
arrived.
met with
Thank you
LaToya
for
and
being
Rosa at the home.
amazing.
As they walked through the house, one of
General,
the
if
officers'
you need
digital
to get some
recorders suddenly went
rest,
from being nearly fully
also
charged
sound,
to being
it's
completely
okay.
drained of power.
Okay.
The officers played a second recorder
Does
later
it
and
need
heard
to
the distinct
be
sounds of
a little
someone
bit
saying,
more or a little bit less? You know you can. You know
also
you can
felt
tell
something in the
me.
basement stairs. One photo of the basement stairs had a cloudy white image in the upper
Don't
right-hand corner.
don't be
It
scared
seemed
to let me
resemble a
know.
face.
I won't
Additional
be
photos taken by
like,
Captain
oh, I
Austin's
can't believe
iPhone
it.
showed
I'll
strange,
just be like, okay,
shadowy
well, I
silhouettes
guess that's not the
passing
right
in between
settings.
the rooms. Following the walkthrough, Austin reported that
But
the
this
radio
is
in his police
someone's little
vehicle
raccoon
malfunctioned
girl.
like it never had
Very
before.
cute.
Also, once he got home,
Are
his
you,
garage door would not open. His car seat and his Infiniti began moving on its
Are
own.
you
He took
more?
it to the dealership the next day. They said there were no
Okay.
electrical problems.
More?
Despite
More,
numerous people not
more
related
of
to the Ammon
me?
family all claiming strange
Alright.
encounters with something paranormal, in April of 2012,
Gain
the
a
Department of
little
Child
bit more
Services petitioned the
gain.
Lake
A
Juvenile
little bit
Court
more
for
gain.
temporary
Just a little
worship
bit
of the
more
3 children,
gain. How about that?
and the request was granted.
No.
DCS temporarily placed the daughter and older son at St. Joseph's Carmelite home in East Chicago.
See if that's a
LaToya's
little
youngest son
bit
was sent to
better.
Christian Haven in Wheatfield, Indiana, for psychiatric evaluation.
Yeah, so
At
that
St.
does it.
Joseph's,
Yes,
clinical
a little bit of
psychologist
gain.
Joel Schwartz examined the daughter and older son, and according to Schwartz,
But
the daughter claimed to see shadowy figures in the home and had twice gone into a trance. The older son claimed that the doors would slam and stuff would start to move around on its own. At
But are
Christian
you,
Haven, clinical psychologist
remember to
Stacey
save
Wright
up those
reached the same
points, and
conclusions.
you too
She noted that the
can
board was
get your
clear and
very
logical,
own
except when talking about
character drawn.
demons. Psychologist examining LaToya said that while
I'm
she was
getting a
guarded,
lot
she did
better.
not seem to be
I am
experiencing symptoms of
I am
psychosis
enjoying
or thought
getting
disorder.
better.
They noted that she was very religious and superstitious, but not
Superstitious.
hallucinating. As part of the DCS action plan, in addition to therapy, one of the
But don't
requirements
feel
was that the children not
if you
discuss
want to save
demons
up your points
being
and stuff like
possessed and
that,
take
you can get
responsibility for
your
their
character
actions.
drawn as
Can you
well.
imagine anything more
I
exciting to a
understand,
demon, if
and I'm
real,
thinking
that was possessing your body than a court
maybe
order to
during
not talk about them?
Christmas
My God.
do
The court also required
a
LaToya to use
cheap
alternate
little
forms of
try it
discipline
out,
directly
just see
related
how it
to religion
is.
and demonic
Do a
possession.
cheaper version
Recommended discipline
of
included
like a
encouraged rules
headshot.
and
So
withholding
like
privileges. Despite
something
all these orders and
like very
examinations,
cheap,
the court
like
also seemed to
few
acknowledge
bucks,
that something strange
and
was going
do
on
a
at the
headshot
house.
of everybody,
They required
of people's
Latoya to find a
characters.
job and alternate housing due to,
Something
quote, the
nice and
paranormal
cheap, because
activity
I
at the
know
house on
that
Carolina Street. On May
getting
10th,
commissions
2012,
is
another group gathered to
expensive.
investigate the Carolina Street house. In addition to Rosa, Latoya, Captain Austin,
I'm
Father
not the
Magno,
only one that makes
4 other police
expensive
officers, as well as
characters.
a new DCS family case manager, Samantha Illick, all were present. Why did they have a new case manager now?
Yeah.
Was it because the state wanted a new
So
objective
something
caseworker
that's
to
really
assess what was
nice
going
that
on?
everybody
No,
would
it was because
love
Valerie
and stuff like
Washington was
that.
terrified and refused to go back into the Ammons
To
house.
like
I mean, can you
make
believe
headshots
That's how real all this was
of
to
characters
her.
and stuff like that, and
soon the new
because it'll
caseworker
be
would
in
also come to fear the
it'll
Ammons
be
home.
cheap,
According to
and it'll
Samantha Illick's
be
report, while standing in the living room, her left pinky
I
finger
can do it
began
in
to tingle,
grayscale,
whiten, and feel
and then
broken.
I can go
Less than 10
back
minutes
to do
later, she had a
color
panic
later
attack,
for
could
a little
not
bit
breathe,
more
and
of a
ran outside
price.
the house. Worried about the area under the basement stairs, Father Magano blessed some salt and spread it under the stairs and
But-
throughout the rest of the basement. Then when Magano began to question Latoya in the house, she complained of a headache again,
Just a thought,
and she became
just
angry
during
with him and
Christmas,
left.
because I might
Magano
need some
compiled
extra
reports,
cash,
sent a
and
letter
this
to
will,
Bishop Dale,
and
Melvin,
it'll
requesting
really
permission
help
to
me
perform an
out.
exorcism on Latoya.
And I understand that people people are definitely
He described it as a form of intense blessing.
not in the best of straits right now, and I totally understand.
Two of the police officers from the second investigation and Illick witnessed this ritual. Illick claimed that she got chills during the nearly 2-hour ritual and said that it felt like someone was in the room with you, someone breathing on your neck.
Ooh.
And how creepy is this? Following the ritual, Illick suffered a
But
very odd string
dentist
of medical
was
problems,
good.
including a
Lady was
3rd-degree burn
nice.
from a motorcycle crash,
I wanted
3
to tell the
broken ribs from
story
jet skiing,
when
a broken bone in her hand,
when everybody
and
got
a
here,
broken
but
ankle, all separate incidents,
she
all
was
happening in a
using
period of
my
less than 2
face
weeks.
to get to a
Illick
particular
later stated,
space
"I had
in
friends
my
who wouldn't talk
teeth,
to me because they
and
believed that
you
something
know,
had attached itself to me."
I would not say
Lord.
no.
After the cleansing ritual, Magano claimed that he'd learned the names of the
She's
demons
married,
plaguing Latoya.
but I was
Among the many
very
demons were Beelzebub,
happy.
the
It
Lord of
was
the Flies,
it was
one of the 7
very
princes
nice.
of the underworld. Magano prepared another exorcism request, submitted it on May 21st, 2012. A few
It's
days
very
later, it was
nice.
granted. In June of 2012, Magano and an assistant performed 3 exorcisms on Latoya in a Maryville church. The first occurred on June 1st, followed by a second on June 8th, and the third and final took place on June 29th. 2 police officers from earlier investigations attended the first 2 exorcisms. Before the third exorcism, Rosa and Latoya had moved into a new
So,
home in Indianapolis. which Magano had blessed.
Lady was very
During all of
sweet.
the exorcisms which
She
took
also
place
said
in
it was
Latin,
very
Latoya
serious.
convulsed. Her eyes rolled back into her head.
Merp.
She growled like an animal. Then, during the third exorcism, Latoya stopped reacting to
Merp
prayers, which
PC.
had caused her to curse and scream before, and Magano took this as proof that the demons had left her body.
Merp C.
And then, life immediately
Merp
got much better for the
C.
Emmons.
But
In
yes,
November of
no,
2012, the year after the intense
it
paranormal
was a
experiences
nice
begun,
experience.
DCS
I have
allowed Latoya
a
to regain
very
full
cute
custody of the children. The Ammons case
I have
was
a very
formally
cute
closed in February 2013.
dentist.
Another new
She's
family
very
case
sweet.
manager,
She's
Christina
very nice to me.
Olsenick, wrote in her notes, "No demonic
She also
presences
said I
or
was very
spirits in the home."
serious, and I
Ammons
was
family
more
seemed to
like,
no
I
longer be
just want to
plagued
get
by
out of here
demons,
as quick as
but were they
possible.
ever plagued in the first
I
place? Captain Austin, a 36-year
I you know, I like hanging out with pretty girls as much as a lot of people, but I don't like being here at 8:30 in the morning and getting here at 7:50, didn't get into the chair until 8:50, and then starting at 9:20.
Yeah, and so
Also-
recently, I don't know
yes,
why,
also-
like it really freaks
also-
me out when it's kind of current.
Mm-hmm. Seems maybe more relatable or something.
Yeah, and also
Let me
my blanket
see,
kept falling down,
how long
and
do
my
I
little shawl
have?
kept falling down, and then I was like, my shoulder.
6.
I'm gonna feel breath on my shoulder, like I could not. And sometimes I bump
And
the microphone, so it becomes
then-
this like loud thing, and I was trying to move it, but then there was too much action. I was having a whole situation over here.
Whole situation. This first picture is this is the house. This is the house that the Ammons rented
But
on Carolina
very
Street,
pretty.
in Indiana.
Just like a whatever normal Midwest house.
Yep. This next picture is Father Michael Magano.
And also, her assistant was
so that's the guy who came.
was
did the
kind of
exorcisms.
not
That's a little
fully
bit
there.
He does look a little bit like Harrison Ford.
which is totally
And then this next
fine.
one is LaToya
I
Haynes.
just was like, why are
Still getting the chills.
I could hold the
And then this
suction
final
cup,
picture is a
the
photo of the
suction thing,
Ammon's
better
children.
than you can.
Ha
They do.
ha ha. Dan is such an idiot with his like joke photos. I will say, at least you didn't give it away before the photo went up.
Right.
For those of you listening and not watching, Dan put up a photo of 4 baby dolls with like.
Looks like the
weird
community
bulging
I have
eyeballs,
really
like
likes your art.
lipstick.
Oh
Like they have
yeah.
things.
I don't even see the fangs. Where's
Yes,
the
it
fangs?
seems
The
that
little baby
everybody
one on
seems
top
to
left.
enjoy
Stop
my
doing it.
art.
Oh.
Look at the baby
It
up front.
seems
He's got
that
little
everybody
fangs sticking out.
is enjoying my
There's
art.
the baby teeth.
Oh,
Well, thank
Which
you
is
for the
good.
zoom in, Joe Paisley.
it's good that
And
people
I
like
now-
me.
Oh, and even
Oh, evil babies.
I'm glad that
painted
people enjoy my
toenails.
art.
That baby doll on the left has a very realistic looking foot.
Because because they're real. That's the kids.
Yeah. Cool.
Okay, so this
Is
story.
this really the kids? Are you going to show me a photo?
No, there was no photo. I mean, and their names were mentioned, so I think she protected them.
I like that. Good for
Me
her.
too, yeah. And a little side note on this story. In January of 2014, the Carolina Street home, check this out, was purchased by noted paranormal investigator Zach Bagans,
Oh.
host of the travel channel series Ghost Adventures, for $35,000.
Which is
and then
good.
he destroyed
I
it.
like being
bought the house
accepted
to
into
just,
communities. I'm
erase
glad
it,
that
have it demolished,
even
torn
though
apart.
my
So you were
art
like,
is
"Wait,
not
you didn't get it."
exactly
But then
the
he got rid of
normal
it.
furry
And then he produced
art.
a documentary horror film about
My
all
art
of
is
this
very much
called
its
Demon
own
House that
thing.
was released in
I have
2018.
I have been told that my art
So
is
he
very
really,
its
got sucked into
own
this story.
Did
little
you,
little
watch
monster.
any of it?
I did not. I did not watch it. I watched the trailer. Yeah, it looked very interesting.
Okay.
But I did not watch the film
Okay. That,
or quasi documentary. Yeah.
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 I'm trying to think, like, when it's not a documentary and you're making fun of something, it's called a mockumentary. I wonder what it's called when it's like a demon possession.
Yeah. This was
Like,
it was marketed as a documentary, but I did read some of the reviews.
yeah.
And the reviews, I can't remember the term now they called it, but almost like a found footage style, like mixed with a documentary. I mean,
okay.
it it's technically a documentary, but they did like enough, I guess, dramatic reenactments that was more of like a horror film.
Got it. Yeah. As soon as you said that they went to the physician,
Yeah.
my heart sank. I was like, dang it, they're going to take her kids. I'm so happy that she was open to being exercised and that she got her kids back. Like, I love that it actually has a really happy ending.
Yeah, it does
You know
end
what
well.
I mean?
It
The
does
family ends
end
up
well.
together. They're all okay. I mean, they're probably mentally super scarred by what happened. How could you not be?
Yeah, how could you not be?
Although it sounds like they kind of kept forgetting things that would happen. So my hope is that
Yeah.
maybe the kids, I mean, they were young, but not super young. Maybe they can just in time, your memories kind of fade.
Yeah.
Hopefully in time, they can really forget what happened and they just don't talk about it too much.
Hey,
and the house
inner
is destroyed, like,
joke.
Yeah.
Can't
all the
stay
things.
And
for
of
stream,
course, like
but
with all these stories for the skeptical peoples out there, it's like, yes, there's been critics. of
GL
this.
with the
What I
art.
found, of their claims, of course, there always is.
GL
What I
with the
find
art.
interesting about
Oh,
this story, though, is
man,
the,
thank you.
variety of police
Thank you so
officers
much.
and
You know what, inner
caseworkers who
joke? You're a
also got
wonderful
pulled
person.
into this.
You're stupendous. How about that?
It would
I
not.
think you
It
mean
would not.
caseworkers.
I thought I said caseworkers. What did I say?
Case walkers.
Casewalkers,
Like skinwalkers?
skinwalkers.
I think
oh my God.
one of the people, their last name I think was Walker, wasn't it?
I don't even think so. Maybe.
hilarious.
Maybe Valerie's. I don't know. Anyways, but they got pulled into it, and
I know
nothing
that
I found said that they
I
knew
know
these
that
people before all
your
of this, so they
community
would
is
have no
very
reason
different
to
in
corroborate.
art.
Yeah, exactly. And there's no reason. If
Which is
anything, that
totally
would be
fine.
detrimental, I
I'm
would think,
totally
to their
fine
career,
with
where you're supposed
all
to be an
versions
objective
of art.
observer of physical
Like
conditions.
from
You're
cute to
coming back
not
your boss
cute
at
to
this
like
government job
I
saying,
love
"Well,
Simon's
demons are
art
blamed."
and his
That's never
art
gonna go
is
well.
very different
And
from
so
mine.
many people
Like
in reputable
so
positions,
different.
Doctors,
It's
police
Yeah, yeah.
officers,
Yeah,
caseworkers,
that
social workers.
nurse,
Yeah, a lot of people.
That thing at the hospital where 3 different adults claim to have seen this kid go up the wall in a
That-
way that you can't
Oh, that
just
detail.
recreate.
I just kept
That's a
envisioning
really
that.
disturbing one.
Yeah, I kept envisioning that over and over, and it was giving me chills. That is really spoopy.
Yes. If I walked into the house and like Kyler or Monroe were up on the ceiling,
Stop.
I think
I can't.
I would just shut the door and just leave.
And
I-
never come back?
I would come back in a couple hours and
Okay.
I would go somewhere and convince myself that what I just saw, I didn't see.
Right, you were on shrooms,
I probably-
weed, acid, something.
I'd probably walk down to a bar and I'd have several drinks and just be like, no, 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 no. And then I would go back and be like, okay, restart. I just pushed a reset button. I'm gonna walk back in, and if they're cool now, then it never happened.
If I could find like the world's strongest magnets, and I could put them in the attic-y area, and then on the bottom of Kyler's shoes, probably Monroe's shoes, because she can kind of make those faces at you that you're like, you little stinker.
For like a dedicated.
Oh, that would be so great to do.
That would be the best prank ever. If you had I don't even know what kind of technical capabilities you would need to pull this off.
You just need magnets, Dan. I got it.
Yeah, that's
just
easy.
magnets.
Just super powerful magnets.
Yeah.
But if you could do something like that, and you could get like the special.
It's almost done,
makeup,
and there you go.
If like, okay,
Bam.
Family,
I am getting way faster at 20-minute sketches.
And then the two kids
Brr.
get crazy demonic looking
Panic.
makeup, get full on dressed up.
Good
like
luck.
That, get
Good
some
luck.
Flickering lights in the house.
Oh, GL.
On the ceiling, if you walk, you would lose your mind.
What's that song, Dancing on the Ceiling? It would be so great to just have that playing, like a super spooky scene.
Yeah.
And then just like a really happy song, Dancing on the Ceiling. That like that juxtaposition, that would really mess
No,
up.
hey guys.
Like, what, Dad? No big deal.
I get it.
I don't know what would be scarier,
Good
like
luck.
just a normal song like that, or if it was just like some crazy noises coming out of there.
Thanks.
No, that just feels too
much.
staged to me.
I'm
You
sorry.
see where I'm going.
I'm sorry, guys.
All right. A little bit of normalcy, I think, adds to me.
I guess I gotta end the stream now. I can't. I'm not hip with the kids. I'm not hip with the kids. Oh, I was going down a whole fucking. To be honest, I'm bad at negotiating on art. That's totally fine. Balls. I have to end stream because I couldn't tell what that was. I literally had the biggest, dumbest moment that I've ever had. I'm like, GL, what does that mean?
When you said the
What
Dance on the Ceiling, Lionel Richie.
could that mean?
Oh my God, I love him.
And then I thought that, that would be too much the other way. That'd be too like.
What could that mean?
So I was like, what other song would work?
Oh
This is
my
like a weirder
goodness.
song, and it just, I'm cracking myself
Yes.
up. Immediately.
But I'm glad
Kenny
that
Rogers,
people
the
like my
gambler,
art,
pops in
and
my head.
also
But I don't know,
negotiating
full-on
art is
horror,
very
just flickering
difficult.
lights, demonic,
But, like,
you gotta know
I totally understand that people can't pay, like, you see how much I do for rendering. It's not for nothing.
Dan, before I dive into my story, do you want to talk about those white things?
Oh yes, thank you. I have a mental note.
But if I did
We got so
just
many good presents
a
and gifts in
shade,
the mail.
like just a
and just so you guys
shade,
know, like, we're so grateful. We love
that's
all
not
of
too
it.
bad.
All gets, like,
A
put around the
headshot and a
studio.
shade
Sometimes you see
would
it here on
not
the
be
set.
terrible.
Always
I would
post
say
it on our social media,
I
like,
think
shout
people
outs.
would
We
pay
try
for
to tag
that.
you if we can find you on socials.
I also
We
went
would have
down
to
a
spend the
rabbit
entire
hole
show just
of
thanking people, so
You're very
we're
lucky.
so grateful.
I was
and
just-
please know that it's never just like, who cares?
Oh yeah.
you put it
It's just
on
so hard
right
to,
price for
find a
work,
way to
yeah?
thank each
True.
person every time.
So thanks to
True,
Joe's
if I put it on the
team
right
for these
price,
4 creepy
Academy,
little
right
squishy
price,
ghost heads.
right,
So they're
right shoes,
4
Academy.
little
I forget what it
They're
is.
little, like,
What
well,
is
on
it
socials,
for
maybe better look.
Academy?
But they're
What
4, like,
is?
little, no, they're not. Maybe they're. No, I think they're like
Um,
creepy. I don't know what they are, but they're creepy.
I want to put one like right in the camera. They're so bizarre. They remind me of
And
fellow little squishy army.
I love
tag
the texture
one.
of the white guys.
Mm-hmm.
They're really like I don't know.
Academy,
They remind me of Game of Thrones.
Academy
No, the man with no face.
Sports.
That whole I think it was a whole
Tagline.
season, right? With
Yep.
what's her face? Arya. Thank
Um,
you. It's been a while. You building a fortress?
I got a little fortress.
Nice. Are you
Right
ready for a
sales for
really
right price,
long,
Academy.
Totally different,
Yep.
interesting
Yep.
dive?
Yeah.
Okay.
If I put on the right price,
So
I will
this-
get a
this
lot more
story,
commissions.
Like I said, is
Like
significantly
that is
longer than
fairly like
actually any
obvious
story that's
of
ever been
like
sent in. And I
what will most
hesitate to even
definitely
call it a
happen.
story. It's really this woman's life
Okay.
and like how, yeah, it's just complicated to
Okay,
even
okay.
explain. So we'll be hearing from someone who is
So,
an empath, you know, so someone
drawing
who, like, really feels
horse.
things strongly.
Drawing horse.
Possibly sees
This is
beyond
for
the veil.
a commission
I
for
just-
somebody. They wanted a magic spell
Thinking out and
done,
also,
and I'm doing a magic
the
spell.
teller of the story sent me like such a lovely
What is
note,
it?
'cause this story has been included in the book,
Mhm.
and she just sent me like a really lovely
horse.
set of crystals. And
Drawing
I think she's
horse.
cool. Okay. Dear Dan
running.
and Lindsay,
Horse anatomy is really what I should be looking for. Horse.
But I love the way you two work together.
That's not how you spell horse.
I heard on one of your podcasts that you're looking to produce a book of stories and that did pique my interest.
Horse anatomy.
I don't want to share with many people what my life is like because I get sick of the judgment and the anger that come along with it. If you keep reading, you'll understand where I'm coming from. I do apologize for the length of this letter. I have so much I want to share with you.
So,
I don't even know where
slowly but surely, have something like that would be bad.
At least you will have a ridiculously long-ass letter from a listener and maybe some possible stories. My name is Sky. I was adopted
and the art done for me, and I'm real sorry for putting you in intrigued mood if I was really motivated to do place an order. No, it's fine. Horse, yes, of course. Oh, horse, of course.
That bring the Native American and other aspects into the story. I don't want to open up the door to people coming to me for help, like a mob of energetic
and it's writer.
I went through a time where I gave all of my energy
that's totally fine. No, like
mental breakdown when I found myself
you were not expecting the price, very much so, and you were just trying to be like, hey, what is your prices? That's totally fine. I'm not bothered by that.
It must be
I'm not mad. I'm glad that you got it done.
In a truly peaceful and possible way. Rambling. Sorry for all the random details. I'm an obsessive compulsive Scorpio. Me too.
I need to draw horses anyway because
and the world around me. I can't explain it, but I have memories of my
there is a horse that is going to be in the beginning of the comic, so I need to be able to draw horses.
So the words came from my birth mother, and when I met her some 30 years later, the first words I said to her were the exact words she had said to me before she gave me away. She could not believe that I had remembered that.
Someone commissioned this magic spell, so I am totally down for a commish. I am totally down for a commish.
And where they stood in the doorway as they peered down on me.
The other person that commissioned me, they will pay me later. I did not give them their picture. I will just, they will pay me later, and then I will give it to them.
Of all her grace and beauty. I have many memories along those lines, but I won't bore you with the details that make up my life. So moving on. I never knew why, but I have always had a strange fear of mirrors. I only used bathrooms in my childhood home where I could open the medicine cabinet and face the mirror away from me. I never told my parents. I just accepted that there was a reason to avoid them. As I got older, I learned that there is a very good reason to fear mirrors, especially for someone like me. When I say someone like me,
yes.
I don't know what to
yes, Rabbit, that is for you.
I have more than once been called an empath. I can feel energy like gravity pushing and pulling me in every which direction, and so I avoid a lot of social situations because
This is quite a sassy horse that I found.
Within me. I don't like to carry it. People are like mirrors. When you see them, they see you back. And by that, I mean they can feel that I can feel what they are carrying around with them. As a result, I am very awkward and tend to make people uncomfortable. I wear sunglasses a lot because I don't like the way people stare into my eyes. Once someone is made aware that I'm a supposed empath, or whatever you want to call it, that I can feel their pain and to help alleviate it, they look into my mirror, as I call it, and try to understand why being near me makes them feel so much better. These people end up finding a way to be near me and around my circle, and I can't really explain it other than they feed off me and then they disappear, and my life sort of kind of goes back to normal. I've had people use me as a type of scurry, but the only people I can really read are those closest to me. I keep my circle extremely close to me, and in some way, it's my coven.
I'm still sorry for that, and it's better you to know that that than feeling like felt that I could be seen as a bothersome circle. Remove felt. Yes. No, it's totally fine. You're totally fine. I have never, I don't take it at all harshly. I think that
before I started moving the mirrors, I had two separate experiences.
You wanted something done and you didn't know the price, and it's better that you asked instead of being like,
in the kitchen area of our house. They turned on the light and found my little body
You know,
on the floor, both hands
my brain going
grasping
derp. It's
handfuls of my
okay.
hair
No,
and
man,
pulling it
circles
out
are
as I
cool.
cried for
Yeah.
help. I would
No,
smash
you're
my own
totally
face into
fine.
the linoleum floor.
I would
Over
rather
and
you have
over and
asked
over
than
again,
not
begging
ask
for
at
it all to
all,
stop,
you
begging
know,
for
instead
someone
of
to help
being
me.
like
Completely
unsure
confused,
about
my
it.
parents picked me up off the floor, and as soon as they had me in their arms, the chaos would stop. I lost some hair and I had some bruises on my face, but overall, the ordeal was chalked up to a night terror. Sometime later, my parents woke again to my screams and pleas for help, this time finding me in the bathroom. I was upside down in the toilet, forcing my
As
face
an
into
artist
the
as
water,
well, it's better
screaming and
people
fighting
ask for
air,
prices than
feet
demand art
kicking,
for free.
wilding
Yeah,
for air.
exactly.
There was something
You
else
did,
there
you asked
pushing
how
me
much
into
it
the water,
was,
and
and I
saw it
literally
immediately.
told you,
But once
and you
again,
were
my parents
like,
picked me
"Oh,
up and I calmed down
okay,
as
all
best as I
right,"
could.
and you're shopping
Another
around.
night terror, they
It's better
supposed.
that way.
Nothing
I
you
would
can do about
rather
that in
you
the late 80s.
be
So life
comfortable
just went
about the
on
price
about its
than
way.
be like, "Oh
After that, I
no,
started moving to
yeah,
cleaning
yeah,
or
sure,"
covering
and
mirrors
then
if I had to be around them for long periods of
afterwards
time.
you're
Things
like,
settled
"Oh,
down, and nothing crazy happened for years after that.
I didn't
Although
want
at
to pay
that
that
age I knew the
much,"
mirrors were bad, I still
and I
didn't know
totally
why there was
understand.
no
I
no
fucking
way I was
understand.
asking my very LDS parents about this. I knew
I
that
feel
the Book
like
of
you've
Mormon and the
listened
Bible
to this
said that
exact
people who
radio
claimed to be
before.
false
This
prophets
voice and
seers
talking style is
were
familiar.
trouble.
Yes,
I felt things as a child
this
that I could
is
never understand. Having
this
a hand on my
exact
shoulder
one. Let's see. That's the exact one. I don't know what you guys have listened to and not listened to. But this is the Scared to Death podcast. We can also go to a different podcast if you want to. But if you guys want to listen to a different podcast, definitely. If you've got any suggestions, I would love to hear it. I'm not against any of it. But thank you, Hart, for coming in. I do appreciate it. I don't know what everybody's listened to. I remember, it's like this. I appreciate you. But yeah, if you guys got a different podcast or something else you want to listen to, just let me know. I don't care. I'm pretty cool with anything. I'm down to clown as long as I don't get DMCA'd. I just know I won't be DMCA'd through this. Wait, radio, stop. I know. It's okay. I literally, I was having a like, yeah, we're gonna talk for a second, and then I'm like, oh right, I could just take out my headphones. I could literally take out my headphones and talk to you because it's difficult for me.
Welcome to Scared to Death Creeps and Peepers. I'm Dan.
Hey Dan, I'm
It's
leaving.
difficult
Hello,
sometimes
hello.
to
Beautiful today.
listen.
I love that dress on you.
Thank you, that's very sweet.
Just 1 week away. But what about such a place that isn't tethered to a single point on Earth? Would that place also be right for
It's
hauntings?
never mind. It's
Seems
back.
so.
Lost. I
Built in
can't.
Clyde Bank in
It's so
Scotland
fucking
between
difficult for
1930
me.
and 1934,
Like,
the Queen
it
Mary
literally
cost $3.5
is
million,
super
equivalent to over
difficult for me
$335 million today.
to try to
By the time everything
listen
was all
to
said and done.
like a
Along with Queen-
podcast or
along with
like
Queen
like
Elizabeth,
music
the
is
Queen Mary
different.
sailed as part of
But
the
even
Cunard
then,
Line,
not so
the
much.
biggest cruise company at the time, which provided weekly express service between Southampton, England, Cherbourg, France, and New York City.
Cool.
Yeah, the Queen Mary sailed this route for over 30 years, from 1936 until 1967. The ship was named after Mary of Teck, wife of King George V, although it was never intended to be named after her. Thought this was just a funny detail. According to legends, Cunard wanted to name the ship Victoria, but after asking the king for permission to name the ship
But
after,
yes,
quote, Britain's greatest queen, George V replied that his wife Mary would
Thank
be
you,
honored
Hart, for
to have
coming
the ship
in.
named
I
in her
do
honor.
appreciate you.
I
If
love
you
that.
guys don't
So
know
accidental
Hart,
naming a
Hart's
ship
an
that one day
amazing
gained a
artist
reputation for being the world's most haunted boat, didn't have the smoothest
who
entry to the sea.
is
The Great Depression of the
incredible
30s shut
at
down
what he
construction on the boat
does.
for more than a year, and the delivery
I really love his
considerable
stuff.
construction costs.
Talking about that, I got new headphones. I put it on pics on the Discord where they appreciate your art nicely. Yes, lies. I'm not amazing or incredible. Sorry, Heart's pretty incredible and amazing. Well, you're right. You're stupendous. How about that? You are stupendous, Heart, and you make everybody around you feel better, and you also make me feel better as my friend.
A lecture hall, dog kennels,
yes.
And telephone.
Yes, I saw. New headphones are gonna be amazing. So, because they're so far away,
1,000 lamps on board, a garage for 36
I'm gonna
cars,
put one on like a goblin dog or whatever.
Served during each crossing of the Atlantic Ocean.
Have like a dress come off.
The main dining room featured a gigantic map of the Atlantic and a crystal model of the ship.
Because he told me to create a spell, and it was like the writer whispers into the a horse's ear, and like real fucking fast.
And thousands of Americans and
like real fucking fast. So like there's many ways I can do this.
For the war effort, the Queen Mary was stripped down, painted camouflage gray, and used
yeah, hell yeah.
Huh, I didn't know that.
And well, listen to music. Hell yeah, listening to music. Music.
German U-boats sent to block her, and she became known as the Grey Ghost. So an unintentional nod to the haunted vessel she'd one day be rumored to become. To this day, the Queen Mary retains the record for the greatest number of people on board at 16,683.
I'm so glad. You know?
Winston Churchill is reported to have said that the Queen Mary's contribution shortened the war by a year. During one trip during the war, the Queen Mary almost took thousands of souls to the bottom of the Atlantic.
And also to make sure that they have the full horse. Hello, those are very big, like streamer uses.
And would have capsized if it had rolled
yes.
3 degrees.
Hey,
so scary.
After the war,
how are you on this lovely day? I assume you will have to go to work in just a little bit, but even though you are going to have to get ready for work, I'm just glad you're here.
After completing her 1,000th and final crossing of the North
You make my day better and better just by being here, and that goes for everybody. But yeah, no, we're very small because at this rate, I can't tolerate using small plugs in my ears. I love small plugs. I'm sorry. We're just two very separate people. I love small plugs in my ear. Like, it's my jam. Have some trees going by.
And for many years, its guests have reported a large number of paranormal encounters.
Like,
paranormal enthusiasts report that even if you aren't looking for them, you can still feel
have some tree lines going by and stuff like that.
And behind the numerous heavy metal doors that swing shut when you leave your room. People have claimed to see and hear spirits in the now defunct swimming pools, the sealed-off hospital wing, and the first-class playroom, which looks just as it did a century ago, filled with porcelain dolls.
I'm sorry.
Vacant glass.
I love earplugs compared to your headphones. They're so much nicer.
Planned to spend a couple nights on the Queen Mary. The couple had danced the night away on the upper deck and finally ready for bed.
But not anymore, yeah. Yeah, I'm working soon. I'm good though. Very tired, lol. Oh, you're good. I mean, my body only feels pain if I use those. Oh yeah.
The man stared at them as the couple.
Everybody's different, man. Everybody is 100% different. You can't.
It sounded as if there was a party happening.
We all have our own little things and our own vices. Like, it makes sense.
And walked into the adjoining room, the door shutting behind.
And yes,
the couple assumed,
I have put a noise limiter so you guys don't hear my fucking my horrible fucking
accidentally gone into the wrong room, even though that they were
background noise. My computer. I know that it's not a compressor or anything like that, and it's not like anything like that.
but probably using a lot more colorful
But
language
it's
than I just
better
did.
than
And
nothing.
again, the sailor turned.
I know it's
and
not
walked
like a
out.
Yeti mic or
The next
anything like
morning,
that, but
the angry
it's
newlyweds decided to
better
have some
than what
words
it could
with the
be.
hotel's manager.
Probably
They
sounds a
told him what
lot
they'd
better
seen,
than
and
it
the manager,
usually
his eyes
does.
flickering back and forth in what they interpreted as a suspicious way, told him that not only had no one stayed in that room the night before, no one had stayed in that room for years.
Eek.
In fact, he said the adjoining door in their room had been bolted shut and sealed several years ago, and he wouldn't say why.
Oh no.
How many others had reported seeing
Oh,
that
no, I
same
know.
late-night visitor? One had guessed who'd
I know
actually
that.
stayed in that adjoining
Angry.
room at one time scene.
Merp.
Who was that sailor?
Merp.
Why was he trapped, reliving some
I
past
love the
moments
merps.
time and time again?
I
on a
heart
giant
the
ship?
merps.
This is
I
but
gotta
one
say,
of- this is but one
they're
of many
adorable,
strange sightings.
and they
Another
grow
visitor
on
remembered
you.
touring the Queen Mary with his
They
parents
grow
when he
on
was a
you.
child.
You think
father
you'd
was a
be
boat
like, oh
enthusiast
man,
who
more
desperately wanted to
merps,
see
and
the
then you're
former boiler
like,
room.
you know what?
So he convinced his
You know
family
what?
to
Thank
slip
God
beneath a
they're
little
here.
red rope
I
with a
miss
sign
them.
that said employees
I
only,
miss the
and he
merps.
descended into the depths of the massive former cruise liner.
No.
So
thank you.
And then they got
remember
lost.
that they
His
got
parents
knocky
argued about which way to go. The
knees.
young son wandered down a hallway and
Knocky
toward the heavy metal
knees.
door. The door looked like it was rusted in place, but as the boy peered through it, he heard the deafening sound of metal scraping along metal, and saw the large door begin to quickly
Yeah.
swing towards him. Suddenly, the boy felt a hand.
I'm just
push
making
on his
sure
shoulder,
that
and the next thing he knew, he was on the ground, several feet away from the door, which had slammed shut so hard that had it slammed on him, he probably would have been crushed and quite possibly killed.
Ugh.
Who had pushed him?
I
The
want.
boy looked up and
You know
saw a
what?
man he'd never seen
I'm gonna
before
put
standing in the
this
room with him.
one out
Based on the way
just
he was
to
dressed, the boy thought he
extend
must
it
have
because
worked
I
on the
love.
ship. He was wearing a white
Because if
jumpsuit,
it's the
streaked with grime,
same,
and he carried a bag of tools.
it kind of looks.
And then the boy noticed what
It
appeared to
doesn't
be a
look
large
weird
bloodstain
if you
in the
know
middle
what
of the man's
how a
white
horse
jumpsuit.
gallops.
The blood looked fresh, and the boy noticed
But
fresh
I'll
blood under
hit
the man's
like
nose, around his
this.
mouth, and on his chin. The boy
But
screamed and
yes,
ran back down the
today
hall,
was
thinking he'd
good.
hear the
Dentist
bloody
was
man's
good.
footsteps behind him. When he made it back to his parents, they were still arguing about where to go. The boy tugged on his mom's dress and asked, "Why don't you ask that man for directions?" Preoccupied, annoyed, and frustrated, his mom told him to be quiet, and then they began walking down another hallway.
She's
Behind
also
the boy could feel
married.
the eyes of the man in the white jumpsuit
Sad.
watching him.
Sad but true.
Soon the family was back
Her
at the top
dentist
of the ship,
assistant.
and when his parents
I
were
don't
done
even know
arguing and
why
in a
she
better
was
mood, the boy
there.
asked them, "Why
But
didn't
it was
you just
only
ask the man how to
$65
get out?"
bucks. It was
What
only
man? His mom replied. There was
$65.
no one down there.
Ugh.
The little boy
So
described
it could have
the man he'd
been
seen, the
way
heavy door, the blood.
worse.
His parents
Could have been
exchanged
way
confused
more
glances,
expensive
told him that he must have been mistaken,
to
but they would have
to
heard
get
the
it
door.
fixed because
They
I've
would have seen
been
him.
to
After several
dentist
protests
office
all
that
really did
cost
happen, the boy's parents told
way
him just to
more.
drop it, and he did. And he thought about it less and less as the years went by, but he never forgot. And years later, now an adult, the same boy went to visit the Queen Mary again.
Oh boy.
And this time he took a tour. And when the tour descended to the bottom of the ship and headed towards the boiler room, the man once again felt like someone was watching him.
And the
The
hole
tour
in my
guide passed
tooth
before the
is
door and
now
told him that
fucking
once
filled.
in 1966, when the
And
ship
it
still
was
taking
way more
passengers
decay
across the
than she
Atlantic, a
initially
workman had been
thought.
crushed to death by the heavy metal
Which
door.
I was like, yeah,
Fateful night, the
I
watertight doors in the
suspected a
engine and
lot
boiler
of
room were
decay
ordered to be closed.
because a
About
hole
5
does
minutes
not
later, an
form into your
18-year-old crew member
tooth
from Yorkshire was found
when
crushed in
there's
the door,
no
hatch number
decay.
13,
When it's a
trapped with his
healthy
arms
fucking
pinned to his
tooth,
sides. While the man was
she's
still
like,
alive,
oh, it's just a
when
small
he was
hole.
freed
It
and
probably
carried to the
doesn't have
hospital
that
ward,
much
he wasn't able to
decay
be
in
saved.
it and
He'd
stuff
been
like that.
crushed, his
She had to
broken bones in his
reform
arms, chest,
half
and
my
pelvis,
gosh darn
and he'd been
tooth.
bleeding
So,
profusely from his
oh,
nose
you
and
know,
mouth due to
fun.
massive internal injuries.
Ugh.
I
He
wasn't
was
bothered by
injected with
it.
morphine to help with the pain.
She
and died
was
minutes
also
later.
saying that was
And the
way
tour
too
guide told the
serious.
group that his spirit
Merp.
has haunted the lower halls of the ship ever since. The man who'd once seen him felt both validated and
I'd probably
terrified.
come
His parents
come
were wrong. The
you
spirit had touched
for
him, perhaps
mid chest
saved him
work
when he was
one
young.
day for myself
The crushed
to
crew
enjoy a
member is
nice
one
cup
the
of
many
coffee.
spirits regularly seen by Queen
Glad
Mary
Dennis was
visitors.
good. Yes.
Jacqueline
Very sweet, very
when she was
nice.
6
She
years
also
old, her
said
parents decided to bring
she
her to
was
England with
also
them. While her
like,
parents
oh
drank
yeah,
and
he's
gambled on the
very
ship's fashionable upper
serious.
decks, the little girl was free to wander around by herself. Her parents would quickly
And I'm
come to
like,
gravely
I don't
regret
want to
this
say
terrible
it.
decision.
Oh no.
I'm
Only
like,
a day into a week-long trip,
I'm very
little Jackie
jovial.
drowned in the ship's first
I'm a
class
very
pool.
fun-loving
And to this
guy.
day, visitors report hearing
But
Jackie
it's
splashing, calling for her parents to
way
save
too
her,
early
and
for me
crying
to
as she
be up.
drowns over and over
Um,
again. One visitor, James,
I'm not,
remembers
and I
encountering what
only
he
got a
believes to be
few
Jackie's
hours of
spirit
sleep.
in the early 90s.
I am
His
not
father was a manager of the hotel
in a
and
joking
complete skeptic.
mood.
Familiar with the
I
many
want to
tales
get
of
the
hauntings
fuck
on the
out of
ship,
here.
not believing in ghosts.
And what kind
this
of
didn't stop him from trying
conversation
to scare
are
his
we
son.
gonna have?
One night at dinner,
Like,
he
all I
told him
want you
about
to do
how
is
the maids would
do
quit
the
regularly
work,
after having some kind
and
of
then we can
encounter,
get on out of
such as,
here and we
cleaning
can
a room
live
and
our
quickly ducking out
lives.
to get fresh
I don't
towels,
hate you.
then coming
I
back
don't
to find the room
dislike you.
completely
It's
trashed.
just that you're gonna have
He felt like he was
equipment
spooking
all
himself, that there was
inside of my
nothing
mouth,
supernatural behind
and there's
any of their
no
tales,
need.
But his son wasn't so sure. He believed the
One,
maids.
you are
And when he
here,
heard about a
so that
ghost
means
tour
that
the
you
ship had
must
started
be
to
having
offer,
a
he
good
wanted to take
day.
it.
I'm gonna
James'
assume
dad set
that.
it up, and he'd soon regret the nightmares
Your
it would
sleeping
create for his
schedule is
son.
kind of
He
fucked.
liked to scare him, but not like this.
We'll see.
Early in
We
the tour,
shall
James
see.
heard about a reappearing bloodstain. The leader told him that they'd done
We shall
everything to
see.
get rid of it, changing the carpet numerous times, scrubbing it with harsh chemicals, but the stain always came back. James was spooked,
Yeah.
but he told himself that
Could
someone
be,
could putting that
could be
stain back in
fucked.
the middle of the night.
Could not be
Thinking about
fucked.
that made him feel better. It was a long ways to go to mess with someone,
Probably
but definitely
fucked.
not impossible.
But, you know.
But then a few minutes later, James experienced something that haunts him to this day, something he cannot reason or explain away. The tour leader took him down to the first
But,
class swimming pool. and
no,
launched into another story.
I'm just
While
confused
the
of,
guy
like,
talked, James felt
I
himself
totally
zoning
get
out.
it. You
He found the
want to
hum of
have
the ship's
fun and stuff
machinery,
like that.
the droning
I don't want to
voice of the
start a
tour leader, the
conversation that I
dark and
know
chilly room,
is
all
gonna
pretty
finish
relaxing
almost fucking
at first.
immediately.
Then
Because once
he
you
felt
start
a-
working, there
he
is
distinctly
no
felt a small
conversation
hand
to be
grab 3
had.
of his fingers and began to pull him away from the pool. The more he tried to resist, the harder the invisible little
Fucked, but
hand would
staying
pull.
hopeful. Yeah.
Then he felt the
Today,
air around him get
morning,
heavier
I
and
had Chinese
heavier
food.
until it no longer felt like air at
Mine's
all. It
it's
felt like
always
water.
fucked when I'm
It
working.
felt like he was drowning.
Yeah,
The little
no.
hand continued to tug on
Like,
him, tugging
I
down
just
at his
don't
shirt,
get
at his
the
pants,
whole, like,
trying to lift him up
conversation.
out of the water
Like,
that somehow
it
surrounded
makes
him. Water neither he
little
nor
to
anyone
no
else in the tour could
sense.
see. Panicking, thinking he was going
And
to
it
die,
makes
little
me
James tried to scream, but
irritated.
no sound would come
Like,
out. He tried
and
to
she's
move,
like,
but
oh
found
yeah,
himself
and she
frozen.
was telling
The tour
her,
guide jumped on and on about past
what
ghost
is it,
sightings, oblivious to the paranormal
her
encounter happening before him.
teacher?
Finally, the little hand let
Because
go
I
and
went to
room
the
around
dentist,
James returned
dental
to
school
normal,
because I'm not
and he
paying
raced
full
upstairs
fucking
and
price for a
never went
dentist.
on another ghost tour again.
She's like, yeah, he's
1989,
very
3
serious.
women
It's
saw
like,
another one of Queen Mary's regular
I
apparitions.
just want you to
2
get to,
female
I
employees
just
had been
want to
sent to
get
clean
you to
one of the
get to
hotel's
work.
lounges
We're
for a
so
VIP
different.
reception. When
What
they
are
entered
we
the
gonna
room,
talk
they found who
about?
they thought was a hotel guest sitting on a chair in the middle of the dance
Well,
floor.
like
When they addressed
maybe
her,
she's
she didn't
actually
respond,
real
didn't say a
into
word.
art and stuff like
When
that.
the third woman came in to help the first two
Maybe
with the cleaning,
we'd be
she
good
also
friends.
saw this
Maybe
strange,
we'd be
silent passenger.
wonderful
The
friends.
silent woman in the chair was staring at her in a way that
I
made the
just
hair
think
on
it
the
would
back
be
of her
very
neck stand
weird.
up. She asked the woman to leave the room, and still the eerie woman said
You know
nothing.
what I mean?
All 3
Like,
cleaners
I
were
think it
spooked
would
now
be
and had had enough of this
super
woman.
fucking weird.
When one of them picked up a phone and called security,
What's
the
up,
faded into nothing right in front of them.
doctor? Just what the doctor
All
ordered.
3 women reported seeing at the exact same time.
Also,
Since this
general
encounter,
Chinese
others have
food
seen
in
this
the
same
in the
unnerving
morning.
silent spirit.
Like, we
Visitors
talking
today
8
refer
o'clock
to
in the
her as the
morning, or we
Lady
talking
Yvette.
like 11
She's known to show up
o'clock?
in some guest photographs,
Almost
standing just behind them,
lunchtime,
smiling a quizzical,
but
mysterious
I'm
smile,
getting it
like she
early
knows
kind of
something they
thing.
don't.
Oh God.
Another
Like,
known and
totally,
named Queen Mary
like,
spirit was
I'd
Henry.
understand, like,
Henry,
early,
like that earlier
like,
crushed entity, also worked in the
stuff
boiler
like
room.
that.
And
Like,
it
that's
was there that
fine.
his remains were found. No one knows how he died. Was he also smashed by a
How
door,
are you?
badly
I'm
burned? Did
doing
someone
good.
kill
Dentist
him?
was great.
A variety of
They
visitors have
rebuilt
reported
my
seeing
fucking
Henry's
tooth.
shadowy figure
Chinese food in the
lurking
morning
between the boiler room
is
and what's known as the
bizzin'.
green room.
9.
Some even claim to have spoken with
That's
Henry. Witnesses
that's
say he has
third
audibly
breakfast.
responded to some of their
You know,
questions.
9 is
No
not.
way.
That's not
Grumpy
that
is
bad.
arguably one of the Queen Mary's
I
most
thought you were
memorable
like
ghosts.
6 o'clock in the
Also known as
morning.
Grumpy the Growling
Woke up.
Ghost. This spirit is
Had
especially
Chinese
memorable
food.
because he tends to growl
What?
at visitors.
Okay.
Grumpy is said to lurk in a room under the stairs near
Interesting
the
morning.
first-class swimming pool, but sometimes visitors have seen him lurking like Henry
And
near the boiler
then
room.
I'm
It's
gonna.
not uncommon to be walking down a staircase or around a corner and hear his low growl.
Heat it.
No one's ever, to my
Leftover
knowledge,
Chinese
stuck
food
around to see
can
what
be
Grumpy
hot.
might be capable
It
of
can be.
other than growling.
It can be good.
Centerpiece of the Queen Mary's haunted history
It can be
is
very good.
stateroom B340. In 1948, a British third-class passenger, Walter J. Adamson, passed away in this room.
So
And the details of his death
I'm gonna work
are,
on
like our
this
last ghost,
for
unknown.
2
Guests who
hours,
stay in
and then get back to
frequently
comic
experience long,
book.
sleepless nights. They've reported repeated knocking on the door in the middle of the night. They've seen lights turning on by themselves, heard the sink faucet turning on and off on its own, and seen doors swing open and shut on their own. And several especially unlucky guests have reported seeing what they believe to be Walter's ghost, who appears as a dark, shadowy, and menacing figure.
So, gonna have
Guests
some
woken up to see
fun.
this frightening phantom at the foot of their bed,
So
wondering how
that
long he's been there
I
watching
keep
them.
working on,
Upon seeing this
keep
figure,
working on something
guests
that I
feel
really
intensely
love,
dizzy and off-kilter.
something that I
They feel the
want
boat
to
sway beneath them as though
accomplish.
the ship is moving through water, perhaps moving somewhere
And
across
then
the Atlantic on a dark and stormy night. Walter is still
Bussin'
living.
makes me feel
Have
good.
they been transported somewhere into his past, or is he visiting their present? And will he and the many other spirits stuck on the Queen Mary
I
ever finally
remember
move on
back in the
and away from the
day,
ship
I got
they
real
continue
mad
to
at
haunt?
somebody for telling me my dragons looked like horses.
Many stories, and there's many more. There's many more. Just
What I mean, I
quick
wanted
segments that
something
really make for
different,
a
so
story,
Sure.
but just shadow here, noise there.
Has anyone ever tried to
some
perform some sort of, like,
person
exorcism
told
on
me
this ship,
that
or, like,
my
have the
dragons look
spirits
like
guess so. They have
horses,
cleansed off the
and I
ship?
was
That's a
like, and
lot
I
to
was
deal
very
with.
upset.
I mean, they do have. I
I
feel like
was
they've
very
kinda
much
leaned into
like,
it, because I feel like it's become
and I
like a
used
signature,
to
like when you go to
draw
the website,
my
they don't
OC
hide
as
it.
a silver
They kinda advertise
silver
it.
dragon
So I
for the
doubt it,
longest
actually. I feel
time,
like it was
and
possible many
it
years ago, but
really
now,
affected
no way.
me.
So
It
what you're-
That's kinda what
really,
the hotel's
like, I
known
was
for.
like,
So what you're saying is we should
I
contact
can't.
the hotel and
I
see if we can,
can't
like, rent
now.
out the whole ship, and we can have people come and we can tell our scary stories there, and then we can all set up GoPros in our rooms and see who captures the most amount of footage. That's what you're really saying.
I mean, that sounds like a year 2 or 3 or 4 thing, but that sounds like a big
It
event.
really
Maybe.
bothered
I'm
me.
not opposed to it.
And
Well,
like,
I'm not
it
staying
wasn't
in
just one
B340 or whatever
person
that was.
too.
Yeah,
It
because they
was,
do rent that room out. I said,
I'm pretty sure it was a lot of
with
people.
COVID, things
There's
have
nothing.
changed.
And
Yeah,
it
but
just
yeah.
bothered
They're
me
just keeping it
so
clean.
much of like,
I do have some pictures.
Sure.
And
how
these are on
much
Instagram and Facebook.
I
for
was
people
like,
listening, Scared to Death podcast.
no.
The Queen Mary in Long Beach.
No,
is
they
this
look like
first photo, so that's
dragons,
where
and
it is
then
now,
looking
the
at
hotel.
them, I'm
Okay,
like,
is it
no. So for
the
a
Queen?
bit, I was like, I hate
so. I think
horses.
it's in that general area.
I just hate horses.
I have
Not
seen it
true.
before, but I can't
I
remember how
love
close it is
horses.
to that.
I love
The
almost
next
every
one is the
animal.
Queen Mary in the Atlantic.
That
It's
is
I was
giant
just
ship.
very
giant
much
ship.
annoyed
I wonder how it stacks up against, like, a modern day
that
cruise ship
my
in size.
dragons
when they
looked
said-
like
I don't know what size, as
horses,
far
and
as
it was
people on
not
it, when there was that
horses'
record of,
fault.
like 16,683 people on board.
But that
Yeah.
is
I
just
looked
what
how that compares, and,
that's
like,
just
the
what
new,
I
brand
did.
new, like superliners.
I blamed
never have more
horses
than 7,000 people on them.
Oh,
for my
dang.
dragons
Yeah.
I wonder
looking
if it's
like horses.
Titanic, similar.
I don't know, possibly.
Anyways, sorry.
It was
This
not
next
their
one
fault.
Is a pic of a below deck portion of the ship, just to give a feel for all the creepy corridors, all the metal
Sure.
rooms, echoey, shadowy.
That makes me think of the steamboat Natchez.
New Orleans?
Yeah, it's like the only time I've ever been in
Oh,
the
yeah.
underbelly
Like
of
in
a
the
ship.
hull of a ship, yeah.
Mhm.
This
Lols.
next one is
What
the
I mean, I
first class
wanted
swimming
something
pool
different, so
Jackie
I called the
traveled many
Eggman
years
to
ago.
Wow.
sing a
Jackie
song near the
I literally
Chinese
never
food
go.
restaurant, and
Yeah.
they got me the
No
food.
way.
And
So
then this
yeah,
is the
it was
Queen
hot,
Mary's, most
hot
haunted rooms,
food,
State Room
but not
B340
to
is this
burn my
next one. I
tongue.
mean,
Horses,
Yeah, it looks like a good time though.
horses suck.
This is Anton LaVey.
Horses. I have taken care. I have gotten the animal husbandry merit badge.
So it doesn't look.
And it was to take care of. It was to take care of horses and horse stables
So, I mean, if you go on
for
this ship,
a
if you
week.
don't wanna see
And,
anything that's on B340, you don't
safe to
go
say,
anywhere
thank
in
God
the
we went to
boiler room, and
cars.
maybe don't take that tour.
Right.
And you don't
Engine
go to the
oil
first-class swimming pool.
Smells
Right.
bad.
Okay.
I wonder what it's called now.
It is not.
Actually, I'm sure it is referred to as the old first class.
It
swimming
is
pool.
not
I mean,
a
it might not be
fucking
separated
the
anymore.
shit that comes
Oh my
out
God, sorry.
of.
That was a motorcycle just drove by our studio.
It is not the.
It sounded
It
weird
is
to me.
not the
Like, it sounded
droppings
like-
of a
Yeah, it had
horse,
like a low, had
which are
turbo bass.
disgusting,
That freaked me out.
awful.
I love it
And
when
I
I'm telling a
hate
story
them.
And I hear like a truck go by.
I
don't know
love
if anybody else
horses.
can hear, but I can
I
absolutely
hate
hear it,
their
and I'm like,
droppings.
"Ah."
It's
I
so
don't wanna interrupt
disgusting.
you, but-
It's
I felt the vibration.
smells
of that
so
one.
bad for like
All right, are you
for a
are you
herbivore.
ready?
Their
for-
shit
for a
smells
story that
so
might make you look like the
bad.
mannequin in our studio?
I mean, not really. I thought about it the whole time you were talking about the first story. That's how
But
nervous
yes.
I am.
That is
Okay.
what I can remember.
Only a little bit of setup needed for this odd little tale here.
I already have goosebumps. I'm
But-
so not
This
feeling
is a
good
weird
about
one.
This.
This is a really, really weird one. This might stick with some people. Life was going very well for Pasquale Esparza before it wasn't. It was 1930. Much of the world had fallen into financial despair with the Great Depression, but people were still getting married. And he owned a luxury bridal shop in Chihuahua, Mexico.
I was very upset for multiple reasons of why my horses looked like my dragons looked like horses, and I blamed it on poor little horses.
He was excited to make her wedding the greatest, most grand wedding he'd ever been a part of.
Aw, that's sweet.
As soon as his eldest daughter became engaged, Pasquale began making elaborate preparations, ordering the finest paper for the invitations, contacting the area's top caterers, bringing in the region's best musicians, and of course, customizing an elegant and unforgettable wedding dress.
Of course.
And then, as it tends to do, unexpected tragedy struck. A freak occurrence. Just a few days before Pasquale's daughter was to be married, she was bitten by a venomous spider.
Oh, okay.
The bite quickly became infected. And
They didn't need my scorn. They didn't even understand my scorn.
She was supposed to walk down the aisle for the greatest day of her life. She was instead laying dead in her bed.
Oh.
Pasquale and his wife were heartbroken. Time now for the tale of Mexico's most macabre mannequin. The dead girl's parents each coped with their crippling grief in very, very different ways. Neighbors and friends saw Pasquale's wife going to church multiple times a day to pray for the soul of her lost daughter. Pasquale did not go with her. He disappeared. He was working on something, possibly something incredibly disturbing. A few days after his daughter died, a very strange new mannequin appeared at Pasquale's bridal store. At first, people thought that Pasquale was just avoiding his grief by plunging himself into his work, but when they looked at the new mannequin, when they looked closely, many were horrified. The mannequin looked exactly like his dead daughter. Her face, with her dark eyelashes and all too human gaze, was astonishingly expressive. She looked nothing like the other pale mannequins that occupied the store. She had incredibly lifelike fingernails. Her hair looked and felt like real human hair.
Oh, I'm just drawing a spell.
The boy looking up her dress was shocked to see what appeared to be varicose veins on her legs.
I'm drawing a spell. So what's happening in the spell, he has not fully written the spell. He just said, this is what I want. And the spell is where characters whispering into the horse's ear, into a, as he called it, a cestine, I think what he said. That's not a real horse.
Chihuahua, Mexico has an especially arid climate. Theoretically, it could serve as the
Centime. That's not and he said a very fast horse. I looked into it. Centime does not mean very fast horse. But I was not going to correct him. There is no need. So I'm doing this commission for him.
Put on display at the Vatican. Pope John XIII died in 1963,
and because it has some certainty of D&D, I really do enjoy it.
Visitors still flock to see Vladimir
I'm like, oh yeah, oh yeah.
On display
I do love the D&D.
Corpses, unlike La Pascualita, are not believed to be haunted, not believed to have had their souls somehow trapped here on Earth, unable to depart to the next realm. Many think that when Pasquale created his corpse mannequin, he created some sort of abomination. Over the years, a multitude of customers have claimed that La Pascualita's eyes follow them as they walk around the bridal shop. Several employees
I do love the D
of the disturbing mannequin. One girl quit after just a few days. One of her job duties was to change what they were wearing twice a week, a task the owner required to take place behind a heavy curtain. But when the girl went to undress Pascualita, she froze upon touching her skin. She said it didn't feel like a mannequin should feel. It felt all too human, lifelike, porous skin.
Ugh.
She said every time I'd go near Pascualita, my hands would break out in a sweat. Her hands are too realistic. She does have varicose veins on her legs. She's a real person. Other employees have made their peace with La Pascualita. They don't believe she's an ordinary mannequin, but they also aren't afraid of her. Yes, they'll find her in a different position than where they'd seen her the night before. Yes, she'll usually be found wearing the old wedding dress from 1930, but she hasn't tried to hurt them. If anything, they feel sorry for her. Is La Pascualita's spirit somehow trapped inside the mannequin? Or is the ghost of Pasquale the reason she often ends up wearing her original dress? Does her dead father's ghost return to his shop?
Thank you for trading words with me, and I hope it goes fine. While you can stay awesome and amazing. Oh, thank you. Of course, General, I love hanging out with you. Just, you know, I'm cool with just hanging out. I'm cool with just chilling out and just mincing words and shooting the shit. Totally cool. I love hanging out with everybody. And if you need to head on out, I understand. It's totally fine.
She realized that it was Sunday and the store should have been closed. Someone clearly left it unlocked. Before she could turn around and walk out of the store, she noticed someone standing at the register. A figure facing away from her and clutching a wedding dress. Maybe the girl figured an employee had come in to do some work when the store was empty. So sorry, the girl apologized before adding, I forgot what day it was.
If you need to get on out of here, I get you. I understand if anybody needs to head on out. I enjoy their company for as long as I can.
So she said, excuse me. She stepped forward. I just wanted to
incredible people with incredible parts of their lives. That I'm even a part of it is awesome. Don't shoot shit. Okay. Alright, I won't shoot shit. How about I chew the fat? How about that? I mince words.
She turned back once more towards the register, and the woman standing behind
I raise a toast to friendship and fellowship. Hey, Floofy Snow! Don't want to get up for work, it's too cold. No! Cold! Hello, Floofy Snow. Thank you for coming in for even just a moment. Hope you're doing well. Hope everything's been going excellent and to your liking.
She ran out into the street, almost got hit by a pedicab, slamming to a stop.
Hope you've been enjoying yourself, and I hope you can enjoy even just a moment that you're here with me.
Looked back across the street at the bridal shop, and the mannequin she had just so clearly seen behind the register
Mood Haven,
standing in the window, on display, still staring at her with her glassy eyes. She called out for the god to protect her and ran down the street. Yeek.
That is so weird.
So weird.
So cold.
Odd story.
So cold.
Like, obviously, if you lose a child,
oh my goodness. Oh, you wonderful people.
Your own child, right?
Oh my god.
Like,
it's gonna be okay. What does a bridal look like? What does the bridal look like?
So I understand actually.
Horse.
If he was so overcome with grief, like he just didn't want to let her body go. But is there any way to prove that it's actually?
I mean, you could if the shop were to allow it.
Yes, like that.
The shop still exists. The shop actually
yes,
is
that's
still,
no, I don't want to. No.
Lupe Victoria, 801, Zona Centro.
All right.
In Chihuahua.
Yes.
So you can
there we go.
It's Pascualita Novias, Quinceañeras y Accesorios.
I always forget exactly what it looks like,
your voice changes when you speak
so I do apologize.
So it's still there.
I've seen it a few times.
You know, at this point, it's kind of like the last story,
but not enough to be like, oh yeah, I know exactly what it looks like.
No incentive for them to want it to be disproved,
right?
Like the people owning there. So I mean, it's probably never going to be tested. Well, I shouldn't say never, but
I don't know.
and also I should fix this eye.
Yeah,
it does look
so that it
here's a picture
looks
of
less like that. Okay. It looks more like a normal horse eye.
I mean, it's an odd looking mannequin.
It really is. I mean, even like by 1930s standards, that doesn't look like a 1930s mannequin, what I think of.
No, and then this next picture that you can see, it's like a collage, so you can kind of see, and if we can zoom in a little bit, Zach, on that picture, I don't know if that's possible. It's not the best resolution.
That hand is so creepy.
Too cold, and my blanket is so cozy. I need to buy a watch. But I'll call this as my last words of sober version of myself while I will be snoozing and give her my snoring sounds. That's okay. That's all right. Get some rest. Thank you for coming in.
And then one more photo, just a different angle.
Thank you for coming in for even just a moment. We love you. We love you, man. Well, I love you.
Lindsay, actually,
well,
is where
I like you a lot. How about that?
It's a weird office.
Okay, can we at least acknowledge why we have that weird busty mannequin?
Yes. Okay. It was 4 times suck. We have a lot of military and law enforcement, listeners, patches. They would send us in these patches, and we didn't have anything to display the patches with. And I thought about like a jacket, but then the jacket, I guess
I like you a lot. How about that?
It would be like too easy to just get it like, you know,
I
like a nice
always,
piece
I'm
of,
always like,
foam
they
core
want
and,
that.
like, put
And you know
fabric
what?
on it and, like,
In all
glue
honesty,
them
I
on there
like
and
you a
put them in
lot.
case.
You're really cool.
So,
You're a really
Jesus,
cool
I thought,
person, General.
why not order a
You make
super
my
busty
day even
mannequin
better by
and
being
then
in
have
it.
her wear a jumpsuit that then has the patches ironed on them.
yeah.
And a
And so that's
small
how Teresa got here.
TBB
And then
on
I know
to
Teresa in
tune
IT.
to tune
Which
you.
is
Okay. Rest well, General Lautus
I forgot about
Lunis.
that. I forgot that's why she's
See you
named Teresa
around,
IT.
General.
Tit.
I mean, I
Thank
named her
you.
that, and then it was like, oh, did you do that on purpose?
Oh, funny.
And I mean, I kind of did, but I kind of didn't.
I don't know that I ever knew that. That
Yeah,
is
well.
awesome.
Well, and you know the Keith that works here?
The Keith.
The Keith.
Yes.
The female Keith.
Yes.
Her mom's name is Teresa, and so I just
that's right.
love that. Yeah.
And her mom, Busty.
And hot. So there's that.
So there's that.
Oh my gosh. I would only be interested in possibly going to the Queen Mary. That mannequin. I don't know. Teresa already like.
I'm curious. If I was in Chihuahua, I would definitely have to stop by.
Yeah, you're going in by yourself. I would look from like a distance.
I would very much like to see the La Pascualita.
I don't think I'd want to see it up close because then I would want to touch it, and then I would feel like I don't want an energy transfer. Eek. And Teresa, she already freaks me out. Like if I'm here working late by myself, or even if it's the two of us and we're not in the same room, and I just kind of like look over, if you catch her in your peripheral, it's not like she's doing anything, but it freaks me out. I know the female Keith doesn't like to be here alone with Teresa. Like, well, she moved her desk, but previously because she felt like Teresa was like
funny
looking at her. She's like, I don't know. I catch her over my eye. I mean, over my shoulder.
I talk to Teresa when I'm here by myself.
You do? What do you say to her?
Yeah, just like, hey Teresa, just like little like, hey, hope we're doing good.
Yeah.
Sometimes I say good night, Teresa, when I leave if I'm working by myself.
Do you really?
I want to if there's something there, I want to play nice.
Do you talk to Millie?
Nope.
Okay.
I don't accept Millie, but I talk to Teresa.
Okay, is it because you can't see Millie? You guys, Millie is the ghost potentially that haunts this specific studio space that has been confirmed.
That's what I hear.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to say it's real. Well, I know that you already.
I keep forgetting I'm not wearing my rings, and it's throwing me off. Well, sometimes you just have those days.
But I just wanted to. Again,
It's just one of those days.
Yes. But yeah, it's going to be a nice, big, fat, juicy episode. Dan and I are each going to tell 3 stories, and it's.
I don't know anything about rings. I don't like jewelry on me. I've never enjoyed it.
Such an easy exchange.
It gets very annoying
we're gonna have a little
to
party.
me. Like,
I have a special cake coming.
You know, I like cake.
I love a cake. This cake is. Gonna be
in all
so
honesty,
cool.
I know
Anyone
that,
sees my side profiles.
and
I like
this
cake.
is just a personal opinion
Dad bod.
on rings
yeah,
on
and then
me,
also, like,
is
some of our
that
staff isn't
I
around
can't
that
do
day,
it.
We're not all always in the studio every day.
It's very
But if
much
you wanna pop in,
it's an
say hello
annoyance.
and all
It
the
is
things,
not
so that
a
the cake
hindrance.
isn't just a name. And then just one other really quick announcement about the books.
Yes.
I've been getting a lot of emails that are like, hey, will the books be available for purchase even after the pre-order? And so, after the pre-orders closed, Kate and I, but mostly Kate, the female Keith, worked a ridiculous amount of hours just like formatting that book. And then Drew, our editor, he edited the book. So it was like, it went from us.
But
to
if
him,
you can
and
do
then
it,
we had to do another pass,
and
then it
if
goes
you
off to
can
the
pull it
printing
off
press,
and you're
there's a
not
lot of
bothered
back
by
and
it,
forth. So it finally
like
just
if I
went
was a
purchase in the last,
woman,
like, week
you'd
or so,
never,
maybe 2 weeks.
the
But
only
it
ring
takes,
you would ever see
8-ish
would be a
weeks for
wedding
them to get
band.
printed, then they have to get
And
printed,
then, and
it's tough,
as a
then we have
man,
to break our
that's the
hands
only
signing all
ring
those
that you'll
copies, which
ever
is
see on
incredible.
me is when
And
I find
then
that special
after we
someone.
have the books,
That
after
is the
pre-orders are signed and
only
sent out,
ring you will ever see on me.
non-signed books will live in the online store.
I'm just, I also am not a hat man either. I love hats. I think hats are very interesting.
Somewhere in the October-ish area,
Yeah.
and people who pre-ordered were hoping.
I
to
just
be
do not
mailing
like
those
how
books
they
out the first week
are
of
on my
October, but
head.
Again, like it's 2020, and
Like at all.
this shit show
Like I
continues.
genuinely do
So-
not
so
like
that
the
is
feel
that.
of a hat on
Okay,
my
I just
head.
wanted to cover all of that.
I don't know what it is. I don't know where it comes
Look, it's
from,
squishy. Are you
but
gonna
I
have,
just do not
Layla?
enjoy
Are you
it.
gonna have
I like
Not a thing,
I like
never
little
gonna be my
creepy,
thing.
Heads.
the weird
But
heads?
but yeah,
Okay.
I got Layla today.
Okay. So on this first story, I know that not all of our fans appreciate a warning up top. I hear you. I do. But I have to say, if there was ever a story that needed a warning, this is it.
Okay.
In this story, there is one offensive homophobic slur, and I opted to leave it in. It's a very tough call to make, so, bear with me, but it just really, I think, is important to the story. It really...
They're fidget
you'll see
rings,
when it happens.
so good to
Listeners
keep me
think about a
focused.
movie.
Yes.
A character in a movie, you don't censor the character in the movie, and if you did, I wouldn't want to live in a world of cinema where that happened, because it's not
Hey, it's
authentic
whatever you
to
need.
the moment.
Right.
It's taking away.
I'm
I think
totally
it's
fine with
frankly being
that.
A little childish to try and. I know not everyone agrees with me, but that was the call that to leave it in. Lindsay made. I couldn't agree with more.
Thank you for supporting me on that. And then also, there is a fair amount of domestic
Oh
violence
yeah.
in this.
Oh
So,
yeah.
listen, I understand that these are really sensitive things. And
When you
these are topics that
when you
need to
realize
avoid.
you're
This
not
is your
a
cue
half
to
bad
GTFO,
artist, and it
and see you
just
on the next one.
Mhm.
And if you're sticking around, please listen with care. Are you ready?
feels so good.
Okay. Now this
Believing
author,
myself.
writes to us
Believing
and wants to remain
myself
completely
has
anonymous.
really opened
So,
up possibilities
just keep that in
in
mind
my
as we're
life
going through this.
so far lately.
Yeah, it's pretty intense. Good evening, King of the Creeps and Queen of the Peeps. I grew up in a small fish town in Pennsylvania. We lived in what
I
used
only
to be a really,
ever
really nice house.
wear
It was
2
really
wings,
beautiful.
and I have
The
had
charming queen, which
lots
also
of
at the end
piercings.
is what our house
To
turned
spin
into when we
one
finally
kind of
left.
rolls.
When
Ah,
I was
gotcha,
around
gotcha.
7 years old, my
Yeah,
brother,
it's
aged 12
one of
at the
those
time,
fidget
my
things.
mother,
My
and
ex
some
had
family
one.
friends and I went on
She
a summer
lost
road
every
trip
single
to
one
South
of them.
Dakota. My
She
mom
had
was
5 of
always
them.
very
She lost every
interested
single one of
in
them in
Native
her
American
gosh
culture.
darn
During the trip, my mom would cheerfully
purse.
sing "Bury My Heart at Wounded Knee." I think it was a popular song at the time, so obviously we had to go to Wounded Knee. I honestly and embarrassingly don't really know the history of the place, but I know something bad happened there. Early on the morning that we got there, we were exploring a ruined building. It was basically a square hole with some walls and no floor going ground level to basement. My mom climbed into the ruins and came back with this weird looking rock. It was red and gray, and it looked like a heart, like a human heart, not like a commercial Valentine's Day heart.
Mm-hmm.
She decided to keep it, and it's probably the worst choice she ever made in her whole life. We were staying on a reservation with an elderly medicine woman, and that evening, before heading back to Pennsylvania, the adults had left to go to a powwow and left us kids to fend for ourselves. The only place we were allowed to go was to the playground directly across from the trailer we were staying in. My brother and I were walking out the door to go to said playground when we noticed this little girl swinging really high on the swing set at the playground. Then, the door to my mom's bedroom slammed shut hard. It shook the trailer, and it caused us to jump. We turned around to see what had caused the door to slam, and when we did, we heard a girl giggling right behind us. How could that be? We were the only people in this trailer. We both must have had the same thought as we whipped our heads around to look back at the playground and see the empty swing still swinging as if someone had been on it. We ran back inside and hid under the desk until everyone got back. We slept in our mom's bed that night, and we were relieved to leave the next morning. Around 8 p.m., as we were making good time, a storm suddenly struck and quickly escalated into a tornado. The only thing I remember between the storm starting and somehow making it to a hotel for safety was a lot of wind howling, huge thudding balls of hail, and lots of screaming. Once we made it into the hotel room, my brother turned on the TV, and ironically, Twister was playing. I still hate that movie to this day because of that awful experience. We ended up making it home safely despite the weirdness. While we were away, my father had cleaned the house and painted the living room. When my mom came in the house and saw this, she was beyond angry. She was in a full-on fit of rage. She didn't even take the time to set her bags down, and she started screaming and crying. She was screaming at my father, telling him to get out of the house. He was confused, and rightfully so. My mother had never behaved anything like this before. When my father didn't instantly leave, she went to the kitchen, grabbed a fork, and began to stab him several times in the arm.
Jesus.
My father ended up leaving without me and my brother. The next day, my brother and I went into our mom's room to check on her. She had placed that strange heart rock in front of her vanity. It was like sort of on display. We found out the new anger in my mom.
Yeah,
did not
nice work,
stop with my
X.
dad. Our mom,
No, she's a
everyone
good
in her bedroom
person.
started shouting at us, "You faggots aren't allowed in here," and proceeded
I know
to
I shouldn't
attack my
talk
brother
bad
and I.
about her.
This wasn't an isolated incident either.
It's just
She
that
continued
she
to on and off
definitely
beat my
did
brother and I
lose
with everything from
5
digging her nails
of
into
those
our heads and beating us with 2x4s.
things,
What?
and she kept buying them,
After so
and
many
then she
beatings, we
kept
wanted
losing
revenge on
them,
her,
and I'm
so we
like,
stole that
this
stupid
seems
heart
more
rock
like a
and
waste of
buried it in
money.
the backyard. We waited for her to figure it out and give us the beating we assumed that would follow. but nothing happened. Not even a question of where the heart rock had
You
gone.
alright?
She
You
went
alright,
back
Big
to our
Bunny?
normal,
He was
loving
sneezing.
mom. So much
Big
so
Bunny
that
was
her and my dad
sneezing.
even got back
Hey,
together.
Azzy!
We
Oh
thought
my
it was over.
gosh.
We thought that whatever
Oh my
had
gosh.
changed our mom was now buried along with the heart-shaped rock. But then,
If you guys don't know,
it was
Azzy
like
Doodle's an amazing artist
constantly
as
scratching at
well.
the walls of our house from the inside out.
So many amazing
We would hear
artists. I
footsteps
know
out on the front
a lot
porch
of them.
at all hours of the day.
I know a few of
My
them.
brother and his friends would hear the sound.
I don't know every one of them.
Heart beating.
I want to learn more amazing artists out there.
Was beating my brother, myself, and my mom. This behavior went on for 4 years as he slowly became a raging alcoholic. Thankfully, he eventually left for good.
How are
Once he left, the energy
you?
of the basement specifically.
Oh, Flippy
We
Snow!
never really noticed a horrible feeling around the basement.
Hey,
before
Har, how are
until my dad
you?
left. We were filled with this
How are
sense of
you?
dread.
Hey, Haven.
We
Internet
so
broke.
far as to
No,
run
Flippy
past the
Snow.
basement door
How's
when it
everyone
opened.
doing? I'm
One
not
day,
sure
my
how
brother
I
was
feel
standing at
about
the
the
bottom
radio
of the
host
basement stairs
presenting
in
style, to be
total
honest.
darkness.
It makes me
I
less
yelled down
interested
to
in
him
the
to ask him
stories
what
she's
he was
talking
doing,
about.
and he replied,
Goat, you are
"Listening
also
to
one of
Mom."
those
Confused, but
amazing
assuming he was
artists.
just fucking
I'm
with
good.
me, I
That's
walked away
good.
and left him alone to take
Oh,
a
you
bath.
think that
My brother came
that
into the
Lindsay
bathroom while I was taking a bath and said,
does not tell good stories? She's just telling the stories that yeah, she's not the best at it. In all honesty, she is not the best at presenting presenting the stories like Dan is. Like, Dan finds the best that he can write about and adds a little bit of a twist and stuff like that. Where Lindsay kind of just reads it as the email is. Which people enjoy. If you want, we can go to another story. I'm totally fine with it. I am not bothered by not listening to Lindsay. She's fun to me, but if you're like, I don't think she tells a good story. It's totally fine. And
then it's off to just outside the small Italian village of Cortanova to look into Italy's Villa de Vecchi, an abandoned mansion rumored to be one of Italy's most haunted buildings.
Yeek.
Okay, you ready for our first tale?
Just real quick.
Yeah.
Can I borrow your pen?
Dan makes you feel the spook. She makes me feel like she's in classroom and rushing to read it so to get it done. Yeah. No, she does. She definitely does
Don't mind me, I have a dress.
feel that.
You guys see those over the crystal skull cake?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I bought these for myself.
Yeah, that is a badass. I'm excited for our little celebratory cake at the end. It looks incredible. That's
Yeah.
skull.
You guys, the entire thing is edible. Even the crystals. If you live in the Coeur d'Alene, Spokane area, pastries and more, ask for Amanda.
And we'll have to get pictures up for Instagram and Facebook so listeners can see what we're talking about here.
Yeah, it's so cool.
At Scared to Death Podcast. Okay,
let's do it.
She does,
First
but
tale,
it is
driving
because
west
she
out of St. Louis
gets
at night
real
takes about
spooked
40 miles
real
to believe
easily.
the twinkling lights of one of America's top 20 largest metro areas behind you. Once you do leave those lights behind, darkness can settle in real quick.
She
Just a moment
gets
ago, you were
better
surrounded by endless
over the
shots of other
time.
souls, but now, looking at around you, everything feels eerily quiet and sometimes downright foreboding as sprawling suburbs give way to dark forests, rivers, and the area's many caves. As you pass a bend in the Merrimack River, maybe you glance down and see a deep and dark road leading out into the wilderness and sense that something strange and unnatural lives out there. Perhaps many such
But
things.
yes, thank you, Flippy Stone, for coming back in. Thank you, Azzy, for being amazing. Thank you, everyone, for being stupendous. And thank you, Haven, you wonderful person. I know you need to go to work, but still incredible.
Legends have been passed around for decades about sightings of spectral American Indians and
that you give me your time. You try to give me your time every stream is good enough.
Over the years, the area has built up a strong reputation as a place where
or at least try, which is all I can ever ask.
Originally built in the 1860s, when the area was nothing more than unincorporated wilderness with a few homesteads scattered across its rolling hills, Zombie Road was officially named Lawler Ford Road, and it ran between the railroad tracks and the river. Shrouded mostly in shadow by dense clusters of trees, the road passed through an area once called Glencoe, a resort community of small houses built along the river, houses that would largely be abandoned almost a century later. Time now for the tale of the ghosts of Zombie Road. It wouldn't take long for Zombie Road to experience its first documented tragedy. Though many have claimed to hear the singing and shouting of the men who built the railroad at night, there's no official record of any railroad workers dying at the site. Not that it couldn't have happened. There are, however, records of a young woman in 1876 being hit by a train and dying instantly.
Damn.
And many wonder
That
if that
sucks.
young woman still haunts the woods around Zombie Road. They claim to hear her scream, and then hear that scream abruptly cut short as a phantom train runs her down in death as it once did in life. A less documented but often told tale comes from the end of 1957. That New Year's Eve, a young woman was getting ready for a party. She lived in the very last occupied house in Zombie Road. The community of Glencoe had been almost entirely abandoned in the 1940s. She put on her dress and was applying makeup in the bathroom when something suddenly felt off. She hadn't taken a shower that evening and hadn't heard anyone else taking a shower either, yet the bathroom mirror was fogged as though someone had just left the bathroom. While she tried to make sense of the steamed mirror, she wiped the condensation away and began to apply her eyeliner and mascara. And then, out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of movement. It came from the bathroom window, just a few feet away. When she saw it, her breath caught in her chest.
Yo,
On the
you're so
bathroom window,
lovely.
another strange spot of
Thank you.
condensation had appeared,
Thank
growing
you.
and shrinking and
Thank
growing
you.
and shrinking rhythmically.
Oh, gosh.
I do
She
appreciate it.
screamed and dropped her makeup when she discovered the source of the steam. Behind the window was the pale face of a man she'd never seen before. His face almost seemed translucent. His features were soft, almost blurred somehow, but his stare was direct and intense. Within moments, her brother and a friend had burst into the bathroom to find her crying. They asked her what had happened, and she struggled to point a finger at the window. Her brother and the friend also saw the same strange, pale face.
Oh, dang.
Thinking he was a peeping Tom spying on their sister, they rushed out to confront the intruder. On the way, the girl's brother picked up a loose brick from the front patio, and then both boys ran around the side of the house and saw him. They saw a meager, decrepit old man, standing motionless, staring into the light of the bathroom window. The boys shouted, and he didn't react. A moment later, the brother was just seconds away from smashing the brick into the man's head when he suddenly stopped himself. Something wasn't right about any of this. Why didn't the man react to them when they saw him through the window? He didn't react to the sounds of them running out of the house either. And he didn't even flinch when someone raised up a brick to smash him in the head. Was he ill? Catatonic? Eyes open, lights on, but nobody home? He did seem awake but just not present. His steady breath continued to fog up the window as he stared inside, seemingly oblivious to the world around him. Disturbed, the brother sent in his friend to call 911. When his friend ran around the back of the house a minute later to tell him that the police were on their way, the brother took his eyes off the man for just a moment, and when he looked back, the old man was gone.
I knew it.
The two boys ran back inside and grabbed a pair of rifles and then jetted back outside and searched the perimeter of the house. Not only did they not find him or hear him out in the brush, they also couldn't find any footprints in the thick blanket of snow that covered the entire property. And that was
Isn't
the
that
only
always
time they ever
bad?
saw him. The ghost of the old man never returned. At least they never saw him return. Who knows who visits us when we sleep? A few months later, in 1958, the family followed the trend their former neighbors started the previous decade and moved away, leaving the area directly around Zombie Road completely deserted. In the decades that followed, Zombie Road became the place where teenagers would park their cars and hang out away from the prying eyes of adults. And more strange sightings began to be whispered about and shared. During the 1960s, a couple in their late teens were on top of some adjacent bluffs overlooking the road below when the young man somehow lost his footing and quickly met an especially gruesome end.
Oh.
On the way down, his face got caught in the fork of a small tree growing out from the side of the bluff, and this fork literally ripped his skin off. Most of his face and scalp remained on the tree while the rest of him fell dead down on the road below.
Oh, my God.
And ever since, reports of a mangled, floating, bloody face have come from the woods around and above Zombie Road.
Well, yeah.
There have also been lots of reports of shadow people on or near the road. Several different visitors have reported seeing something dark in the corner of their vision following them on the road that is now a trail. When they turn around, they generally don't see anything. But one night, just a few years ago, Avery did see something. several somethings. Growing up in the St. Louis area, he'd heard the stories about Zombie Road and, like many people, was curious if there was anything actually to them. When some of his friends texted him about going to do some ghost hunting out on Zombie Road one night, he was excited to join them.
Dumb.
But he had to work and wouldn't be able to make it out there until a little after midnight, a good 2 hours after they wanted to start checking things out. He told them to go on up there without him, and he'd find them once he got there. He drove to Zombie Road and parked his car about half an hour past midnight. He was surprised to see that there weren't any other cars parked in the area. Had he gotten the day wrong? Had they already left and forgotten to tell him? Avery shot off a group text, and when he didn't hear back right away, he decided to wait around a few more minutes. Cell reception wasn't great along certain parts of the trail. Maybe they just hadn't gotten his message yet. He put in his earbuds and played some tunes, chilling out after a long shift at the end of a long week. And that was when he saw something moving around out in the trees. For a split second, he thought it must be his friends, and then he reminded himself that their car was missing. So why would they be headed towards this parking lot? He turned down his music and squinted. What was out there in the brush? Some kind of animal? Suddenly he could see a dark, moving shape. He couldn't figure out what it was. A bear, maybe? He'd never seen a bear himself in Missouri, but he'd heard they were around. No, it couldn't be. Whatever it wasn't moving like a bear. It wasn't moving like any sort of wild animal. It wasn't moving like any sort of creature he could think of, period. So what the hell was it? Whatever this thing was, as opposed to walking, it seemed to almost be floating, a dark mist pushing itself through the woods. And it felt like this mist was somehow aware of him, watching him. Then suddenly an unbelievably loud noise arrived without warning, startling Avery into slamming his head into the driver's side window. The sounds of screaming filled his ears, agonized shrieking. It was so loud he covered his ears. Where was it coming from? What would make it stop? Avery ripped out his earbuds and realized the sound was coming from his phone. Something had gone haywire. In his gut, he knew this was no tech problem. It was related to the shadow in the woods somehow. Someone somewhere was begging for help. Hesitantly, he put one earbud up to his ears and heard a low female voice rasp, "Help us, please, help us." Then the sound cut short. His phone, which had been almost fully charged just a moment ago,
this road place sounds freaky. I wouldn't want to be there myself. Hell yeah, you would.
He had no interest in trying to figure out what it was alone. He put his car
If you
in
guys
reverse,
want to
and
go
as he backed
ghost
up,
hunting,
shooting
we can
gravel
do
into the
that.
brush in front of him, he
That would
spotted
be
a solid
fun.
dark shape. He could see a humanoid
Oh,
figure
if
standing on a nearby
we
bridge
could do
just a
that.
few
If
feet away from the
I
streetlight.
was
Avery knew
if
such
I
a
had a
short
fear
distance, he should
camera
be able to make out more things
and
features, but
like
he
at
couldn't. The person seemed like they
2,000
were made up
people
of nothing but
going
darkness, made up
fear
of the same stuff he saw in the brush. He went back into the woods
out in
where
one
he'd
of
just
these
seen that
fucking
black mist moments ago.
horror
Now
roads or
it's nowhere to
something
be
like
seen,
that,
and Avery didn't
like
that one bit.
with
He
a
quickly
horror
scanned the
cam
area around
or
the
whatever
parking
it's
lot and couldn't
called,
find it
the
anywhere.
fear
Having
cam,
backed
where
out
it
far,
has
he
my
turned around
face
and
and then
headed
it
back out
has
the way
the
he'd come in.
actual like
Avery threw his car into
head
drive while
camera,
simultaneously looking
and
back under
we
the
just go
streetlight.
out there and I just
The dark figure
stream
no longer standing there,
us
and he
going
heard
out
the
there.
screaming again coming from the earbuds. How his
That
phone
would be
was
fun.
completely dead. Laying on the passenger
I
seat,
would be
the video
scared the whole
automatically
damn
disconnected from
time.
his phone.
We
His
wouldn't
earbuds,
see
they shouldn't be,
anything. There would be
on, the
nothing.
battery was working,
There would
but
be
they
nothing
were
there.
screaming loud enough to blow
I
out
know
the
there would be
speakers were
nothing
pouring out
there.
of them.
My brain
Avery pressed the
doesn't
gas
think
on and
that.
sped towards the highway that led back
I want
to St.
to
Louis.
one day
Looking in his
explore
rearview
abandoned
mirror, he
places
saw
like
several
old
dark
amusement
figures
parks,
moving around in the
hospitals, and
woods
stuff
as the
like
car
that.
moved
Oh
up.
yeah,
And
that
he
would be
swore he'd
fun.
never return
I
to
wouldn't.
Zombie Road.
I would want to go
Adding
to places
substantially to the
that
surrealness of his entire experience,
that are
the next day,
relatively
Avery sent
low
his friends some
risk if
angry
they
texts about standing him
because
up.
just
Why
because
hadn't they got back to him? Why did
I
they
don't want to find myself
agree to meet him at Zombie Road and
you
then
know
didn't show
on the
up?
5th floor
He claims
and then find
that
myself
they
on
had no
the
idea what he was
first
talking
floor
about, but they
in
never texted him
less than a
anything
few
about Zombie
minutes,
Road.
less than a few
When he looked
seconds.
into his text history, he suddenly couldn't find the message he knew they'd sent him. Avery now
But I
forever has a
need
believer in the
people
lore
with
that
me because
surrounds
I'd
Zombie
freak
Road. The place is so
out.
creepy, even
Yeah,
many non-believers
I'd freak out
have known
alone
to
as
be
well.
leaving Zombie Road at night.
Zombie
Even
Road.
skeptics describe the road as at least claustrophobic. They say it seems like it also never feels like the same length twice. A trick of the imagination, or are the shadowy entities Avery saw lurking about disorienting you, getting into your mind so you can't remember which way you came from and which way you were going? Do they want you to get lost and join them? In 2010, the road was repaved and rechristened Rock Hollow Trail, a gated 2.3-mile nature trail. Despite the rebranding, many still know it as Zombie Road. There are still reports of strange sights and sounds along the trail, and it remains a popular place for trespassing, in spite of signs that warn of fines up to $1,000 for anyone caught on the trail after dark. Ghost hunters continue to sneak into the area, hoping to encounter something that takes them from being merely curious to being.
Oh, we can't go if that's the case. If it's trespassing, something low risk.
I had to cover that
I
hand
love
up.
photography, and I think abandoned places would have some awesome photos. Hell yeah, they would.
Can you move it over by you? I hate that thing.
For safety, too, it's better to go to those types of places with a group.
Yeah.
Hey, but I would get too freaked out to do ghost hunting. I've experienced enough weird stuff for me to say. No, like, what I'm saying is,
at Zombie Road. I mean, it's pretty, but also eerie.
we can go ghost hunting together.
There's something about that that I inherently bump against.
We could all go together
Midwest, like the Ozarks,
on
the
stream.
surrounding area where like just the brush is
Like,
Yeah.
always kind of weirds me out. Just
that would be
having grown up,
fun.
Near the woods,
Like, we have a
like,
ghost stream.
almost like a high desert, very arid climate, and with all the pine trees, and then the pine needles kill kind of the chance for a lot of brush to grow underneath them.
Sure.
So it's real open.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
And that's so thick out there.
Yeah.
It just adds to the spookiness. This is a photo of an old railroad bridge laying along the trail. I can see how that would freak you out at night.
They're in Cleveland, where I'm from, in case you're new.
Yep.
There is the Metro Park system, and it's just like this beautiful like green belt kind of situation.
Really?
But
Put
every
armor
so
on him
in
so he's
certain
not
parts of
just
town, there'll be these old railroad bridges. Like I'm thinking of one. I think it's in like
Okay.
Berea or North.
a
Homestead.
naked boy.
And during the day, it's all fine and well, but at night, it's terrifying because it's like a car and either like only one car can go at a time, and so there's like headlights out across the bridge, and you're like, are they gonna go? Am I gonna go? It's like a weird game of chicken, and sometimes there's like horn honking, like, hey, you go. That whole situation. Also, if you look deep into that,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what you see, but I feel like I see something.
I'll do
in
it.
that tunnel. Like
I see darkness.
where, like, the tracks
Yeah,
mix
I've had a lot of experiences too. I would go first, and if I get murdered, you can report it. Ghost stream sounds much better for me. If we go together and go missing, go can report it. It's a deal. Oh man, oh, that would be so nice. That would be really cool if we had a ghost. You know what? We should go to the Overlook Hotel.
I'm scared to death.
I think the cool kids
Or
call
whatever
it
the
Insta.
hell hotel that they had in The Shining.
And the book. And the book of face.
No one says that.
That would be fun.
No one says that. Our son might say that to be weird.
That
but
would
that's
be
not a thing.
real
So
exciting
cool.
if
He
we
didn't
could
even
go
have this
there.
look.
Sweet.
When he was allowed to get social media, he was like, I just want Twitter because he loves politics and Insta.
I'm probably going to make it much smaller to show that
Okay.
that
Did
this
something in that
motherfucker
forest
is
ask our little
fast.
friend to get him out there to lure him
And
out
probably
there?
make him a little bit
Like-
smaller on his own steed so that it's actually carrying his
Our
weight.
little friend. Who's our little friend? Oh,
We
yeah,
gotta
maybe-
make
I
sure
mean,
that
who
it
knows?
carries
Who
his
knows?
Wasn't it his text
weight.
thread? And his friends are like, no, we can do that.
If he
So
is
how
too
else does that
big,
happen?
he cannot
If
ride
what he
on
says
the
is true,
monster dog
then
creature.
something manipulated
He has to-
his phone.
He has to
lure
be
him
small
out there
enough
to do
to be
God knows
to
what.
be the
I never
perfect
worry about
size.
my phone being
I
possessed,
am
but now
100% down for the hotel.
I mean, I
Oh
have
yes,
so many
I'd be
things
down to go there.
Just to
I
add to that
love The
list, just a
Shining so
running
much.
list,
Yeah,
growing total
we
of
could
things
go
we've
there
done.
as a
I remember when I
group.
got this
That would be
email, and I don't think
amazing.
the person realized that they
Or,
clearly weren't listening when I said, like, when
you
email
know,
info, you're emailing me.
That
So it
would
was very like,
be
hey,
an
whoever gets this
incredible
was like,
experience. I would love
"You just
that
listen
to go
Lizzie,
with
you'll never do
everybody.
anything again. Oh, I can't go there.
And not
Oh, I
only
can't do
that,
this." I'm like,
just
yeah,
go
that's
to a
so
nice
fucked up, because
hotel
what
with
do you think if I
everybody
do
would be
anything and everything
nice.
ever again?
I used to
Here's
work at a
email
hotel.
Email that.
If I
yeah.
haven't
Well,
told you
should say
guys
something.
already, I used to work at a hotel that was
But
supposedly
anyway,
haunted.
that just, like, as soon as I said, like, oh, like, that's-
Nothing.
Phones are out.
I didn't
Okay.
see
And
anything.
back to flip phones.
Reported
Normally have a
nothing.
sponsor break,
No
not yet,
like
Not yet.
big
No.
thing.
Let's
I
not do
worked
that
there
this
for a
next story. Let's dive
year.
into another one.
Okay.
First
Nothing.
vampire-related scared to death tale.
Yeet.
Let's talk about the Strigoi of Romania and Serbia's southern.
When I would,
Carpathian
I
Mountains.
have money. I'll come to the
Google
USA and
Translate will tell you
see
that Strigoi
all.
is Romanian for
Yeah.
ghost, but that translation doesn't quite do it
We gotta
justice.
get. We gotta
Vampire
get
feels
you
more appropriate to
guys
me. Without
from.
the Strigoi, pronounced closer to Strigoi in Romania, but more commonly pronounced as Strigoi in English.
We gotta
we
get
have
you
no
guys
modern
to
vampire
come
tales.
to America.
Romanian folklore has two
America
versions of the
land.
monster that would greatly influence the creation of the fictional Western vampire: the Strigoi and the Moroi. Moroi translates to something close to poltergeist,
Yeek.
but these creatures seem to me to be closer to like vampiric minions. For many in Romania, these creatures are far from fiction. The Strigoi are believed to be the troubled souls of the dead rising from the grave in physical form to feast upon the living. There are many different types of Strigoi, and some can transform into an animal. Think of like Dracula turning into a bat. Some can become invisible. Think of the classic Hollywood vampiric trait of a vampire having no reflection.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, Strigoi are thought to drain the lives of their victims via draining them of their blood. Doesn't get much more vampiric than that.
Mm-hmm.
The Strigoi are thought to be an immortal form of vampires, the kind that don't die unless you kill them. A Moroi is a lesser type of vampire, a mortal vampire. Sometimes
I
referred to in
used to
modern
work at
myths as
a
the
bar that
live-born
was haunted. To
offspring of
see
two
lots of
Strigoi.
stuff never bothered
A
me.
Moroi can be
I need to
placed
start
under
saving
control of a
trip
Strigoi.
law.
A
Same
vampire
here, it's
Strigoi
going to be a
doesn't,
pricey to get there.
have to
Oh,
just
it'll
kill
be
you. They don't choose
nice.
to bind you to their dark will.
Yeah, it'll be
They can be their
nice.
undead slave to do
It
their
won't be
murderous
too
commands.
pricey. Well,
How are
first,
Strigoi created?
passports.
Ancient traditional
Passports
Romanian
are
spiritual
just a
beliefs make
pain in
clear
the butt.
distinction between the good dead
They're not
and the
hard to
evil.
get. They're just a
Mhm.
pain in the
good
butt
dead
to
are beings
get.
whose souls are able to cross over
Once
into
we
various
get
worlds beyond this
passports and
one,
all
where they
that,
can then
yeah,
find peace.
I would love
The
to
truly evil
have a
cannot
whole
make
big
this same
thing.
journey. There is no peace to be found for them. Restless and trapped, don't point at me. Restless and trapped between worlds, angry and confused.
But
they
like a
return to inflict
horror
more
haunted
pain on all
thing
worlds.
and stuff like
They
that
haunt the living. Yeah, it doesn't sound too
would
bad.
be
They haunt the
nice,
living,
you
often
know?
starting with their own relatives.
And,
Sweet. In
and
the
I
form
would
of the
love you
Strigoi.
guys to see
Now,
America.
I'm gonna die
And
first, so
if you
I
ever
don't have
go,
any hard
if you ever
time.
come to America,
And
the
while
first
there
thing you need to
while
do
there are many different
is
types of
to,
Strigoi,
you
the
know,
one that most closely resembles the
get that
vampire Western lore
American,
is a kind
the
roughly
American
as
food
the
or
hungry
whatnot.
one. The hungry one devours the living, literally. The hungry one
Birmingham
feasts upon blood,
has
sometimes slowly.
a
The
lot of
Strigoi
lovely
aren't believed to
places,
normally
I would
confront a
say.
victim and attack them face to face. They instead feed upon them. They
But
prey upon them
I
over
would
and over
say
at
a
night while
road
they
trip
sleep,
to
drain
all
them
the
of their
haunted
blood little by
places
little,
would be
infecting
nice
them
as
while
well.
slowly killing them. How do you keep this from happening?
But
How do you kill one of these
it
Strigoi?
will take
Please tell me.
forever.
The best way is
So
to
I
locate
would
where its
say
body
to
has been
make that
buried,
easier
where
on
it chooses to
everybody's
retreat
thing,
during the day.
it probably
Dig
we
up its
would
body,
probably have
cut
to
off
pick
its
a
head,
place and
drive a
then
stake
stay
through its
there
heart,
and then
burn everything.
As
you
if
know
wouldn't be
spend
fucking
the
arrested for that.
time
The
doing
stake can be
that.
fire-hardened wood or
Yeah,
silver.
Birmingham,
Silver comes up in
Alabama.
Romanian lore as a metal with
Mhm.
the power to kill all kinds of monsters.
Oh, we're
And
talking
while we here in the
about
West generally laugh off
about
such lore as
Strigio.
nothing more than superstition,
I don't know
some in
how
Romania
to
today
spell it.
could not take these legends more
Love them.
seriously.
So
Bodies
damn
are still
interesting.
being
If I
dug
win the
up.
lottery,
No
I'll pay for all
way.
of us to
Stakes
go.
are still being
My
driven through
weirdest
hearts
experience was
today,
at a
and remains are still being
quarantine
burned.
station near where I
Time
used to
now for a
live,
tale of Romania's
where the early
bloodthirsty
beginnings
undead.
of
In
Australia
2004,
immigration was.
the body was dug up of
Many
Petra
people
Toma
were sick
in
there
the
and
small
passed
Romanian
away. Ooh,
village of
not Birmingham,
Meritanu de
UK
Sus
feels
because she is
bad, man.
believed to be
Yeah,
a Strigoi.
Birmingham, Alabama is a
Elizabetta, the neighbor
lovely
of Thomas,
place.
said they took out his heart, burnt it, and drank the ashes in a glass of water.
Ugh.
Toma died in December of 2003, but many of his fellow villagers fear that his body did not rest. Elizabetta said his own sister complained that her daughter-in-law had fallen ill and that Toma was to blame. She said he had become a Strigoi, he had come back, and that something must be done. So something was done. Something straight out of a horror movie. 6 local men crept into a cemetery on the edge of the village.
Oh my gosh.
After dark, gathered around Toma's grave, enacted an ancient Romanian ritual for destroying a Strigoi. Just before midnight, they dug up his body, and first, they split his ribcage apart with a
Yeah.
pitchfork. Then, after running a stake through his corpse, they
Yeah,
reached into his chest
Birmingham,
cavity and
Alabama is a
removed
really
his
nice
heart.
place. I
They
like
sprinkled
it.
the rest of his
It's
remains
not
with
the
garlic, yet
best,
another part of ancient Strigoi lore
but
that
it's
later
nice.
became associated with vampires.
It also has
And they
UAB
burned his
Hospital.
heart. Once it had been reduced to
That's
nothing but embers, they put those embers in water,
big college
gave the green
town.
cocktail to a woman who
It's
believed
not
Toma had been
bad.
attacking her, and she
It's
drank it.
not horrible.
Another villager told a reporter that this ritual worked.
It's
that the woman's
not the
health returned.
best, but because
Local
it's
police
kind of
arrested
small,
the men who desecrated Toma's
its
body
homeless
and charged
population
them
is
with
not
illegally exhuming
horrible.
his
The
corpse.
people,
They were sentenced to
the
6
people
months in
there
jail,
are
but that sentence was
way
never
more
enforced.
forgiving.
An 80-year-old fellow villager, Tudor Stoica, told a British reporter,
But
"No
we're
one is bothered who
also
did it. It's
pretty
their own
dangerous.
business. This ritual often takes
So,
place,
you know,
but in
watch
secret
out.
within the family." Stoica said that the Stoica said
We
the
used to
Strigoi
be,
have haunted Romanian
we used to
nightmares for centuries,
be
describing them as
pretty
fiendish
deadly
things,
just a few
ungodly. They
years
want to do
ago.
evil. The Strigoi bring illness, They make inexplicable noises
because I
and
know
are
the first
invisible.
48
And
was
of course,
actually
they drink your
filmed
blood.
in Birmingham,
All 6 men
Alabama.
who exhumed the corpse of Petratoma claim to have seen
That is a
around
fact.
the corpse's mouth.
They don't just put that there for
This
no
is one of
reason.
many such stories.
My youth group
In the
was
village of
giving
Samaru, a few miles
permission
down
to
the road
camp
from
there
Volcano
overnight, and we
Vesuvius,
had a
Marie
night tour.
Dragomir, 76, has
Ooh!
been a part of
We
countless
entered the hospital
Strigoi
area, and
killings.
I felt overwhelmed with
Today, Dragomir
sadness. I
makes
ran
no
out of the
locals
front
to
and
put them into the
cried,
hands
and
of
one
the
other
dead.
person did the
The
same.
bags contain
He told me
grain,
he felt
small stones,
horrible
a
in there,
comb, a
and
mirror,
so did
and an
I.
apple, a combination some
It
believe
was
persuades
weird
the
because
Strigoi
no
to
one
rise
else
quiet
felt
in their
that in
ranks.
there.
Okay.
Rest of the people
And
were
as much as
running
Dragomir
around
and
in the
other
rooms
villagers worry
laughing.
about the Strigoi
I
today,
mean,
this fear was
everybody's
far
different.
greater in
Everybody
centuries past. Back in the
experiences
1700s,
something
vampire
different.
hysteria was rampant in some parts of the Carpathian Mountains of Romania and neighboring Serbia. Villagers were deathly afraid of Strigoi rising from their graves to feed upon them and their loved ones. Vampires like Peter Plogojowicz. I practiced this name so much. Peter Plogojowicz. In 1725, in the little village of Kisolava, Serbia, Peter, a farmer, died, and if you believed legends, then came back from the dead. 3 days after his death, old stories report Peter returning from his grave, appearing before his terrified son, and demanding to be fed, demanding raw flesh. His son set food outside the family home, locked the door, and undead Peter retreated back into the dark night, only to return the following evening, asking once again to be fed. The frightened son had no more to give him, and then his undead father left again, but not before giving him a threatening look and flashing a menacing smile. The next morning, the son was found dead, with puncture wounds on his corpse and a body that had apparently been drained of blood. Over the next several days, 9 more people from the same village would also be found dead, their bodies bearing similar marks. Each of these villagers appeared to have lost large amounts of blood. They also had all claimed to have dreamt of being visited by Peter shortly before their deaths. Alarmed by evidence of evil forces at work, the local parish priest wrote to a local magistrate that his village was under attack.
Everybody has
and the magistrate
different
passed on the news to a nearby military commander.
ways of
The
dealing
commander,
with stuff
2
like that.
officers, and an
It's
executioner
not
arrived
surprising.
shortly after receiving this message.
Wow.
And they promptly exhumed the corpses of all who had died in such a strange and ominous way. And what they found shocked everyone involved. Peter's corpse, placed in the ground weeks earlier, was exhumed first.
The history of the place is pretty cool.
And his mouth was
That's
covered
cool.
in what appeared to be
I didn't know
fresh
much
blood.
about it before we camped there, and I found out most details about it when I visited later and could read all the info stuff. Because it was dark AF when we could read all.
They proceeded to move on to the bodies of Peter's victims.
Could read all the info stuff because it was dark AF when we did the night tour, so couldn't really learn everything. Yeah, no, I totally understand. I've been there before.
No other villagers claimed to dream of Peter Plogojowicz or die from blood loss in the years that followed. And the strange tale isn't even the most infamous vampire legend from this area. In the 18th century, another more famous vampiric tale comes from Serbia, the most infamous and widely known ancient vampiric tale to come from the region and basically from the world. The following is a condensed version of the first documented case of deaths attributed to vampires by an actual doctor. Long time ago doctor, but still. Serbia in the early 1700s, not a safe place to live. It lay between Christendom and the Islamic forces of the Ottoman Turks.
I'm going to use the restroom. I will be right
Thousands starved
back.
as a result of constant crop destruction. Thousands more buried their dead after losing them in innumerable battles. A semblance of peace finally came to the devastated region at the dawn of the
and
18th
me and the
century.
other guy who
Around the
felt
city of Persia,
how I did
where Austria
legit
briefly-
believes that there
when Austria
was
briefly
something
occupied the
else
Serbian
there
sea.
because it felt
The
different,
Austrians wanted
especially in
Serbian
the
Christians to
hospital.
resettle the war-torn town.
I can be
Serbs
wrong,
arrived as
but I think
refugees
it.
from villages
Hey,
still under
hey,
Turkish
you know,
control for the promises of
sometimes we
fertile
have those
land
moments.
that they hope to farm and defend. They would rather be
But
subjugated by foreign
I have to
Christians
use
than
the
by foreign
restroom,
Muslims.
so I will be
Amongst the
right
number
back.
was
So
Arnold
far, this is
Pauli,
what I have.
a man who was returning home.
Not too bad
He'd seen
for a
extensive
sketch.
military action and just wanted to live peacefully back in the town where he was born and raised.
Might change
He
his
had enough
face
of
just a
bloodshed,
little bit
but much
more
more would soon
to
come
have
to
a
him.
little bit of
He had no
difference,
idea that fate
but I
held a
think that
terrifying
looks
future
good.
for him and for his new neighbors.
Because I want to
When
make
his
sure that
military
all their
experience,
faces look a
Arnold
little bit
became a
different.
Hajduk
I
in the
want
native
my male
village of
faces.
Mediva,
I don't want to have the
fighter of
thing of
sorts.
like,
A
okay,
lot
have a
of
little
Hajduk
break.
figures he took
Yes.
from the Turkish
I
rich
don't have
to
a
feed the
BRB
Serbian
screen.
poor. These Hajuks,
Looks good so far. I don't have a BRB screen. I want to make a BRB screen, but I'll do that later. I'll do that way later. Probably, maybe next week. Maybe I'll do it next week. Don't know.
He'd been stationed in a place near Kosovo when the alleged attack occurred. He told others that a Strigoi injured him in the middle of the night, that he feared not just for his life, but also for his soul. Once dawn broke, he claimed that he traced the attacking Strigoi back to its grave by following his tracks, and there he exhumed the monster's body, decapitated it, and ran a stake through its heart. He also took some of its blood, smeared his own body with it.
Ugh.
This was another ritual believed at the time to keep from joining the Strigoi as a member of the undead, but it wouldn't work. Shortly after returning home from this attack, a terrible accident cost Arnold Pauli his life. He fell from the top of a hay wagon, broke his neck, and died instantly. He was buried in the local churchyard, but he wouldn't stay buried. He wouldn't stay dead. The Strigoi had infected him. Nearly 3 weeks later, a villager swore they saw Arnold late one night walking through the village. Over the next 10 days, dozens of reports of similar sightings followed. People who'd known Arnold in life testified over and over that they had seen him walking through the village in the weeks following his documented death. And then the attacks came.
Uh-oh.
Over the course of several days, 4 different people complained that Arnold Pauli had attacked them. And then these same 4 villagers all proceeded to fall ill. They suffered from chest pains, their skin turned pale, they suffered from fatigue and weakness. They slipped into fevers, and within days, all of them were dead. And they weren't the only creatures in the area who were dying. Lone sheep were also turning up dead in their pastures, their bodies curiously left uneaten, bodies believed to have been drained of blood. Soon the frightened people of Medveda had had enough. Arnold had told him himself
It
that
looks
he survived an attack by a
awesome so
Kosovo
far, by the way, Go.
It was
Yes,
clear
thank
to
you.
them that he'd
It's
now
cool,
become
Azzy.
one.
It's nice
A couple
to
villagers met his
hear
graveside
stories
and
like
dug up his
that.
body, and they were
It's too
horrified by
early,
what they
and I
found.
can't type, lol.
Fresh blood again
It's too
covered
early,
his
and I
mouth.
can't type.
Blood covered his clothing, and the lining of his coffin was saturated with fresh
Don't
blood.
worry.
How?
That's okay.
More
That's
disturbing,
all
his
right.
fingernails had grown substantially in death.
Ugh.
It all confirmed what they'd feared, that Arnold dwelled in the space between the living and the dead, that he was a monster.
Ooh.
When they hammered the stake through his
Monsters.
heart, they heard Arnold groan in pain, and they watched him try to rise.
Don't stress, Haven.
Blood rushed from the wound,
Spelling
blood
can be
poured
rough.
from a body
I
that
struggle
lain
to
in the
type
ground for
on
weeks.
phones.
The villagers set fire to Arnold Powell.
Well,
and
you're
soon his
doing
body was
just
burned to
fine
nothing but
now.
ashes. But the burning, didn't stop with
So
Arnold that day. The
let's
bodies of
do
all 4
something
of the
like
people who'd
this,
said they'd
and
seen him
then
after he
let's-
turned before dying themselves were also exhumed, their corpses given the same treatment. And then the village was quiet. No more sightings, no more strange deaths. The curse of the Strigoi appeared to be over, but appearances can be deceiving. 5 years later, in 1731, a 50-year-old woman named Milika from Medveda grew sick and died. And it would later be determined that she was the first of a new Strigoi infestation. A trail of corpses would follow her death. After Milika, an 8-year-old boy fell ill and died. 3 more boys soon followed, a 14-year-old and 2 15-year-olds. A 20-year-old woman and her 18-week-old baby died after them.
Oh.
A 9-year-old boy followed, and then the 30-year-old wife of another Hajuk, then a 24-year-old man, a 40-year-old woman, an 18-day-old baby. All grew pale before their hearts stopped beating, all burned up with fever and suffered from weakness and
That's my
fatigue.
excuse, and I'm
Their
sticking
bodies
on
were
it.
exhumed, all but 3 of their corpses were
No
perfectly
one
preserved.
can tell
And
you
those
not
corpses
to
had
stick
fresh
to
blood
it.
in and
It's
around their
okay.
mouths. No
It's
stakes were
alright.
driven through any of their hearts, no bodies were burned, their
My
relatives
rabbit is being
protested
super
such
cute right now.
desecration. Soon the village would regret this decision, for more deaths would quickly follow. A 60-year-old man, a 25-year-old woman, another woman, age unknown, her 8-week-old baby. Another young woman died 15 days after waking up in the middle of the night screaming. She told her startled family that a Strigoi had been in her room. She told them it had attacked her and tried to kill her.
My God.
She said the vampire looked exactly like one of the recent victims, someone who'd been buried just days before.
Oh boy.
More bodies were exhumed. More corpses showed 0 signs of decay. More of the dead had fresh blood in their mouths. Johann Flukinger, a surgeon in the Austrian army who'd been sent from Vienna by the Austrian emperor to the village to make sure the deaths weren't the result of an outbreak of the plague, he took detailed notes regarding the condition of the bodies. He wrote that Milika, the first victim of this second wave of attacks, appeared quite plump, though in life she had been described as lean and dried up. Her skin also now held a vividly red hue. To those who knew her, it looked as though she had been eating better in death than she ever had in life. For many of the bodies, Flukinger recorded that the skin on the hands and feet, along with the old nails, fell away, and completely new nails were evident, along with fresh and vivid skin. More disturbingly, he kept finding blood in their major organs. Not coagulated blood, as he had anticipated, but blood that was fresh and fluid. It was impossible. But there it was. The doctor was examining corpses that all showed signs of vampirism. Taking advice from local elders, the doctor had a posse of men from both the village and a local Romani camp decapitate the bodies, then
Cute
engulf
bun
them in
bun.
flames in a
Yeah.
massive funeral pyre.
Cute bun
And then
bun
It
time.
was over. No one else in Medveda would die from the mysterious ailment that had been killing villagers left and right in the previous weeks. Soon the story of Flukinger's vampiric findings was being relayed all across Europe. People were shocked to hear a story about a medical doctor coming to the conclusion that villagers had died from being attacked by vampires. For some, like the villagers in the first story of the Strigoi I shared, they don't think these attacks have ever stopped. Yeah. So this first picture...
I never considered vampires as a thing to be worried about.
Yeah, because the Bram Stoker, like the modern... It is interesting to me how it does come out of folklore legends, and that these legends are still active in certain parts of southeastern Europe. Here's a photo of the artist depiction of the Strigoi.
Oh, really? That is not what I was picturing, and I do not care for that photo.
Oh yeah.
This next one, another just a vampire photo from some film that is Strigoi-ish.
Okay, all right. He looks like he doesn't have ears or something.
Not sure what kind of vampire this next photo is.
Those teeth are...
Yeah. This is some kind of... I don't know what's going on with these two vampires, or maybe just one.
I don't know.
They seem like they're having fun.
Looks like a good time. Do you want to try that later?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. And then this last picture is a recent kind of vampire, the heartthrob vampire with super red caps.
Who's that?
One of the True Blood people.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't watch it.
I didn't watch it either. But
actually, that's a lie. I watched... No.
Cute bun bun time.
Like Joe
He big bun bun. He's
like
very
or
cute.
something like that.
Montoya?
I don't know.
I don't know.
How could you say no
What's the
to
other
bun
one
bun?
that, True Blood was the TV show,
I mean-
right? And then what was the
Twilight.
When
I
he
only watched
demand
one of
carrot,
those,
Oh,
but-
okay.
you give
those
carrot.
two really got like the heartthrob kind of vampire going for a while.
Yeah.
I was excited to do a Strigoi story because I love The Strain. It's a TV show aired on FX.
Yeah.
I watched on Amazon, adapted from Guillermo del Toro and Chuck Hogan's novels and graphic novels, which I've read the books, read the graphic novels, and now I'm watching the series for the second time.
My heart was like feeling tense in that. I was like,
Weird.
oh, did not care for that.
You want a stake driven through it?
I mean,
Oh, yeah.
I guess the thing is that at that point you're dead. So,
Right.
quite frankly, if I died and then you thought I was a Strigoi, I want you to go ahead and let me have it.
Isn't that crazy though, that still to this day in certain villages in Serbia and Romania, they're digging up bodies and they're cutting heads off
Well, I think
and
it's
they're
crazy
burning hearts?
that the police force there, whatever military or local
Police, yeah.
that they're just like, okay.
Now the
Well, I mean,
person
they said that they
did
got in
not say
trouble,
that
but,
I
like, it sounds
what
like,
else
on
I
the
could
list, it
add.
sounds very,
So I'm adding
what's
all
this,
of it.
ceremonious. But it's like, yeah, you're just doing that because that's what you're supposed to do, but
Right.
they're not really going
Said
to.
a
From
very
what I read
fast
in,
horse,
like, articles, it sounds
and
like, it's like modern Romania, modern Serbia versus kind of old Romania and old
Okay.
Serbia, where it's like, you have the cities and you have the people.
I was
living in
like,
more urban
sure.
areas that tend to
I'll
not believe in
add
any of this.
very
And then you
fast
have the villagers
horse.
who very much believe in this, and it's like they're like, come on, stop
all
digging up
this
the
extra
corpses, but they have
stuff
these laws.
is
And,
for
the
me
show are going to make some arrests, but then at the end of the day,
because I wanted to add it.
No one actually got hurt.
Well, that's
They were
the
already
thing.
dead.
Yeah.
Why would you put them in jail?
Yeah.
I think they want to like send it, like at least show the semblance of an arrest, though, to hopefully dissuade others from doing it, so it's not happening left and right.
Right, but sounds like it happens.
But it happens, yeah.
maybe quite a bit.
Yeah. I don't have like of course any stats or anything, but it's
Sure.
like
You don't have
definitely.
stats on digging up bodies? In
17 in 2020.
yeah.
No?
It is fascinating to me. Honestly, like what creeped me out the most of all of it is that when they would dig up these bodies, just the blood around the mouth and like that woman
Yes,
was
the
all
extra
clumped
stuff
with
is the
blood.
fun
I mean, they don't
parts.
say that, but
But
it's definitely implied.
The question is,
Like
how's
the
my
casket
sound?
lining.
Has it been good?
Right.
Has it been great?
All I could keep thinking was, but how?
Now
How,
that
how,
you can't
how?
hear
So
my
there's any
fucking,
doctors listening to this that
computer
wanna
In the
email me and let me
background,
know how that could actually be possible.
which is beyond
simultaneously,
great.
I would be.
It
interested.
probably isn't
Everyone wants to
perfect.
know.
It probably is not
Yay.
like the best, but it's probably better than
6 stories today.
what it used to be, which is literally the computer sound.
I think this is the scariest one. This one got me more than most stories have gotten me in the recent weeks.
By the way, God, I ordered picture tiles of my birthday artwork. We'll post it in. Yeah. Yes. Sound nice and clear. Oh, that is awesome. Thank you. Now people can't come in and be like, "Oh man, I can barely hear him over the computer." It's like
the village of Cortanova sits a house said to be amongst Italy's most paranormally infested.
I don't think nobody did that. I just felt it, you know?
Ghost Mansion and House of Witches was built between 1854 and 1857 as the summer residence of Count Felix de Vecchi. Within just a few short years after its completion, the house would witness several tragedies that would serve as the foundation for a haunted legacy. Count Felix de Vecchi was head of the Italian National Guard and a decorated hero following Milan's liberation from Austrian rule in 1848. A well-read and widely traveled man, the Count set out to build a dream retreat for his family with the help of architect Alessandro Sedoli.
And it's probably just my own brain being like, you know, it could be better.
Of more tragedy to come.
Like, I didn't fuck with any of the sound settings until just, I was like, you know what? I listened to some of these back, and they don't sound as good as they could. Let's see if I can do this without purchasing a $200 mic and try the sound just a little bit better. And it sounds a little bit better. Now, is it $200 mic worthy? No, definitely not. Is it better than a cheap mic that you can buy at Walmart? Yeah.
Rounded out the already picturesque
just a little bit.
Impressive staff house was built.
Just a tiny itty bitty bit.
5 years after moving in 1862, the Count returned home one evening to find his wife brutally murdered and his daughter missing. Reports don't say exactly how his wife was killed, other than her face was horribly disfigured.
But yeah, I'm gonna try to do it in color and stuff like that.
A lengthy and ultimately unsuccessful search for his daughter, and then months later, when he couldn't find her, he committed suicide at the age of only 46.
Oh, that's awful.
Neither his daughter nor his wife's killer were ever found.
Give it that old goat camera look.
Passed on to Felix's brother Biago.
You understand. You've been there. You all have been there.
After which they vacated the property for
original OG fans would know.
Possession of their ancestral mansion, occultist Aleister Crowley spent a few nights in the villa in the 1920s. And the rumors of the home
I would never do that. That's such an asshole kind of thing to do. I also
and that once they returned to their home, they never left. Rumors of dark rituals, including orgies and sacrifices, both animal and human, followed in the wake of Crowley's visit. These rumors were quickly followed by new rumors of suicides, murders, and disappearances in the years around World War II. After the war, possession of the stately grounds passed quickly through a series of brief owners and prospective buyers in the years of economic collapse that followed the Second World War. By the 1960s, the property was chronically uninhabited and abandoned, and it's remained that way up until today. Graffiti now covers the home's walls. Anything capable of being vandalized has long ago been damaged, destroyed, or stolen. The grand piano, once said to be played at night by a ghostly entity, has been smashed to pieces, though some locals claim that the music can still be heard coming from the deserted house. Adding to the strange lore of the property, an avalanche in 2002 wiped out all of the nearby houses, but left the villa eerily untouched.
Oh, that's weird.
And in the years since, several brave or stupid paranormal explorers have claimed to have broken into the old home and stayed the night, hoping to make contact with whatever apparitions may still inhabit the dilapidated estate. And I'll end my last story of the week with one of their stories. Time now for the tale of the Lady of the Red House. Matteo da Costa, a self-proclaimed ghost hunter living in Rome, claims to have been terrorized by something in the mansion when he stayed the night on what he believed to be the anniversary of the Count's wife's murder. A date he doesn't share in his account of what he alleges went down that night because he doesn't want anyone else to follow in his footprints. Matteo says he drove to the village of Cortanova and rented a room at an Airbnb for a few nights, a place that would be his base camp of sorts if things got too intense at the villa, a place to run to and hide if he was found trespassing and had to leave, and a place where he can leave his car and have it not be appear to be abandoned. Mateo traveled to Cortanova alone, not wanting to be influenced by the overactive imaginations of any of his friends. He didn't want to think he'd heard something, only to always wonder later if someone else had made the noise. He wanted to know for certain that he was the only living soul inside the mansion, and that if he saw or heard or felt anything, he couldn't attribute it to something other than the paranormal.
Sounds like an idiot.
And he would get all that he hoped for and more. After making it to Cortanova late in the afternoon and dumping off some of his things at the Airbnb and grabbing dinner, he waited for nightfall, then set off with a backpack of supplies to explore the ruins of the once elegant mansion. Once inside, he used a large flashlight to search the entire home. He found some garbage left by previous trespassers, but nothing that seemed like it had been left in the past few weeks or maybe even in the past few months. Satisfied that he was indeed alone, he laid out his sleeping bag upstairs on the landing that lay at the beginning of a hallway that also overlooked the main entrance in front. The landing provided the best vantage point where you could see as much of the house as possible at one time. He lit over 30 small votive candles to both be able to see more of the home and also to detect any drafts or movement. Mateo placed the candles all over the house. He laid most of them out in rows so he could follow, for example, a breeze as it traveled from one candle to the next. He didn't lay out any cameras, no digital recorders. He wasn't interested in proving to anyone other than himself that the spirit world was real. And then he sat still, and he waited in silence, and he listened. And for the first few hours, he didn't hear or see or feel anything. And then the temperature suddenly dropped. At least it seemed to occur suddenly. He'd already been wearing a light jacket. It was a cool day. And he knew that it did, of course, get colder at night. And maybe it had been getting colder for hours, but if it had, he hadn't noticed. He was completely comfortable one moment, and the next, he felt bone cold. And then a few minutes later, he could see his breath. He knew it wasn't that cold. The temperature wasn't supposed to come even close
It wasn't
to freezing.
as cold as it
Cold
is
felt wrong.
in some parts of the world.
A sick feeling in his stomach. He didn't want to experience anything simply because he was scared and his senses were heightened. Then he saw one of the candles. The one placed just inside the open front door began to frantically flicker.
Oh boy.
And then, Jesus Christ! That scared the shit out of me. That had to have been Joe.
Oh my God.
God damn it, that was a good one.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. That's the worst I've been gotten so far in the show. I feel like I had a heart attack.
I don't even know what just happened.
Candle flipped off
Still
the shelf
warmer
here.
than here then.
Oh
Yep.
God. Okay, not having a heart attack. All right. That was, and nobody knew what story I was going to tell. That was well played, whatever that was.
Oh
God.
my God. You know, the power went out here yesterday.
I know. That almost made me feel sick to my stomach.
I already felt sick to my stomach. And
Okay.
then, okay. Well, yesterday when the power went out,
Right.
I think the building owner said she thinks it's the ghost.
Okay.
So that's fine.
Okay, so the candle, so he sees one of the candles, the one placed just inside the open front door, begin to frantically flicker. He watches it go out. Normally not a big deal in a big drafty home missing most of its doors and windows. Of course, there are good odds
Now,
a
the
candle
question
or two
is,
will blow out. But this was unusual.
do I need
It
to
was unusual because
change
no other
that?
candles were flickering and the air in the house felt still. Very still, in fact. Then a moment after the first candle went out, a second candle began to flicker frantically. It was the candle next in line between the door and where Mateo sat atop the stairs. After a few seconds of erratic dancing, the second candle also went dark. Again, no other candles moved even the slightest bit. Mateo could now definitely see his breath, the temperature continuing to drop. He remained quiet, tried to control his breathing to see if he could hear anything. Nothing. But he could feel something. He was having the experience he'd hoped for. He knew he wasn't alone. It was incredible. Proof of some type of life beyond what he could normally
Yeah,
see.
like that.
A third
Oof.
candle flickered, the one he'd set at the base
So
of the
cold.
stairs. Mateo literally pinched himself to make sure he wasn't dreaming as the third candle went out. Then he heard something. Unintelligible whispering, vocal static, like someone trying to talk to you on the phone when the connection is really poor, but quieter. A fourth candle flickers halfway up the stairs, the candle less than 15 feet away. Something is heading for him. The whispering grows slightly louder. He still can't make out the words, but now he can see a shape in the darkness. He can't believe his eyes. Mateo
Shapes
is
in the
staring at
fucking
outline of what
darkness.
seems to be a woman slowly moving towards him. He grabs his flashlight, then stops before turning it on. He's scared, but he doesn't want to do anything that can end this experience with whatever this is. Another candle goes out. The shadow continues to ascend the stairs as Mateo sits and watches. It's
So I can
freezing
see
now,
what the
and begins to
bodies look
shiver
like.
uncontrollably. The candle flame no more than 5 feet away from him at the top of the stairs begins to quiver, and the whispering grows loud enough for him to make out the words over and over. It keeps repeating, Resta, resta conmigo para siempre. Resta conmigo para siempre. Stay with me. Stay with me forever. Stay with me. Stay with me forever.
Get the fuck out!
The candle snuffs out. Mateo turns on his flashlight and he screams. The figure of a woman in a bloody white dress stands before him, a woman with a face that has been horrifically smashed by some kind of heavy, blunt instrument. Her cheekbones and nose completely crushed, one eye gone, the other oozing out of its socket. Her lower jaw dangles and rests against the front of her neck. Only a small thread of skin and gore keeps it from falling to the ground. Mateo drops his flashlight, runs back down the hall, away from the stairs, until he'd made it to the opening that once held a door to the bedroom furthest from the main entrance. He looks back and sees that one by one, the row of candles in front of him quickly blowing out. She's coming for him. Mateo runs to the open window, silently thanks God for the vines that have grown up to the window from the ground below. He quickly climbs out and exits the building, lowering himself so swiftly he slips and falls to the ground. Not quite hard enough to break a foot or an ankle, but hard enough to have his foot slip out from under him and hit his chest and knock the wind out of himself. He rolls over and looks up, and he can see the outline of the woman he'd ran from in the window above him. He watches her retreat into the house. He feels certain she's heading for the front door and that she'll leave the house and come for him again. He doesn't want to know what'll happen if she gets close. Mateo stumbles to his feet, runs back towards town with nothing but the lights of nearby homes and a half moon to guide him. He barely looks back on his way to the Airbnb. Once inside, he quickly locks all the doors behind him, turns on all the lights, locks the door behind him, turns on the lights. He prays that night for protection. It's the first time he'd earnestly prayed since he was an altar boy years earlier, before he'd stopped going to church and lost his faith. He never fell asleep that night. The next morning, once it was light, he decided to go back to Villa de Vecchi to retrieve his things. Maybe a Darren. He had 2 nights left on his Airbnb, but decided he'd be driving back to Rome just as soon as he'd grabbed his backpack and supplies after leaving the house. Although he was admittedly still feeling incredibly spooked from what had happened to him the previous night, nothing felt off when he got back to the house until he crossed the threshold and stepped inside. He immediately noticed 3 things. First, it was instantly much colder than it should have been inside the house. Second, he didn't see any of the candles he had laid out the night before.
What?
Third, he could hear the whispering again, just barely, unintelligible, like how he'd first heard it, but he knew what was being said and by whom.
No.
He decided to be quick. He just run up, grab his backpack, then run back out. Halfway up the stairs, he froze. His sleeping bag, the candles upstairs, his backpack, all gone. In the dust that lay on the floor, it looked as if some of his stuff had been dragged down the hall.
Oh, God.
Then the whispering grew loud enough to have the words be heard as clearly as they'd heard them the night before. Resta con me para siempre. Resta con me para siempre. Mateo turned and ran back down the stairs and out the door. He didn't look back until he was probably 100 yards from the door. And he just looked back for a moment before turning and running again. He saw her, standing just inside the open front doorway of the Villa de Vecchi, the white dress, the unforgettable face. And then he ran back to his car and drove back to Rome. And while he's never experienced anything in the years since like he experienced in the ruins of that old mansion, he still has nightmares. Always the same dream. The candles blowing out in front of him, one by one. The whispering, resta con me para siempre. Stay with me forever. And then he wakes up screaming when he sees her face.
That was fucking awful.
Yeah.
That right there.
Yeah.
We'll talk about what happened behind me in a second.
Yeah.
That story right there is exactly why I don't ever want to go ghost hunting. Because that's it.
What if that happened to us? Just
of the paranormal, being true. It's about the suspension of disbelief and having fun, just kind of letting yourself get.
What if that happened to us? If we went ghost hunting and just
or adjacent to
an experience,
if they encountered it. The scary part is
an experience like that. Just
I have a question.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I think it would ruin us. I think it would probably ruin
it is a good place to get
one or two of us.
So let yourself get spooked, let yourself get scared, have fun.
Stupid.
Yeah, have fun with it. But that also is what the show is
I
about.
want to go in a group,
silly,
not alone.
Fun, not about I don't know.
Nah,
Yeah.
that takes all
Yeah.
the fun right out of it.
It sucks all the fun out of it.
It
It's
would
a show with
scar me.
creeps. That's a little terminology.
I
People who just
think-
can't get enough of horror.
I think I'd have
People
to
who
be
can
put
handle
in a
all the horror you can
in
dish
an
at 'em.
insane
And
asylum
peepers,
at that
people who
point.
have more of like a love-hate relationship with horror,
That's me.
right? Hate being scared, but just keep coming back for more.
Because it's kind of
I
fun.
think I'd
It's kinda
have
fun to get
to
scared.
go
And it's a show
put
for you,
myself
where you
into
can learn
a
to
mental asylum
not
at
to be a
that point.
parent.
Just being
Mhm.
like,
Right? The person who,
I
for reasons
couldn't.
not quite clear, just refuses after one threatening encounter.
I just couldn't.
after encounter,
After that,
encounter, just not to
like
get the
it would
fuck out.
be
Right.
too
They just won't leave it
much.
alone.
No, they can't help themselves.
So did I miss anything? I think that's kind of all
But
of it, right?
as someone who
Spoopy.
worked at a supposedly
Dear
haunted hotel,
Peeps.
It's about
You're the one,
and
I'm Lindsay.
an
It's
ice
about your
machine
socks.
scared me.
She can't. Lindsay's in pain. She's going through the medical process of figuring out maybe some surgery for her
I was scared by
hips. And so she
phone
can't,
ringing.
her
Like,
body's a little messed up today. She can't show off
no.
the socks, but she's wearing them.
But I'm wearing
Wearing
such
a
good ones.
Fuzzy protection socks.
They're like pink and they have
Like a phone ringing
DUI on them, and it says
was
look within.
good
I mean,
enough to
I'm
spook the
looking
shit
at
out
them,
of
and
me.
They are so
Like,
cute.
They are. I've seen them too. They are
Thank you.
cute.
that tells you
Back
exactly
to
where I
two
am.
shows today for me after the big anniversary show last week.
Do you mean 2 stories?
Oh, I do mean
Let
two stories,
me
not shows.
'Cause we're
make
not doing 2
sure
shows. I'm
that-
not
Two
prepared.
stories.
Okay,
Two
great.
stories.
But I still have 3 this
Yeah.
week because mine are.
The body
Little
the
bits.
body actually
Little
looks
bit
right.
action-packed.
How does it sound in your ear?
I don't like the
A
look,
little
the
rough.
body look.
Still learning.
Still
On that
learning.
one.
Still, yeah, always learning.
Didn't like it
sorry,
at
guys.
all.
I have different types of stories today. Which
You
will
ever
change your
work
pace
on
at will,
something
I'm
and
really
then you're
excited
like,
about. I'm really
no.
curious how our creeps and peepers are going to like these
I
stories.
know I probably
The
asked
first
that,
story is
but
another
just
one of those, where
like,
the hell did they go?
no.
Mysterious disappearance tales.
were
Actually,
you
2
just
people
like,
vanishing
man,
without a trace in the first story.
I could
Ambrose
fix this, I
Bierce
can
and
fix
Charlie
this, and then you're
Ashmore,
like,
and their disappearances
you know
may
what,
be
I should,
related.
it'll
Disappearances are
be easier if I
particularly-
just
This is a
fucking
really
start
interesting
over.
one. My second story is about a topic I don't recall covering here yet on Scared to Death, hypnosis.
And already
I
I'm
don't
liking
think
this
so.
You know,
way
what could
more.
a malevolent hypnotist do to you if they got inside your mind?
I'm laughing because last night we were watching.
I don't know
Community with the
how I
kids,
would feel.
and it
I've seen
was
some
like
shit
a,
before,
season 2,
not on
season
this
3
scale, and I've
creation,
been
but,
fine so
John
far.
Oliver's
Frequently,
character
I
does
do
hypnosis on
that when I
Maya,
draw.
and I was just,
Yeah.
like, immediately was thinking
Just
about how
you're
stupid that
done.
was.
Like
This is
you're
not
just
gonna
like
be a comedic
I'm done.
hypnosis tale. This is gonna be
I
something
don't
you're afraid
know.
of.
Fine. I'm afraid
Would
of
it
everything all the
set
time
us
anyways.
off?
Are you ready for today's first
That's the
spooky tale?
question.
Yeah, I am.
Is
ready.
that
Bring it on.
Decent amount of setup. We've
It
covered
either
several strange
would
disappearances here on
scar
Scared
us
to
for
Death before,
life.
you know, people who vanished
But
with
if
their
I was
trace,
with my
leaving
friends
stunned
and stuff
family
like
members
that, and
lots of
like
potentially
I had
unanswerable
multiple
questions in their
people
wake.
with
Okay.
me,
Were they murdered? Did they simply succumb to the
and I
elements?
saw
Or is
something,
there some
that would just
supernatural,
make
some
me like
otherworldly explanation as to
want
why
to
no
see
one has
it
ever found a
more,
trace of them?
like
If they're
try
still
to
alive, why haven't they
understand it.
revealed
Like at
themselves?
that point,
Are they
I'd be
able
like,
to?
yeah, well,
Are they now
this is a
kind
new
of
form
alive,
of
but
science.
somewhere
We
else?
need to figure
In
this
today's
out.
story, we're looking into not just
We
one
have had
and
a
unnerving
real
disappearance, but two
experience,
that may
not
be
that
connected.
BS
The 71-year-old
that
Ambrose
people
Bierce,
keep bringing
Pierce,
up.
I always want to say Pierce. Pierce is an odd name to me. Had lived a long and fascinating life. He was a true Renaissance man who made quite a name for himself during one of the most tumultuous periods of American
We
history.
had an
Ambrose was
experience.
born in a log cabin at Horse Cave Creek in rural southeastern Ohio's Meigs County on June 24th, 1842.
I'm from Ohio.
You are. He was of entirely English ancestry. All of his ancestors had come to North America between 1620 and 1640 as part of the Great Puritan Migration, but their values did not rub off on Ambrose, who would later write sarcastically about Puritan values and people who made a fuss about genealogy. He was the 10th of 13 children,
Oh my gosh.
all of whom were given names by their father beginning with the letter A.
Oh.
Yeah, in order of birth, the Bierce siblings were Abigail, Amelia, Anne, Addison, Aurelius, Augustus, Almeda, Andrew, Albert, Ambrose, Arthur, Adelia, and Aurelia.
Wow.
His parents, Marcus and Laura, surprised their names weren't Alexander and Ariana, were a poor but literary couple who loved books and writing. This love rubbed off on Ambrose, and by 15, he'd left home to become a printer's apprentice at a small abolitionist newspaper called the Northern Indiana.
Cool.
At the start of the Civil War, when Ambrose was 23, he enlisted in the Union Army's 9th Indiana Infantry, fought in several major battles, including the Battle of Philippi, where his bravery was written about in several newspapers after he carried out a daring rescue of a badly wounded soldier at the Battle of Rich Mountain. He'd later write about his wartime experiences extensively in his memoirs. A year after the close of the Civil War, Ambrose's military career resumed in mid-1866, where he joined General Hazen as part of an expedition to inspect various military outposts across the Great Plains. By the end of the year, he'd arrive in San Francisco, where he'd quickly become famous for his contributions to local newspapers. Ambrose wrote all kinds of stuff: short stories, reviews, poems, articles, even reported on crime, agriculture, and foreign affairs. For the next 20 years, he'd make his name as one of America's most influential journalists. He'd earn the nickname Bitter Bierce for his sarcastic, biting wit. And he also had a morbid
Oh, by the way, I did a 20-minute sketch, guys.
And mankind had died, and he saw his own decomposing corpse. He later used this image in a short story. In fact, his stories often hinged on bizarre deaths. One of his tales began with the line, "Early one June morning in 1872, I murdered my father."
Yikes.
An act which made a deep impression on me at the time. Ambrose was obsessed with strange deaths and disappearances. And at the age of 71, he was still writing, working on a book about strange disappearances. A true creep, he became obsessed with the disappearance of Charlie Ashmore, a man who'd vanished from Quincy, Illinois. Time now for the tale of the vanishing of Charlie Ashmore and Ambrose Bierce. One cold November night in 1878, 16-year-old Charlie had left his home to go fetch water from a nearby well, and he never returned. His father and sister quickly went looking for him with a lantern. Thanks to the thin layer of freshly fallen snow on the ground, they were able to follow his clearly marked footprints. They followed him halfway to the well when his trail suddenly and strangely went cold. The footprints stopped entirely, without a sign of struggle, jumping, or sliding. There was a long string of solid, easy-to-follow tracks, and then nothing. It was as if he'd been suddenly whisked up into the air and deposited God knows where. His father and sister hurried to the well to see if, despite the absence of his tracks, he'd made it to the well and somehow fallen in. What they found made his disappearance that much more confusing.
We like 20-minute sketches, yeah. And I was thinking, personally, and this is just between you and me and everybody else, I'm thinking that I could do maybe for this Christmas and stuff like that, for the holidays, is that because I need everybody needs extra money on the holidays and stuff like that. Why not do cheap sketches for people, like very cheap sketches? So I did this. Very cute, very adorable. So what if I did cheap like headshots for people, like headshots for like $5, headshots of characters and stuff like that, and with color and stuff like that, because I'm getting faster at drawing people's characters.
Family and neighbors would claim to hear Charlie's voice, but it always sounded like it was coming from further and further away. Over time, his calls grew fainter and fainter, and his voice seemed to come from a greater and greater distance. A newspaper reported that the voice seemed, quote, to come from a great distance.
Oh, I would be down for it. Oh, yeah.
Of articulation. Yet none could determine its direction nor repeat its words. The intervals of silence grew longer and longer, the voice fainter and farther, and by midsummer it was heard no more. Where was he? Was he trapped somewhere? Ambrose Bierce began to wonder if Charlie was trapped in some type of parallel dimension, some kind of world right next to or somehow otherwise just beyond this one. He theorized that people could fall into holes that would lead them into different dimensions. And this wasn't some concept that Ambrose came up with by himself. Many others had also wondered if this was possible. Ambrose was particularly attracted to the theories of German researcher Dr. Hern Leipzig, who speculated that there were certain holes in our reality through which animate and inanimate objects may fall into the invisible world and be seen and heard no more.
What?
This invisible world was postulated to be some sort of plane of existential limbo, where one could both cease to exist, yet still also exist at the same time, where one could be completely invisible to the world around them and unable to interact with it in any meaningful way. Bierce concluded that these holes, these vacuums, whatever they were one of the causes of cases where people simply spontaneously disappeared into thin air. Writing, but let us suppose that cavities exist in this otherwise universal medium, as caverns exist on the earth, or cells in Swiss cheese. In such a cavity, there would be absolutely nothing. It would be such a vacuum as cannot be artificially produced. For if we pump the air from a receiver, there remains the luminiferous
Take my
ether.
money.
Through one of these cavities, light could not pass.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing to bear it.
Oh, man.
Sound could
No,
not come from it, nothing could be
I'm
felt
not going
in
to take
it.
people's money
It would
because
not
I'm
have a single one of the
you're buying
conditions
something.
necessary
You
to
are
action
buying
any of
something.
our senses. In such a void, nothing
Oh, yeah, he
whatsoever
mad.
could occur. A man enclosed in such a
He a
closet
myth
could neither
drunk.
see nor be seen, neither hear nor be
He a
heard,
miffed
neither feel
drunk.
nor be felt, neither live nor die. For both life and death are processes which can take place only where there is force, and in empty space no force could exist. Sounds like a true hell. One where you could never fully live, you're never fully alive, but you can also never die. Forever
But
unable
yeah,
to find
no,
rest and peace.
something like that would be
Sounds
really
awful.
nice
And
if
then
you,
while obsessed
if
with
I
Charlie's
could
vanishing, shortly
definitely
after musing about these
you know,
voids, Ambro himself would also disappear.
get
without a
enough
trace.
people on board,
In October
extra
of
bit of
1913,
cash
Bierce, 71,
for the Christmas
departed from
holiday
Washington,
and stuff
D.C.
like
for a tour
that.
of his old Civil War battlefields. By December, he'd passed through Louisiana and Texas, traveling by way
Yeah, I
of El
like that
Paso
angle
into
a lot
northern
more.
Mexico,
It's very
an area
extreme.
currently in the throes of the Mexican Revolution. On November 6th, he wrote a short letter to his niece, Laura, which concluded, "I shall not be here long enough to hear from you, and don't know where I shall be next. Guess it doesn't matter much. Adios, Ambrose." She never heard from him again.
And
He then wrote another letter over a month
and I'll
later, on
have
December
everybody
26th, to a
have
close
their
friend,
characters
Blanche
and stuff
Partington.
like that.
He closed the letter by saying, "As to me, I leave here tomorrow for an unknown destination."
Get a headshot of their favorite
Strange
character
final words for a man who would then vanish.
going this way and that.
No one ever heard from Ambrose again after this letter, or saw him, or found any of his remains, or any trace of him whatsoever. In 1919, a close
Instead
friend
of,
Bierce, George
you
F.
know,
Weeks, set out on a
random
quest to try
character
and
that
track
here,
down what
random
had happened
character
to him.
there.
Nothing. He found nothing. There was also an official investigation by U.S. consular officials into the disappearance
I
of an
am
American citizen. Also nothing.
trying to sketch
Others
it out.
searched, and just like Charlie Ambrose's family, they could never find Ambrose Bierce. Theories abounded over what may have happened to him. Was he killed by Pancho Villa's men, or captured by Huerta's forces? A casualty of the war being fought in the area he was last seen in? A California dentist named Adolf Danziger claimed that Villa admitted that he ordered Ambrose's execution after the author said he was leaving to join up with another sectarian leader of the Mexican Revolution, Venustiano Carranza. But historians have found this explanation to be highly unlikely. An American soldier named Tex O'Reilly later advanced the theory that Bierce was killed by Mexican federal fighters while drinking at a cantina in a mining camp called Sierra Mojada. Some scholars believe he was killed in the siege of Ojinaga in January of 1914. Others speculate that Bierce's final letters were a ruse and that he never actually went to Mexico, but instead committed suicide. And there are more theories, and they all have one thing in common: zero evidence that they're correct. Nothing has ever been recovered, not a scrap of clothing, not a notebook of which he had many or any human remains. Was Ambrose right about those strange portals? Is he trapped between life and death? Not long before he disappeared, Ambrose wrote in one of his notebooks, "Death is not the end. There remains litigation over the estate." What exactly did he mean by that? Did he figure out a way to access some other dimension? Is Ambrose today just a dusty pile of unfound bones buried somewhere in Mexico? Or could he still be? Is he in a realm just slightly adjacent to ours, along with Charlie Ashmore? And if so, how many others are with them?
Yee. Ah.
Right? A little unnerving story.
I just don't like the idea that there's some sort of weird otherworld black hole that I could possibly fall into.
Yeah,
That was
guys,
never something I
watch
thought of
out
as
for
a
black
possibility.
holes.
Now you have it.
So now I have more things to be worried about. More crystals that I need to get to protect myself.
Here's a picture of Ambrose Bierce, if you're curious.
There's a so-called story, and I'm not sure how true it is, of a complete ship
Brilliant writer.
disappearing.
Yeah, satirist.
That someone
very, very
was
smart guy.
able to figure out
Very
like
prolific with his
the
writing.
holes
This
in
is
our
just a picture of
reality,
something I found. It's not, tied
and
to the story, but I just
made
thought
a
it made me think of this story,
whole
like footsteps in
cruise
the snow that
ship
just vanish.
disappear.
Just how odd that would
And I
be
don't know
to come
how
across that.
true
If you're
this
looking for
story
somebody you know when they
is.
walk, I mean, that really gives me the chills.
Like that
when you're just
feels like
walking
that
through the
would
snow,
be
which I,
on the
we live in a snowy
top
area.
site
Sure.
of a
Many times
national
before,
news
cracks
of
are
like
so
what
obvious.
happened
And
to
have
that
them
fucking
just,
ship
move on,
that stopped
and then they're
existing.
just gone.
We're just
Yep, that does not make any sense at all.
aliens.
So like I think it's a load of crock,
You know how I feel about that.
but you never know.
This next little GIF may not explain these two disappearances, but this is
You
again
never
dad
know.
making his son's nose
Could be,
disappear. Son does not
could
care
be
for him.
nothing.
Hilarious.
And maybe if we can figure out how the dad did that, we can figure out how these guys disappeared.
Do you think that I can just like
It's related.
take it?
I don't know. This guy could. This guy has the magic nose trick figured out. Gift is. I just love how the son gets so upset.
Kids are so funny that way.
I know that there's like a small window when you can do the nose trick on a kid and really have them get upset. And,
Yeah.
and I remember Ellie, my niece, just like
Yeah.
give it back. Like she thought I had genuinely taken her nose.
She's a funny kid.
And you can find these pictures, the gifts, by the way, at the at time or at. Oh my God!
You're on the wrong podcast.
I'm on the wrong podcast. Scared to Death Instagram and Facebook is what I
There
want
you
to say
go.
at Scared to Death podcast.
Now you have it. But since you said time suck, just when you were talking about
Maybe we
mom
all
kid,
we were
her
all
son
on
calling
the
out,
cruise ship, and this is the alternate reality law.
Yep.
You saw the bed camper?
just
I
thought we
mean,
needed to do
have
that
you
once
ever
for
been
all
on
of
a
our
cruise?
Time suck listeners who come up.
Mother, come find me, mother.
What if that's what she heard?
Oh man. For the people who don't listen to Time Suck, that
That
was
would be so
a
weird.
weird.
Have you ever
reference to
been
Time
on
Suck,
a
weird bed
cruise?
camper rules.
Because
Like,
I've
what
been
is
on a
happening?
few,
Yeah, so that
and there
story,
is
I
a
mean,
possibility.
was there like a
Could have been a possibility. I
lot of times
literally,
you'd have, like, a missing persons report,
you
or
know,
there would be some very thorough investigation. But as you tell it, there's no talk of like the police looking for him or
Oh, with Charlie?
Yeah.
With Ambrose, there was because of where he disappeared
Well, yeah,
down in
Ambrose.
Mexico.
no,
with
but Charlie Ashmore.
I'm not, but my parents
there
have.
was nothing written in what I found that said that didn't happen.
I've gone
And
on
I will
2
say that back
cruises.
then, at that time, we didn't have law enforcement.
Both to
and we didn't have,
Mexico.
missing person cases like we did now.
One with my family, one
so
with
crazy.
the
You got your friends and
band.
neighbors to help look for him, but there wasn't like a big the FBI didn't exist. There wasn't like a big search party,
I know.
official one.
Absolutely, and that's what
Yeah.
I'm saying. Like, it's just so weird to think that all these people heard this voice, and how did they
Made
not
the papers, made the local papers.
Right. I'm like, but did you all really go looking for him? Because in my mind, I had some really unfortunate thoughts about like, was there a cave anywhere nearby? Was there like a local
Right.
pedophile or somebody
Oh my
who would have
God.
like abducted him
Yeah.
and he was truly calling out, but then the pedophile
Yeah.
was slowly moving him away from his family from like one hidden location
This guy
to
and
the
his
next,
weird
to the
body
next,
type.
to the next.
You'd think the footsteps. I had
know.
that thought too, but you would think if there was like a struggle that way, then there would be the row of footsteps that would lead to signs of a struggle with another person's
I
footsteps,
know.
and then something like that. Or if there was a cavern, you would think that they would just have to search for the cavern at the location where the
I just don't
footsteps
know what
stopped.
to do
There
with
would
them.
be signs of
That's
him
really
sliding in
all that
somewhere or
is.
something.
Yeah.
But yes, I had the same terrible thought.
But
what if he
but I've been on
is,
2,
like, in some
and both of
cavern
them
yelling
were
out and they just
interesting.
can't find him. But if that was true, when he first talked to his
I
mom,
mean, I liked
why not
both, I
say,
guess.
I'm in a cave.
Right, I'm over here. I'm
Hello.
over here.
Oh,
Right,
steady
I'm stuck.
prism.
I know.
Steady. Bam.
I know. Which is very,
Blam.
it doesn't
Steady
bode well for him.
prism.
And then also with Beers,
It's going like
I
this.
thought like it's so interesting how preoccupied with death he was. To me, that feels that lends
Going like
itself
I
to
drew
either
the
suicide
Yeah.
cutest
or that
little
he
OC ever.
unintentionally killed himself. That he was so
Cute little,
preoccupied with death that maybe he was a little bit of like an
bandit.
adrenaline junkie.
Cute
or
bandit.
did
Maybe he was
something-
executed by like Mexican soldiers or something, like put himself in a precarious situation.
Yeah, he just tempted.
How's it
fate a
going for
little
you,
bit.
Steady?
And he did suffer from some like he never recovered fully
also,
from some
I
injuries he
should-
suffered in the Civil War.
I
Some
should-
decades later he still had like
Yeah,
head pain
very cute.
and different and actually he had so they think a little bit of brain damage. Didn't affect his
Oh,
wit
yeah.
and stuff,
Yeah.
but just affected his health. And that later
Sure.
in life maybe he was sick of the pain. Yes, there could be that argument, but still odd
But
that he would just vanish so completely. And
yes,
especially when you
it's
connect it
been
to his
going
final
well. I'm
thoughts,
just
his
drawing,
brainwash at the end, and his obsession
just
with
working on my
Charlie at the end.
comic. Worked
Could
on a
just be a quick coincidence,
commission
but
a little bit.
odd.
I'm
Very
not
odd
finishing it up
Especially
tonight.
since
There's
if he did kill
no,
himself,
there's really no
how do
need to
you
finish it up.
prepare to commit suicide.
I'll work on
and
it,
plan to have
and
your body
I
never
can
be
get
found.
it done by this week.
Like, that's such a
But I really
specific
wanted to work on
kind of death.
comic.
Yeah, that doesn't make a lot of sense.
Right.
Like that angle that he never left DC and that he wrote the letters as to fake people out. I don't know.
I don't know. Just feels a little peculiar.
Well, this next story is a weird one too. And this is weirder. This
Doing
is,
some
I'm
papers.
really
Ah,
excited to
gotcha.
tell this next story.
Okay.
Well, you enjoy those
Are
papers,
you ready for
or
some
try
hypnosis
to.
scares?
I mean, I don't. You ask me that every week, and every week it's sort of like, listen, I'm here. I just have to take it. It's not like one week I'm just gonna rip my headphones off and walk out. So yeah, I guess I'm ready.
This next story, quite a bit of setup. Need to explain a bit about hypnosis before going into detail of someone having an encounter.
I'm sorry you have to deal with papers. I hope that they won't be the nightmare or bane of your existence.
Smoking or kind of like get through a thing. But when you know, sometimes you're at like a fair or, you know, some like live game show and they're like, we're gonna. I'm like, no, thank you. I don't want to embarrass myself in front of everyone.
Yeah, I have
so this instigator is
be remotely rational, but the concept of hypnosis,
like he's getting up.
I currently have no interest in letting anyone poke around in the dark corners of my unconscious
He
mind.
fell.
Yeah.
Here's how hypnosis works. Kind of, it's often represented in movies and television as a, you know, there's a man waving an old ornate, you know, pocket watch in front of your face, chanting something like "You're getting very sleepy." Generally, not that theatrical. Trained hypnotist can put you under.
But yeah, it's been a good day. It's been pretty good.
Like meditation, no swinging pocket watch needed. And then what happens to your brain after that? And this is what kind of bothers me about hypnosis. No one seems to fully understand.
I know that Haven's saving up her points for probably something very big for me to draw.
Processes information essentially critically essentially goes to sleep, leaving the rest of your body awake in a twilight daydream-esque state. Likely that even if you've never
going to be kind of stuck with them till end of year, but overall ahead of schedule. Nice.
And then suddenly realize that you just don't
hope you're well.
No.
I have.
You have?
Yeah, I've done that many times.
Well, that's not safe.
This feeling is often the result.
Really
of
do
your
hope
brain
everybody
entering
is
a
well.
type of hypnotic state.
As well
In
as they
mild
can
version,
be.
No one's giving you any suggestions or trying to train or untrain any of your behavior. And that's the part that freaks me out about hypnosis. Being especially open to suggestions. I'm guessing that is what most people fear most about hypnosis.
Sure.
Yeah. 66,000. I don't know what she wants.
Okay.
Something I would never consciously do. A lot of scholarly articles I've read on the subject say this fear is not based on anything rational, that it's not possible to get you to do something you're morally opposed to do while hypnotized, but a lot of anecdotal evidence says otherwise. And even after the story, I'm going to share some pictures that relate to some naughty hypnotists. Sure, a good trained hypnotist or hypnotherapist would never try to manipulate you into doing something you don't want to do, but hypnotism not always carried out by a good trained hypnotist. What if you got hypnotized by someone who doesn't have your best interests in mind? And even when someone does have the best intentions, do they always really know what they're doing, what they're messing around with? With how little we know about the human brain and how murky our own desires can be, we don't even always know what our desires are. We hide things from ourselves. Do we really want anyone meddling with our unconscious mind? Do we truly know what the risks are? What could happen? Who we could become when we wake back up? In 1897, a young woman named Mary Whitman claimed to have been nefariously hypnotized, and she ended up going to the police, and her hypnotist ended up getting arrested. She claimed that a man hypnotized her, then married her, and that she didn't know what she was doing. The man, B.M. Maine, was a professional hypnotist, palmist, phrenologist, a con man essentially, who'd been traveling around and made a stop at a town in New York. While there, he stayed at a boarding house that was owned by Mary's older sister, and within just a few days, B.M. Maine married the young Mary, even though she was engaged to be married to another man. When questioned, Mary stated that she had no memory of the wedding or anything that followed it that night. She claimed that she was very much in love with the man she was engaged to, and that she was scared of the hypnotist. Her family confirmed that Mary never wanted to be in the same room as B.M. Maine, that she found him to be exceedingly creepy, and that she did everything she could to avoid him. B.M. Maine was arrested over the incident and the marriage annulled. For the rest of her life, Mary would wonder what happened.
I just, you know, I can't wait till she uses all her points. And if it's just for sound alerts, I'm fine with that too. If she just uses it for sound alerts, that's also funny. I would laugh.
Her to being a sort of hypnosis human guinea pig.
Okay.
A doctor discovered
Which, by the way, I do have sound alerts now. I have sound alerts.
Doctors began traveling from far and wide to put her under. She became the subject of all sorts of
Under
strange
there as
experiments.
well.
A variety of
Hey, big boy.
hypnotists suggested this and that, and her
Overall
mental
doing
stability
good,
seemed to
but
erode a
bit
with
mental
each session.
struggles. At
One
least I
hypnotic
know
experiment
it
involved
is
a pair of
something that
scissors.
comes and goes, so
After she was put into
eventually
a
I'll be
hypnotic state,
okay.
a doctor told her that the scissors were red hot. Then this doctor laid these scissors across her arm,
Yes.
and she suddenly began to scream
You know,
out, appeared to be suffering from
nothing.
excruciating pain.
Mental
The scissors were, of
struggles,
course,
it's
not
hard to get
actually
over.
hot, but Ilma
Some
was so convinced
people,
they were that a
I
row of
have seen
blisters
it.
broke out on her arm.
I've had,
These
I
strange
have
blisters took
seen
months to heal. Eventually, unlike
where
her
they,
eye,
where they just,
poor Ilma, her
you
brain
know,
possibly scrambled
can
from
just
far too many hypnotic sessions,
compartmentalize so
became too
well,
unstable to function in normal society, live the rest of her life
and
as a
it just,
recluse who had to be
yeah.
psychiatrically cared
That's
for.
not everybody. I'm just
Now,
saying
for
that
one
I've
last
seen it.
story of hypnosis
I
gone
don't think
really wrong.
it's just
A recent
not a
supposedly
usual
true story
phenomenon.
posted to the gigantic communal virtual campfire of the internet. Time now for the tale of the black door in Chase's mind. Chase, last name removed, was a young man living in the Midwest who was sure that he was immune to the effects of hypnotism. He was not. One summer night at a county fair, Chase stood and waited along with many others in the small crowd for a hypnotist to come on stage. He'd grown bored of the same old fair events, the animals, the baking contest, the crafts.
By the way, this is a bar fight.
They were looking for a place to sit down, have a beer before heading home, when they found a small tent with a sign outside that said, Hypnotist Show, 2:30. Since it was already 2:15, they decided to stay and watch before heading home. Right on time, a man came on stage. He didn't look like Chase thought he would. He expected some kind of magician-type outfit. Someone in a dark suit, maybe even someone wearing a silly cape of some sort.
So this is the very start of the bar fight, which
Invited a
is
few people to come on stage with him, and before he knew it, Chase was one of these people.
Sensei grabs this man's hand before he punches Elma in the face, squeezes, crunches it, and then she's like, "Don't do that. Could you just let him go?" She's like, "Of course," and then tosses him into some jackass,
deeper into the cloud,
and then it goes bad.
Than you are now. Suddenly, Chase felt like he was in some sort of
He's like,
trance.
"My fucking
Freaking
beer,
out. He
my
realized
fucking
he had no
shirt."
idea how long he'd been on stage. 5 minutes? 10? Was he hypnotized? He couldn't tell. He was still aware of his own body. He could still see the crowd.
I might
below him,
use
but that meant it
some
wasn't
for
working.
that.
He
And
got
out
very
of
confused.
curiosity, what
He
are
then
you
noticed the
saving
hypnotist
for?
ask a woman on
Give
stage
me
with
a
him to
name.
step forward, and he told her,
Ah,
"You're in a band."
oh, you're saving up for
Play as
that.
loudly
Oh
as you
shit.
can.
Oh
And
man.
she promptly began to play an invisible trombone.
Oh damn.
Clearly,
All right.
Chase would have
She
chuckled
knows what
himself
she
if he'd been
wants.
able to. The hypnotist led other volunteers through similar exercises, asking them
She's
to do
like,
things
I
walk like
will.
a dog, crawl like
I
a
will
baby.
be a part of
They all
that.
seemed to play along. And then
You
Chase played
goddamn
along, and
right.
It was his turn. What number comes after 7? The hypnotist
All
asked.
right.
Chase answered 8. The hypnotist then instructed
You
him to forget the
goddamn
number 8
right.
entirely. Let it pass right through
Say
his
my
mind.
name.
When he asked Chase to add 5 and 3, Chase fumbled
Say
for a minute
my
and then said,
name.
I don't know.
It's a
Count on your
bird.
fingers, the hypnotist suggested.
You
and each
goddamn
time when Chase
right.
tried, he came up with 9. And then the hypnotist walked around him and the other volunteers, either patting him on the shoulder or looking him in the eyes. And Chase realized with a flicker of panic, this wasn't a demonstration. The hypnotist had just been relaxing them. The real hypnotism was still to come. Now the hypnotist began to speak in a slow, soothing voice again, but Chase couldn't make out what he was saying this time. It sounded as though he were speaking backwards. Everyone in the audience was nodding along, so Chase assumed the hypnotist was speaking English, and something about the state Chase was in just didn't allow him to understand. Then his eyes closed, and the next thing he knew, the show was over and the tent was empty. A few stragglers stood outside. In a daze, Chase stumbled down from the stage and walked outside where he found Anna. "Do you see that?" he asked her. "What happened? I must have zoned out." Anna shrugged. "The hypnosis show? Yeah, some of the people on stage did some pretty silly
Yes,
things.
I
They
would
walked away,
like to
someone
be a part of that.
pretended to be blind, that sort of thing. You didn't do anything, though." She smiled, running a hand through her curly red hair. The hypnotist was probably pissed. Chase was so confused. Didn't she see what he had done with the numbers? Had she been hypnotized as well? Did he hypnotize everyone? And if he did, what did he do to them when no one was there to watch him? Chase and his girlfriend went home and tried to forget all about it. Just a silly show at the fair. And he really didn't feel any different that night. The next morning, he went to work. He stacked supplies for a big box store. Not a really mentally taxing job, at least it didn't used to be. Now in the warehouse, he just couldn't seem to figure out how many boxes he was putting on the dolly. He kept stacking and restacking the boxes. Each time he counted them, he came up with the wrong number. How? He wasn't adding any extra boxes to the stack. The coworker he was paired with that day, Victoria, asked him if he was feeling all right. Then she said, let me do it. We've got 8 boxes going to produce, right? As soon as she said it, the number flew out of his head, and Chase just stared at her blankly. After giving him a funny look, she told him that they had the right amount of boxes, and off Chase went. He tried to disguise his growing panic for the rest of the day. He kept struggling with even the simplest of tasks. What had the hypnotist done to his brain? When he got home that day, Anna was watching TV, and he hesitated at the door, wondering if he should tell her about his problems at work.
Yes, tell her.
What would he tell her? I think I got hypnotized for real. I think that guy, what was his name? He couldn't remember his name. I think that guy did something to my brain. It sounded so crazy. He decided to talk to her about the hypnotist anyway, despite sounding crazy, and then she said, "What are you talking about? We didn't see a hypnotist last night."
What?
Chase's stomach sank. Was he losing his mind? He said, "Sure we did. At the fair." Kenji said, "What are you talking about? We didn't go to any fair." "What fair?"
What?
Chase felt sick. Did they go anywhere the night before? He knew they did, but he could tell that Anna wasn't joking. How could she not remember? He tried to play off his question, saying, "Wow.
I'll probably stick to 20-minute sketches with my channel points. That's okay. That's okay. Haven's got big aspirations, and I'm okay with
She
that.
suddenly looked confused. He could tell she had no idea what they'd done the day before.
Oh my gosh.
Then, sounding like she was desperately trying to convince herself it was true, she said in a tone that sounded more like a question than a statement, We stayed home. We stayed home. We watched TV." "Yeah," said Chase. Yeah, of course. Yeah, we stayed home and watched some TV." That night, Chase and Anna really did watch some TV in silence. Anna wondered why she couldn't actually remember what they'd done the day before. Chase wondered what the hypnotist had done to them both. Making things even more concerning, the fair was over and Chase couldn't find any information regarding who the hypnotist was online.
Oh boy.
He went to bed hoping he'd just wake up and have everything feel normal again the next day when he awoke. The next morning, as he got ready for work, he got a text from someone named Anna. "You look so tired. I didn't want to wake you up. See you tonight. Love you." Chase frowned. Anna. Anna.
What?
He felt like he must know an Anna, but who was she? And why was she telling him that she loved him? So strange. Back at the warehouse, Chase worked a long shift and then put in overtime when his manager asked him to. He still couldn't figure out how to count past 7 to save his life. It was really concerning, but he figured out how to work around it enough to get by for the moment. He started to wonder if he had a brain tumor or something. He didn't worry about the hypnotist anymore. For the moment, he'd completely forgotten he'd seen one. He drove home, picking up some groceries on the way. When he got to his house, he panicked. Who was the woman with the curly red hair standing on his porch? He felt like he should know her, but he didn't.
My gosh.
He got out of his car and she waved at him. "Hey," she called. "I thought you'd be home earlier." Said Chase. "Yeah, I had some overtime." If he could play it cool, he decided he could figure out who this person was and what she wanted. Maybe she was mentally ill. She must be. To be safe, he got out his pocket knife from the glove box and shoved it in his pocket.
Oh my God.
"Next time, tell me, okay? I could have gone out with some friends, but I thought you'd be home," the woman said as Chase walked up the driveway. Chase nodded and she frowned. "Are you okay?" she asked. "You look kind of weird." "Fine," Chase said. The hand in his pocket flexed around the knife. "Just tired." "Sorry to complain," she said. "I know you must be exhausted." He nodded and went inside. And the rest of the night, he watched the woman move from room to room, talking on the phone, fixing a snack. He never took his eyes off her. Why was she in his house? What did she want from him? Curiously, he never considered calling the police or demanding for her to get out. It felt like he was dreaming, like his life wasn't fully real or something. That night, as he lay in bed next to the strange woman, a new terror struck him.
Got 6 to 8 characters I love to see art for, and also got 2 to 3 variants of ideas for each of them. I got you there. I'm over halfway there. Oh, damn. Damn.
A low, familiar voice. It sounded
Damn.
sinister. It said, "You're more relaxed than you've ever been."
She's a woman with a mission. She saw that fucking when I added that, and she's like, "I'm gonna be a part of this goddamn story."
And then think you're awake only to realize you're just in another dream.
You goddamn right, I'm gonna be a part of this goddamn story.
Chase went to the living room and opened his
I'm
laptop.
gonna make his
He opened his
dreams
laptop and
fucking
pulled up a
come
YouTube
true.
video on hypnosis. The title was "Undo Previous Hypnosis," and it featured a dark blue background. The reviews behind it or beneath it were all raves. "Help me 100%. This video is the best. Super calming. Just put this on, go to sleep, and wake up feeling like a brand new person." Chase played the video and settled back on the couch. The music started up slowly, rhythmically, soothing him to sleep. Or was he even awake? Slowly, a voice began to speak, giving soft, reassuring instructions. Dim the lights, light a few candles. We're going to put you into a soft, meditative state, like you're drifting on a lake in the middle of summer. Your relaxed body makes room for your free mind. The only useful door to your mind is an open one. Lay down with your head under a pillow. Make sure your head is facing up. Rub both of your temples in a slow, circular motion, giving yourself a massage. Work at a slow, steady tempo, around and around and around.
Oh, is it working?
Now begin to imagine yourself.
I probably
See
would
yourself from
have
head
it
to
by
toe.
now,
You're comfortable,
as I
happy,
have to
safe, but viewing
leave
yourself from a
streams early.
distance.
No, that's
You are
totally
at one end
fine.
of a very long corridor.
Yeah, no,
There are numerous doors on both sides
I
of this
just-
corridor, spanning
I
the
felt
entire
like
length.
doing an early
I
stream
want you
just
to
because
explore the
I
doors
would
and the
probably
world
be
behind them. What does the first
probably
door look
beat
like?
after
What
today,
its doorknob is like?
and I'm
Does it have
like,
any imperfections? Chase saw a normal door at first, nothing special, but began to realize it looked like his childhood home's front door. The big brass knocker, scuffs in the red paint where his childhood dog had asked to be let out. Keep exploring each door, moving one by one, the voice said. Only a few guidelines to
I've
send
got
you
this
on your
in
journey.
my head.
If you come
For
to a room
example,
full of
of that
clocks,
raccoon
leave
character you
immediately if
drew,
you're able.
one alternative idea
If you
for
choose
her
to
would be
explore
see
this room,
her
it is advised do not
version
touch the
of her as a
clocks.
mermaid. Oh, that would be
Chase stood before her
adorable.
childhood house's door and looked down the corridor. At the very end was a solid black door, a door that scared him. The voice continued, "Not all that takes residence in your mind harbors benevolent feelings towards you. You must on some level know this. A reminder never hurts. It can be good to ask these entities questions, but it also is good to know when to run. If you find something in your pocket, use it." Chase felt around in his pocket. He wasn't wearing pajamas. He'd gone to bed in his work uniform. In his pocket was the knife from the car.
Oh.
Last but not least, follow your gut instinct about the doors, the voice said, before adding, "Sometimes curiosity really does kill the cat."
What the fuck?
Oh man, that would
Chase
be
began to walk
very
down the hallway.
adorable.
His legs were
Can
heavy.
I
He was
ask you
afraid to get behind the
guys
last
just a
door, the black
question?
door. He
It's
passed
not a
many
big
doors filled with
question.
deep
It's not
scratches
like
in the
a
wood,
like a super
elevator doors,
important
doors with
question.
laws,
It's just
ornate
something I
keys,
gotta
and
ask.
keyholes. He knew whatever the hypnotist had done.
It
Yes, he
it
had
doesn't
seen a
pertain to
hypnotist who was sure of it
anything.
now.
It's just
Whatever
a
he'd done was
question of
waiting for
like
him
art
behind the
style.
last black door.
Am
Holding the
I
knife in one hand, he reached for the final doorknob.
similar
It was ice cold
to
the touch.
like
He
most
turned the handle
furry
slowly,
artists
the door
that you've
creaking as he barely
seen
cracked it open.
draw?
Standing in front
Like I
of Chase behind
assume
the crack,
you
looking
guys
back at him,
have seen a
the
lot
door
of
was
furry
barely
artists.
open, was another Chase.
Am I similar to any of them?
Himself, but not himself. And as Chase stared, the Chase looking through
If I
cracked
am, I'm not
opening
bothered
held
by
the
it.
watch
I'm
by
just
its strap and
like,
smiled. And this other Chase,
am I
this
just
Chase had
different
the eyes,
or
the glowing
weird
eyes
or?
that had floated above him in bed. This other Chase terrified him. He knew immediately that this other Chase wanted to trade places with him, to put him behind the black door, to wake up where Chase lay on the couch. "Chase! Chase!" Someone was shouting. He opened his eyes. It was Anna. Anna, his girlfriend. He knew she was his girlfriend again. She was leaning over the couch. His laptop was dead. She stared at him, her brow furrowed with concern. "Are you okay? I thought you were having a nightmare." Chase pulled her into a big hug, breathing hard. Over her shoulder, he counted 8 bananas on the counter, 8 magnets on the fridge. He squeezed his eyes shut and breathed in deeply. He remembered everything. It was morning, and he had to get ready for work. As he went about his morning, putting cereal into a bowl, suddenly, the image of a black door, cracked just the slightest bit, was seen clearly in his mind's eye, and it filled him with dread. He knew with certainty that whatever was behind it, that it would come for him if he ever opened it fully. And then when he snapped out of this daydream, he saw Anna staring at him in a way that sent chills down his spine. It was like she had just figured out who he was, and she wasn't happy about it.
Uh-oh.
With as much certainty as he knew he did have a girlfriend named Anna, he also now knew that this Anna was not his. Did Anna walk down her own long hallway? Did she open her own black door all the way? And was she now stuck somewhere behind it?
I need an answer.
That's it. That's the end.
Not that I've seen.
No.
All right.
Isn't that an unnerving story?
It's just a
don't
question
like
that I
ending.
had
She
of
killed him?
like,
Is that
Don't
bad?
know.
Am I
Is that naughty
similar?
Anna? Is that good Anna? Is he just fucking mentally off his
like if I am,
God-blessed rocker?
that's totally fine. But
know.
like,
I like that it was a different story. It just creeped me out.
I don't like that ending. Ooh, I'm really mad about
It's just
that.
interesting.
You have to wonder. What,
Like I've always wanted like a
did they even see
art
hypnotist?
style that I could
find a
call,
picture
you know, my
for the
own
beginning of the
and
story,
stuff like
but
that.
Rosa
And when you
Zandor, or
get
Mary
one,
Whitmore,
I was
so I
when
started
I
finding
got
some hypnotist
one,
pictures.
I was just like,
This is gonna be fun.
I was like, oh
Yeah,
man,
this first guy is the Incredible Boris. He is a
I wish I
hypnotist.
wasn't so
What is it?
different.
Never seen
And then
that
I'm
guy.
like,
What is a
but this is what I
comedy
wanted
Oh,
the
it's a
whole
huge thing
time.
at certain comedy clubs where they have
Oh, well,
a comedy hypnosis show.
I'm not going to that.
I've never gone.
This is what I wanted the entire time.
Yeah, that's what I hear.
Okay.
And then I go over
This
here.
next one, Martin St. James. Look at how this guy looks. Former Australian hypnotist.
Humans are fucking weird. Because I'm like, I wanted to be different from everybody else for the longest time. And now I'm like, oh man, I'm just so different.
He looks a little bit like me. I could look like that guy someday if I dressed up like a hypnotist. Oh God, I look like a hypnotist.
It's just like that particular angle, the high hairline, and just like the angle of his nose, small
God.
lips.
This next
Are you
one.
trying to tell me something?
No, I'm not. I didn't even notice that. Now I wish I would have never found his picture.
That is amazing.
This next one is Wayne F. Perkins. Why does he terrify me?
Well, he looks like a Scientologist.
He does.
He does. He's coming for your soul.
He's master Dynetics.
He's gonna, what's that the process that they do?
Audit.
He's gonna audit you.
Audit me.
That's a whole new kind of auditing.
Finally, a truly scary hypnotist. This is Michael Fine, a former Ohio lawyer and hypnotist sent to prison for 12 years in 2016 for hypnotizing, then sexually assaulting 6 women.
Ooh.
Police suspect he may have actually assaulted dozens.
Oh my God.
And he is one of a variety of dudes I found arrest reports for the exact same crime, hypnotizing women and then sexually assaulting them.
That is so fucked up.
And this is what I
also,
kind of
look at those fucking eyes. I would never trust someone with eyes like that.
And this is what I was referring to earlier in the episode where they say, more scholarly articles will say that, you can't do anything that you were morally opposed to. It doesn't work like that. But there are a lot of stories about women being assaulted after being hypnotized, which does not speak to that. It speaks to
everyone does have distinctive styles they have, even if there's similarities. I think there was some webcomic long ago that had similar art style to yours, but I can't recall who was the artist on that or even the name of the comic. I know what I did on Tumblr. I did a comic called I did a small Ask blog of Housewives Bonbon.
Yeah,
that's what I did.
The not being able to
but the art style, that was a My Little Pony thing.
Like, if you're thinking
this
about
is
Chase,
clearly
remember everything.
not even close to it.
When these terrible hypnotists are hypnotizing these women, they're hoping that they don't remember.
Probably. I would assume so.
And
I would strongly assume so.
And how do you file a police report on that?
Hello, little rabbit.
I don't know. I didn't dig into
Little rabbit demands pettings with my feet.
And other people have
He's like, you better
exact same
give
type of
me
crimes.
feet
I was
pets.
curious how you well, DNA, but dang. Well, if
He
I
is
ever thought,
demanding.
I would
He
think about
is so
being hypnotized.
demanding.
Probably
Who's
not,
the
and I
most
know
demanding
some
little
clinical
rabbit?
settings, it has
Who
done
is
for
it?
people.
Is it
Usually
you?
behavioral things like you referenced earlier, like
He
stopping
is
smoking.
just so demanding,
But also,
guys. He needs
I don't wanna get too into jail, but
pettings.
there's also been a lot of bad false memories and things that have come from hypnosis too. I'm not a fan. But I know that it works for some people for some things.
I suppose I don't really know enough about it.
Yeah.
Because what's that like? It's like a light therapy. You look at a light bar. Is it?
I don't know.
EFM. I always want to say EDM, which is electronic dance music. It's like EFM or MFE something, but it's like you go to a therapist and there's like a light bar, and you sort of like follow the light bar like this, and it's supposed to. Well, I mean, they don't call it hypnosis, but I'm feeling like that's kind of what it is. It's supposed to like put you into a very relaxed state where you can kind of get out of your own way and access some breakthroughs.
Walk through your black door.
Maybe I'm gonna ask one of my girlfriends about it who's done it, because now I'm worried about her. You know what I mean? I was worried about her anyways. Okay, she doesn't listen to this show, so I can say that. Okay, so I have 3 stories for you.
Okay.
2 of the 3 are anonymous, which is like, oh, okay. Like, you're that worried about your story? I get it.
Yeah, that's totally fine, Lindsay. Nobody wants to listen to it. No.
Did extensive research and lightheartedness, and they research episodes like Missing 411, Reincarnation, and another popular one, the Travis Walton abduction.
Very cool. So you can connect with Adam and Matt on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube.
Yay! Time to start work. Even have a great rest of the stream. Love to all, and stay awesome. I will try. I will try, Haven. It's gonna be difficult without you, though. You know, it's gonna be so difficult. And you know, you could have paid for a. You could have done 100 biddies with the sound alert, but I understand.
Exactly.
And very exciting, the one more announcement before we get into
next time. There's always next time. You're gonna. I still like the 100 biddies though.
Next week. So very excited when the following episode comes out just before midnight on October 6th, maybe a bit before, but at least by the time the episode drops. Ad-free episodes, merch discount, This Looks Awesome, monthly horror movie review and movie club, bonus content, and more.
I do appreciate.
Soon, and we're going to be donating 20% of all Patreon proceeds to various monthly charities.
Which I'm excited about all of it, but the charitable donations just like make me a little teary-eyed. So for those of you who have been following TimeSuck and are already on that Patreon, you know that we donate a portion of those proceeds. So our entire company, Bad Magic Productions, will be donating a percentage of the Patreon money as a company as a whole.
And also,
very excited to do that.
I tried, but it wouldn't load on my phone. No!
Because it's just like I don't have enough to go around. But when we all come together, we get to do this really amazing thing and make a beautiful impact.
It is exciting, and
also your son
will only be available via Patreon.
Hope he has a good day at school.
The TimeSuck app into a Bad Magic app.
Hope it's not terrible.
And TimeSuck and Is We Dumb all in the same place. Right now, we have other TimeSuck related content that we need to finish building before we can convert it and get it ready for Scared to Death. And for tech reasons, I'm not going to dive into and it would drive people crazy.
So you just have to deal with the normal biddies. I know the normal buddies. Oh man, I do like that peanut butter. That peanut butter goodness.
And the Patreon app is actually
of another butter.
App that has a really good podcast player built into it.
Yeah.
Easy to scroll through a content creator's posts. You can find everything you want. It has
actually,
speeds,
I could do the rest of it. I could draw the rest of this body.
Episodes to listen to offline later.
That's great.
Very excited to be working with Patreon again, and it links out to videos and everything else very smoothly. And excited for our October 6th again Patreon launch. So stay tuned. And now, go ahead.
Can you believe it?
I know, it's almost here. I know. I've been feeling a little panicky lately to get the stuff ready for it.
I know. It's going to be great. And I don't know. I think that our fans are so great. And like, I think that everyone
and have his rest of his body like this.
Do the very best we can. We're so dedicated. And sometimes, I know, but you're a nut.
I'm eager for the movie club. Logan's put a lot of work into it.
It's so cool.
And it looks very cool. Joe's been working hard with Logan on it. And I've been now working on it. And yeah, I'm hoping people like it.
A chair like this.
Sorry about that. That was a lot.
2 stories.
Oh yeah, no, that's real good.
Okay, 2 and 2. My first story.
I like that.
Involving one woman claiming to have had not one but 2.
I'm trying to find ways, interesting ways, to do this. To do panel to panel. It's very difficult.
Okay.
But I'm figuring it out.
The story is really a collection of numerous tales of all different kinds of entities being spotted around what seems to be the pretty haunted town of Amherstburg, Canada.
Pet the rabbit, pet the rabbit, pet the rabbit.
Yeah, check these ones out. Knee high.
He's like,
not fuzzy.
I needed
pets.
pets.
So sweet crystal socks.
Short.
Okay, so the following is a rare account of one woman claiming to have been visited by
Pettins are
black-eyed
exactly what I needed. Daddy, give me pettins.
Time now for a tale of some of New Hampshire's black-eyed creatures. Michelle said that her first incident occurred in 1996 while she was living in Guilford, New Hampshire, a little lake town of around 7,000 people, just under an hour's drive north of Manchester. Michelle and her 16-year-old son were shopping at a hardware store in town when they both saw a toddler, a very strange toddler. And the following is what Michelle recalled of this encounter. It was real late in the afternoon, around the time the store was closing, not long after the sun had set. I remember there was a fog that night, and if it wasn't a full moon, it was pretty close. Admittedly, it was a bit spooky just to begin with that night. In the checkout line in front of us, there was a shopping cart with the toddler sitting in it. His mom was talking to the cashier and unloading the cart on the counter. And before he even turned around, something about this kid felt off. I love kids, especially little ones, and they certainly don't scare me, but this kid did. I've always been open and sensitive to the paranormal, and the feeling I had when I saw this child reminded me of walking through a dark house and suddenly hitting a cold spot.
Mm-hmm.
Or the feeling I've had when I've just seen a shadow move in a way it shouldn't out of the corner of my eye. I felt spooked. Then this little toddler leaned back and around and looked at me, and its eyes were jet black. No whites, no irises, nothing but darkness. I couldn't help but to let out a little audible gasp, and then my son, hearing this, looked at me before quickly turning to see what had shocked me. And I heard him have an audible reaction as well. Neither one of us said a word to the other at first. We just stood there, staring and frozen. After the mom paid and pushed the cart and kid out, the cashier looked at us funny. I'm sure we seemed like we'd somehow never paid for anything in a store before. And then she motioned for us to come over to the counter. I whispered to my son, "What the hell was that?" And he whispered back, "Did you see its eyes?" That scared me. Maybe more than anything. When he'd said that, I knew that what I'd seen was real. We checked out. I could tell the cashier thought I was insane, and we kept talking about it as we walked out. We were both scared we'd see it again in the parking lot. We didn't. We never saw them again. Michelle and her son were both on edge for days, if not weeks, following this incident. The encounter unsurprisingly stuck with Michelle, and she thought back to it often over the coming years, and then she'd end up wondering if it was somehow related to her next black-eyed creature sighting. Rare for someone to encounter a black-eyed child who appears to be less than 10 years old or more than 14 or 15. Far more rare for someone to claim to encounter seeing a black-eyed child more than once. Second time it happened, Michelle was working at a health food store after moving to Concord, about 30 miles away. She says this happened sometime in the fall of 2008. She reports,
Punch.
"I was there early to open the store, and I was the only one near the front entrance when two older women, the first customers of the day, walked in and then past me, headed to the back of the store to shop. After saying hello to them and watching them walk past, I turned back around towards the front and saw an older man standing on the other side of the glass door. This by itself would have been enough to creep me out a little, because he was just standing there, not coming in, arms hanging down at his sides, facing and really blocking the entrance. And he was staring straight at me. And just like the toddler, he had those same solid, soulless black eyes. He never did come in. If I hadn't seen his eyes, I would have tried to tell myself he was just the husband of one of the women who'd walked in before him. But with those eyes, I knew he wasn't. I knew he wasn't a man at all. I don't know what he was, but I'm convinced that what I saw that day was not human. I felt that same bad energy coming from him, and just like years before, I got really scared. I don't know how long he stood there. I continued to stare at him, to look right into his dark eyes, totally transfixed, and then I heard one of the women who'd come in say, "Excuse me, ma'am?" I turned around towards her and a friend who were ready to check out. And before heading to the register, I looked back around towards the door, and he was gone. I thought about running to the door to pop out and look to see where he was heading, but decided, what was the point in that? What would I have done if I would have seen him? Follow him? No. Chase him down and demand answers? Absolutely not. I've only seen his black eyes since in my dreams. I've had nightmares ever since that day. I live alone now, and I'm afraid I'll see one of those black-eyed entities again. And I'm afraid that next time, if it happens, it'll happen when I'm at home, and that unlike the man at the hardware store, it'll come inside. And I try not to think of what might happen next.
Black-eyed children, creature, people, whatever.
Right, yeah.
So creepy.
Yeah, unusual in this one that one was way young and one was pretty old.
I don't know. I've never heard of someone seeing an older one.
Yeah, me either. Not that I can remember. Or like a toddler. So I just thought it was an unusual supposed encounter.
Yeah, normally they're like
you know, preteens,
8, 9,
tweens.
10, 11, 12, yeah.
Yeah, somewhere in there. Now this I couldn't find. I mean, really, like it's kind of like the same black-eyed kids pictures that are on the web. There's like 8 of them.
Okay.
So rather than pick one of the, I was just looking for something new. They're never really attached to these tales that are like posted on kind of some board or whatever.
Yeah.
But I came across this art that I think was made by Colin Raff. It wasn't credited where I found it.
Okay.
But it looks like other things he's done. I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Just want to say that. Very just creepy. Like what?
But also
and
funny.
so cool.
And it's also really funny.
Yeah, these interesting gifts. And so that's one. of the dude with his head popping off, his face coming off, and then like a fly crawling out of his head.
Yeah.
And then I just found one more that I just thought was super cool. Yeah, that is same, I believe, done by the same artist. So,
that
so
baby
disturbing.
is so creepy.
Right.
Why?
Yeah, there's like, I found probably 30 of these.
It's weird because I really can't look away, but also I want to look away.
I know. I wish I could have
the
like
mouth or the eyes that are doing me in.
I would want like a cool framed screen of one of these. Like if I could just have it, I'd want the artwork to move like this, like in some little like video screen framed.
Oh, sure, I'll get you one for your birthday. You can put it someplace that I never have to see it.
I love it. So that's all.
I mean, I love it because it's beautiful art, but I don't want to look at it on the regular.
You don't have it in the house?
No. It could maybe be here. Last night, speaking of like seeing things, like Michelle was talking about living alone.
Yeah.
I could not sleep last night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw something horrific. It was so weird. It's like I'd close my eyes and I'd see like some like creepy masked creature coming for me. And I'd wake up and I'd be like, I mean, I wasn't even asleep. I would just open my eyes and be like, well, that's weird. Then I'd close my eyes and I'd see something else and I'd open it. And that went on for a solid 45 minutes. I don't know if it's because you were reading the news to me before I fell asleep and 2020 is a dumpster fire or
who knows?
I don't know. But also on the Black Eyed Children front, I got the sweetest little email this week that someone was like, not a scary story, I promise. But then it said something about Black Eyed Children. I was like, I swear, if you tricked me into opening this, but it was so cute. They sent a picture of the baby. The baby has really dark brown eyes.
Oh, cute.
Phew. So that's what I was trying to think of while you were telling that story, because I was like, oh, no, thank you.
I tried to look and see if there was some kind of medical condition, like a rare medical condition, where your eyes are just like essentially all black.
Yeah.
I don't think there is. There is like medical conditions where you can have like a discolored, sclera, I believe is how you say it, or sclera, or just like the whites around your eyes that can be discolored.
Yeah.
You know, people can have like, you can have like a little bit bigger pupil, but there's nothing other than getting it tattooed essentially, or wearing the contacts that turn everything dark.
Yeah.
There's no like natural condition that I am aware of.
Didn't we see
that makes all of your eyes black?
Didn't we see a guy in Wallace,
Idaho? Yes, that had one either tattooed or he might have just been wearing a contact.
I don't know, but it was so creepy.
It's pretty unnerving. It's pretty unnerving when, especially with just one, when one eye is all black, like obsidian.
Jet black, and it's so hard not to stare, and you feel so rude. But I'm like,
right. But if you're wearing that contact or you have that tattoo, that comes with the territory.
Yeah.
I don't think. If you get that and don't expect people to stare a little bit extra, you're a fool. Truly.
Agreed.
Like that's the weirdest thing. I would have no sympathy for that person. How dare you look at my all black contact that I put in this morning to look this way intentionally?
No, I understand that, but I also just feel rude staring at people.
Oh sure, no, I
so uncomfortable.
Right, same thing. I was also trying to like side glance.
Like, what's he up to? What's that guy doing?
And I didn't, but it's like so hard not to be like, hey, what's going on there?
Yeah. Can you tell me about that?
What's the history there?
Can you imagine?
Just out of curiosity. Yeah, it doesn't like spook me.
Do you have a condition?
Because I have people sometimes. I mean, tattoos are so common now.
Right.
But sometimes people ask me about them, and like some people get weird about that, and they get like almost like offended. I don't care. If you're like,
you
hey,
put it on your body.
Right, exactly. I put it out there in the open, so I'm not like surprised or shocked when someone has a question.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for that PSA.
Let's move now from shadow people sighting to a small Canadian city, if you're ready, just outside of Detroit, that is supposedly very haunted.
Okay.
Oh, we gotta pee again.
Not much setup on this one. Lots of supposed sightings to go over. This is a bigger one. The Canadian town of Amherstburg, Ontario, lies just a half hour south of Windsor and just across the Detroit River from Grosse Ile, Michigan, part of Detroit's metro area. American Indians have lived in the area for many centuries. Europeans first made it to the land that surrounds Amherstburg when it was settled by French colonists in the early 18th century. Then in 1795, the British built a fort there, Fort Malden, where our main haunted tale will take place.
Okay.
But much more than Fort Malden, believed to be haunted by many who live in the area of Amherstburg. The whole area full of paranormal sightings. Time now for the tale of the ghosts
We'll be right
of
back.
Amherstburg.
I will go pee.
Numerous locals have claimed to have witnessed a female apparition near Creek Road, a street that ends at Big Creek, near Knapp's Island, just south of town. One anonymous man says that late one night, when a thick fog lifted, he and several friends all saw what appeared to be a woman dressed in a pioneer-era dress walking across the water from the island to the road. She moved at an unnatural speed and carried a lantern. And years later, this man claimed he saw this spirit make this strange walk again, and this time, when his wife was with him, they both witnessed the ghostly woman. And these sightings, just two of many others have claimed to experience. A more popular place for ghost sightings is Texas Road. Several motorists have claimed to see the mysterious figure of either a man or a woman wrapped in what appears to be a burial shroud, walking alongside the road, a figure that vanishes into thin air when the cars get close. Others claim to have seen apparitions they believe to be the souls of former employees of the old train company who worked on rail lines last century, haunting the area where they likely died, moving about in the woods at night. Still others swear they've seen a headless horseman roaming the wooded area near a private cemetery that lies near the road. All kinds of claims. Stories go back to colonial periods when the road was first built, says Rob Tymick, founder of the Amherstburg Ghost Walks. From shadowy figures on the side of the road to mysterious lights that appear in the forest. Then there was Park House, reportedly even more haunted. The Park House Museum is 223 years old, full of all kinds of ghost stories. Park House sits on Dalhousie Street with the Detroit River behind it. Originally built at another location in the 1770s, it was dismantled and floated down the Detroit River to Amherstburg in the summer of 1798.
Wow.
And its parlor, currently set up to resemble what a funeral would have looked like 200 years ago. One of many haunted rooms in the former home, and the location of the first sighting of who visitors now call Mr. Park. Mr. Park is thought to be one of the Park brothers who purchased the home in 1839. The Park brothers, Thomas, Theodore, and John, ran a general store out of the home before handing it down to the next Park generation, when it was then used as a medical office in the days before emergency rooms and modern hospitals, when many patients would die in a medical office. A staff member and visitor were reportedly in the parlor one day many years ago when the staff member saw a man with a jacket walk by, a man whom the visitor did not see, but did hear walk behind them. The museum's current curator, Stephanie Pouget-Papak, says the staff member excused themselves, went to go help the person, and as they got around the corner, nobody was there. When the staff member turned back into the parlor, the visitor asked if the person they'd heard walk behind them needed help and went pale when they were told that apparently no one was there. Just through the parlor is Mr. Park's office, another location where some have alleged to hear Mr. Park at work. Stephanie, the curator, says, "We did have a staff member. They were in the parlor one night working. Out of the corner of their eye, they saw somebody get up out of the chair and walk across the doorway, and that experience really scared them."
Yeah.
Next to the office is the basement door where the current offices are. Stephanie says there have been many times when staff have been alone only to hear what clearly sounds like walking, singing, and sometimes humming. "We heard the music box playing, glasses on the table clinking," says Stephanie, only to then look all over the house for the source of the sound and find nothing. The doors are locked, and no one else is in the home. The original back door to the home is now the door that opens to a hallway in the kitchen. It was added in the 19th century. And Stephanie says this door will often open completely or close completely entirely on its own. And sometimes, after closing, it will incredibly seem to lock itself. Stephanie says, "We don't have the skeleton key for this one, but you'll come up here and it will be locked, and you will have to wait until it, whatever it is, unlocks the door."
That's insane.
Through the hallway behind the door is the kitchen where current staff now hold a cooking program based on recipes dating all the way back to 1750. And after one of these classes, a woman was returning to the kitchen to get her wedding ring when she heard a voice from the hallway distinctly say, "Get out." Stephanie says that since that encounter, she refuses to come back here alone.
Yeah, I don't blame her.
Another time, Stephanie was training a new worker when they both heard some loud and aggressive knocking coming from near the front of the house. One of her coworkers went outside to check it out, only to find no one there. When this coworker made it back into the kitchen, the knocking started up again. Stephanie said that she and her coworker, both spooked, decided to finish the training at a later time. Even creepier occurrences have happened along the stairwell beside where the original back door once stood. People have reported being followed down the stairs by a shadowy figure the size of a child. In late 2019, Stephanie said a mother and a little girl were taking a tour when they stopped by the bottom of the stairwell, and the little girl asked if she could go upstairs. She was told she couldn't because it was closed for exhibit construction, and then according to Stephanie, the little girl said she needed to go upstairs. She said there was a lady at the top of the stairs inviting her to come up. Stephanie said she moved the tour along without ever looking to see who or what was atop the stairs. The top of the stairs is a door leading into a bedroom where one of the most famous Park House stories took place about 30 years ago. A woman came in to take a self-guided tour. Before she left, she thanked the curator at the time for the lovely staff, but the curator said she was the only person there. Stephanie says the visitor insisted there was a woman in a bedroom wearing a black dress helping her, answering her questions.
Oh my God.
The curator then locked the front door to make sure no one else could come in. She and the visitor walked through the house room by room, confirming that no one else was there. Stephanie says the woman then realized that she had seen a ghost. She ran out of the building saying she would never come back to this haunted place again.
Good. GTFO.
A woman who lived across the street from the park house gave a similar description of a woman this visitor claimed to see standing near the bedroom window. In the summer of 2018, Stephanie was upstairs training a handful of new people on how to give ghost tours when they heard footsteps on the staircase coming up and then someone walk up to the other side of the door. But we knew we were the only people in the building. Stephanie claims she said, "Mr. Park, if you need help, ring the bell like everyone else." And then not 10 seconds later, the bell on the half door in the gift shop started ringing uncontrollably. And there's many other similar tales.
My gosh.
A lot of paranormal activity that seems to exist inside this house. But this is not the house that drew me to this area. The main story I want to tell today comes from another Amherstburg structure built in the late 18th century, Fort Malden. Fort Malden was built in 1795 by the British in order to ensure the security of British North America against any potential threat of American invasion. Chief Tecumseh of the Shawnee met with the British General Sir Isaac Brock to plan the siege of Detroit at this new fort. An early battle
Napalm Blade. Hello, Napalm Blade. How are you? How's every little thing? Hope it's all going well. Just sketching out comic book stuff. How's evening going? Hope it's going well. Hope your night is as amazing as my morning. Thank you very much for coming in. Thank you very much for stepping in. Thank you very much for being here.
The Malden Lunatic Asylum. And the first medical superintendent of the new facility was one
Thank you so much for coming in. Just working on a comic book, something I've been working on for quite some time, trying to get it done, at least a little bit. I know it won't ever be fully done, but that's not how you should live.
The other 18, according to local legend, vanished without a trace.
You should try to get your projects done
Did they die in the new
when
asylum
you
they just helped
can.
build? Dr. Fisher doesn't appear to have been the most
Make
scrupulous man.
time,
He was
make
forced to resign
do.
in 1867 after being caught embezzling hospital funds, and something he did many things far worse than just taking money. In 1875,
You're honestly
after
very
remodeling,
inspirational.
remained
Thanks,
abandoned
man,
for
for
years, and
every...
for perhaps
No
functioning as an
problem,
orphanage for a few
Napalm.
more,
No
Fort Malden was surveyed by the town
problemo,
of Amherstburg and
Napalm.
sold at a public auction. 11 lots created out of the former fort sold to a few prominent families in town. Luckily, the fort itself not destroyed, bought back by the government in 1935, then preserved as a historical site, now a museum. A lot of souls have lived on the grounds of Fort Malden. Many have died. And now it's so commonly believed that Fort Malden is haunted, it's often used as a Halloween haunted house full of all kinds of actors performing as zombie soldiers or various ghouls and ghosts. But none of this history would matter for Scared to Death if I wouldn't have found one especially creepy story that took place at the fort.
Oh, great. I thought we were done.
I picked Fort Malden mainly due to one man's alleged encounter. An older man writing his story under the first name of Jackson claims that roughly 60 years ago, when he was a young child in grade school, he and a bunch of fellow Cub Scouts camped on the grounds of the old fort.
I hope you're having an amazing time and an amazing day. Hope your evening is going incredibly.
All around 8, 9 years old, and a handful of scout leaders watching them, stayed the night sleeping
incredibly.
on the main level.
How's everything been? Hope you're,
Jackson doesn't recall ever having a nightmare.
have you been drawing or anything like that? Have you been working on anything? Any big projects or anything like that?
Noises, all kinds of creaks and clunks, typical of an old house. And also plenty of disturbing sounds not typical of an old house, like the sound of running footsteps headed upstairs. He remembers them hearing this all together, and then it seemed to bother not just the scouts,
And
but
then
also the scout leaders.
punch.
The leaders kept doing head counts with a flashlight to make sure that the running wasn't coming
Bam,
from
slams
one of the
into
scouts,
table.
only to realize over and over again that all of the scouts were accounted for. Finally, at some point well after midnight, Jackson fell asleep, only to slip into a vivid and terrible nightmare.
Oh no.
He said that he dreamt that the house he was sleeping in was full of children who were all wandering around confused, angry, and crying. The children would run to the edges of the building and suddenly stop in doorways
No,
and
just
pound their
observing.
fists against the air,
Gotcha.
as if some invisible wall were trapping them inside and they just couldn't get out. His fellow Cub Scouts
Coolio.
were also in this dream. They were sleeping on the floor just all around him, like in real life, and walking around them all, sometimes stopping to watch the scouts sleep, sometimes bending down and screaming at them.
Yeah.
Other children. Jackson remembered feeling sorry for these
Perspective,
kids and also of being afraid of them.
transform.
What made them especially
Perspective.
scary was that many of them had literally bleeding eyes,
Oh.
vicious dark bruises on the sides of their heads, and perhaps most disturbing, some of them had tongues that were black. It looked like they'd been tortured. It was a horrible dream that lingered long after Jackson woke, and making it much scarier, almost every kid he
Well,
talked to
glad
the next
that
day
you
seemed
can
to have had
observe
the
and
exact same
hopefully
dream.
you
Why?
enjoy.
The next day, he slept all afternoon once he got home. That experience haunted him. He kept freaking himself out all over again when he and some other scouts would talk about how creepy it was, how they'd all had that same dream.
Right.
But once removed from the grounds
Same
of the fort,
dream.
and being just a kid, the memory of the night in the fort and the dream that came with it quickly faded, and soon it was almost entirely forgotten. He didn't remain good friends with anyone he was in scouts with that year for long, thank God, and he went on to have a happy and normal childhood. And then roughly 30 years later, Jackson found himself back in the Cub Scouts, now as a volunteer
I scared a streamer
His older
today
son was
while
now
they
a
were
Cub,
focusing
and
on
just
their
like when he
art.
was a boy,
They
Scouts
were
still
so
did a lot of
into it when I
sleepovers.
followed
And soon, they were sleeping
followed
over
they got a
at Fort
jump
Malden.
scare. Oh man.
When Jackson found out, he immediately got the chills. He hadn't thought about his own sleepover in years. He'd almost completely forgotten about the nightmare. Not wanting to scare his son, he told
My
no one
goodness.
and reminded himself that while they did for sure hear
Why
some
would you
strange
do
sounds
that?
night, the worst part of the experience was only a dream, just a nightmare. The minute Jackson walked into the building, the fear he'd felt that night so many years ago came rushing back to him. It felt like he was a scared little kid all over again. The building they were going to be sleeping in looked like it hadn't changed a bit over the years. It felt identical to how he remembered it looking as a kid. Adding to his anxiety, he knew
That's
now
not right.
what he hadn't known the first time he'd stayed in the building, that it was once part of the asylum. The group he
It
brought
was
with him
an
had 4
accident.
volunteers,
That's
including himself,
okay.
and 12 kids, and just like last
I
time,
understand.
they all slept on the main floor. And just like last time, of course, the kids could not fall asleep. They heard the noises he'd heard before, the sound of running footsteps.
I'm just
headed
sketching
upstairs,
out
all sorts
right
of strange
now.
creaks and groans. And again, they got scared. They were more scared than he and his friends had been when they'd stayed, because someone had told them that the building, again, used to be part of the asylum. You know, there was rumored to be haunted. Just like before, one of the leaders, spooked by the sounds of the running, insisted they do a head count. Just like last time, all the kids in their sleeping bags, all accounted for.
Ay, ay, ay.
To help the kids calm down, Jackson and another volunteer agreed to take their flashlights and inspect the entire building while the other 2 leaders stayed with the kids.
Excuse you.
Jackson and the other volunteers split up. They went upstairs. With every turn Jackson took, he worried that he'd see the ghost of a terrified child. The second floor he searched had several small rooms with a bit of dim moonlight flooding into each of them. The rooms were empty with the exception of a
How's
few
your day
items
been,
each,
Chimera?
such as a single chair
Oh,
or a
it's been
table.
lovely so
floor was
far.
covered
I
with
went to
thin
the
layer of dust.
dentist.
Someone
I
was
went to the
maintaining grounds,
dentist.
just not maybe cleaning the building
It's
very
all right.
often. Then, as he shone his flashlight around, Jackson came across what were
It was
clearly
A-okay.
numerous sets of tracks,
Yeah.
the footprints of children. Once he noticed one set, he quickly noticed several more. And then soon he realized they were everywhere. His heart started to beat a lot faster in his chest. He felt himself beginning to panic when he realized, of course, there would be children's footprints. The scouts had been up there earlier that day. He audibly sighed, quietly let out a little laugh, and then he now again
Had
heard the
a
footsteps
hole
they'd all
filled
heard
in,
earlier.
and
The other
it was nice.
volunteer also heard them and yelled out, "That you, Jackson?" "Nope," he yelled back as he swung his flashlight around. "Afraid not." The sound of the footsteps were growing louder. It sounded like someone was running towards him. He could hear the other volunteer steadily walking towards him as well, and later he wished he would have walked a lot faster so he could have seen what Jackson then saw. More footprints in the dust, but this time he was watching them as they were being made. He jumped back.
The dentist hope it was all well. Yeah, it was a whole. She thought it was not that. Dentist thought it was not that big of a deal.
Whatever was now in the room with him was several feet away. He watched whatever was running seem to slow down.
Definitely was a bit of a big deal.
Immediately he
it went all the way to the gum. So it was a bit of a big deal. She had to cauterize the gum itself just to be able to get to the rest of it.
Because he didn't want to scare all those kids, including his own. If they didn't see anything like he just did, they'd be able
just to get to all the decay. So half of my seen tooth was carved into to get rid of all the decay. Yeah, I mean, I'm doing fine now. It's a bit weird, but it's always weird whenever they because I think it's like 3 times this has happened so far, so it's I'm not bothered by it.
Stay upstairs. When he and the other leader made it back downstairs.
No, actually, they're probably going to be able to do those for free for her exam in February.
That the other leader didn't as well.
So there's my 2 front teeth that they're so small. The decay is so small and so negligible. It's in an obvious place. She could probably do those for free, and I get paid for it.
Felt good to be out of the asylum in the sun. The conversation around the table revolved around, of course, the creepy noises they'd all heard the night before. Some kids were sure they'd heard ghosts running around. Others were not so sure. At least they were trying to convince themselves that they just heard the sounds of an old building. Jackson was only half paying attention to what the kids were saying until one of them brought up having a bad dream. Then the skin on Jackson's arms filled up with goosebumps when that kid said that his dream was full of strange kids with dark tongues and bloody eyes.
Oh, shit.
Then another kid said, "Me too." And then another and another. Not every kid seemed to have had the dream, or at least not every kid admitted to remembering it. All in all, at least 5 or 6 kids did seem to have had that dream. And Jackson could tell by the snappy way one of the other scout leaders told the kids to quiet down with all the nightmare.
Nix Husky, how are you? Hope your stream went well.
Parents to pick up their kids and take them home. A groundskeeper walked by and asked how everyone made it through the night. When he told them they made it just fine, the old man said, "You're all braver than I am. I'd never set foot in that building after dark." When Jackson, of course, asked him why, he said, "Too many bad spirits. I hear them running around sometimes, and I'm here late in the afternoon."
Hope you're doing well, Nix.
Asked him if he really thought the place was haunted. He said, without
probably
hesitation,
had to deal with ads. There is a possibility they had to deal with ads.
His great aunt had been committed to the asylum many years earlier as a child.
Thank you so much, Nix Husky.
He said that his grandpa, the girl's brother, said she was like a zombie, that she often cried when she was asked about the asylum. The groundskeeper told Jackson the asylum was one of the first in Canada to experiment with shock therapy and lobotomies.
Oh, no.
He said the whole asylum was shut down after only about a decade because so many people in town were upset and outraged over the treatment of troubled kids staying there, several of whom died there, and the doctor was chased out of town. And then the asylum was converted into an orphanage and soon after surrendered to the community. The groundskeeper proceeded to tell him a bit more about the history of the fort, but Jackson wasn't paying attention anymore. His dream made sense now. The bleeding eyes, they used to perform lobotomies by punching steel spikes into the brain through the eye sockets. The bruises on the temples, the black tongues, injuries from terrible experiments with shock therapy, they must be. When Jackson and his son
nah, man, it went south fast near there. Played Code Vein, no problem. Well, that's good. At least you played a video game. At least you had some fun.
Jackson, flashed on.
But it went south right at the end. You know, can't win them all.
Now he thought not echoes.
Que sera. What will be, will be.
Free, but he knew that might require returning so he told
sieste
leve,
it
all out, and he hoped that his nightmare would never return, and that he could just put the whole thing
it is what it is
someday forever.
You know, Sometimes you have good streams, sometimes you have bad streams. Sometimes you have nobody at all, sometimes you have, everybody at once, and then,
Felt like someone was behind me. And
But thank you so much for coming in.
Which I did not care for.
Thank you for being amazing and stupendous.
Can you imagine after that footsteps if you just saw a little handprint form on the table?
Hope it only gets better.
In town, and they were
there's always next time.
I think maybe one other person
don't feel like this is the end all be all.
Wiped down the bar, and then footsteps showed up on top.
Carl
of the
Smile.
As they're standing there.
Carl Smile.
Oh, God. That's super creepy.
So creepy.
So here's some pictures of this area.
Okay.
A few of them, because we had talked about a variety of things.
That ain't
that's
right.
The Park House Museum. So that's a place where the Lady in Black and that set of stories.
Drops his drink onto the man.
Is the window. This next picture.
Man mad. He punches.
Something up there.
Man, old man punch. And then Dear Man gets up and he's like, hey, that's not right. And then punches. It's like, you know what?
Cradles
I
usually have like
Weezer, say it ain't so. Say it ain't so. Oh god damn it. I love the voice actor. I don't know if it is the voice actor for Carl Weezer. If it is, that'd be hilarious. If it isn't, that's still funny.
You're gonna see that in your nightmares?
I can't look again, honestly.
It's still good. It's all good.
It's too much.
Okay, this next
It is 4:30 a.m. and I've been up for almost 24 hours, and I was running around in circles for 45 minutes before doing what I needed to do by accident. Beautiful.
But I came across it, and I
well, don't let me keep you. If you need to go to bed, go to bed.
Giant, creepy spider falling from the ceiling onto this guy. How terrible would this be?
Kick the...
Oh, man. I wish I would have picked a different one where it held a little bit longer. Where you see at the beginning, it's enormous.
It's like a tarantula.
And he goes to catch it in the bucket, and it falls off the side and lands on him, and he freaks out.
Well, yeah, I would lose my mind.
I was thinking about how, like, I don't love them, but you really don't care for, like, bigger bugs in the house.
No.
And I'm like, it would be so, on the one hand, sad to see that happen to you, but also one of maybe the funniest things I would ever see in my life.
Listen, if there's ever a spider that size anywhere where we're living or staying,
right,
and you find it first, get the camera ready, and then have me come, because you'll be so sad if you miss the moment to catch me freak out.
That is true.
So I just want to put that out there.
Thank you.
You know, Dan, I'm very thoughtful.
That was a nice green light.
Yeah, well, I'm sure I'll regret it.
Wow. I don't know that we'll be living anywhere where there's spiders that big.
I don't know. That just looked like a regular old house. It's not,
well, it's a regular old house, but we don't know where it is. I mean, I don't think Coeur d'Alene has... Well, I guess a tarantula could get loose. I don't even know that was a tarantula. That was enormous.
That was a giant spider. Also, it could not
I'm
be
putting
real.
my equipment away first. That's okay. Take your... put your equipment away. Not in front of the children.
Okay.
Beep.
Maybe.
Napalm.
Close this book.
Beep.
Well, that story,
Blip.
I was doing pretty good. Like, actually, like the Park House, I was like, oh, that's creepy.
That's not right.
And then Jackson, I was okay.
So yeah, basically what I'm doing is literally just going over these pictures and just making them like make sense by adding like extra itty bitty bits like this.
Yes, this is true. That's really... It's so scary, but then
like
so sad.
I think
very sad. Yeah.
this one is where
if you think about like the origins of a fair amount of like
you get a bit of like
sightings.
Oh yeah, no.
Well, and little kids are just
where the fight is starting, and then this is where it really starts amping up.
They're creepy.
Well,
creepy things.
Actually, there are creepy little kids out there. But no, like that through line of like the little kid.
So it's getting good.
Yeah.
And then
wrong equipment, gutter brain.
I to tell a kid story too, which is
what are you talking about?
Yeah, but when Jackson
I don't know what you mean.
He saw the happen.
Yeah.
And he felt the cold.
This is very dynamic, though. Thank you.
And then to just see it, it's just.
Yeah, that would freak somebody out.
I wouldn't lie and say
gutter
no.
brain.
Like, how brave are you to say you didn't see anything?
You just freak all the kids
What
out.
are you talking about?
No, I would be like, that's it. We're all fucking out of here. That would be the biggest GTFO ever in the history of GTFOs. I would like leave all your sleeping bags, tell your parents I'll find a way to pay them back another time. Like, let's go. I'll come back in the daylight and get this stuff. Like,
Got her.
we are
No!
out.
None of those parents are sending their kids with Counselor Lindsay after that. You're
The lunatic?
oh yeah, you're an absolute nut job.
Kind of, but like it seems as though it's local folklore, local legend, so I don't think anyone would actually be that surprised.
They wouldn't. They might think you might have seen something, but they would not. I don't think appreciate you shutting down the entire sleepover.
I would be thrilled if someone called me and was like, "Hey, come get Kyler and Monroe. There was a sighting," and I'd be like, "Yeah, I don't want my kid to see that. I want them out." No, poor babies. Are you ready to get spooped?
I am.
Okay, are you gonna have Layla?
I like
Are you
Layla.
gonna go old school?
I like the way Layla smells.
Wow, that is saying something. All right. Okay, so going on the kid thing, I had noted how much
stinky.
Like, the kid stuff
Stinky.
with the rest of our staff, and it was
Seems-
significantly colder downstairs.
I'm
than
out of
anywhere
ideas.
else, and not just because it's downstairs. Like, it was
Stinky.
chill-inducing.
Sweet. So check it out.
No, you're all good,
And while you're
Napalm
at
Blade.
madmerch.com,
You're
you can also
all
check out our
good.
new super cool Satan Scarab tee in the store.
And I had to ask Dan what a scarab was.
Yeah, it's like a little.
Thank you for
beetle,
being awesome.
often
And
shows up
thank
in
you
the
for
cult
being you.
imagery.
You know?
And then Patreon is here. So ad-free episode catalog, merch discount, bonus content. all
smells
kinds of
musky.
stuff. Go to patreon.com/scared-to-death
Hey,
podcast
Paul,
to learn more. Link
what do
to
you
our new
think?
Patreon account is in the episode description, and the link is
Hey,
also
Paul, what
at
do you think?
scared-to-deathpodcast.com on the website.
I might cry. I'm so excited.
So much. So now let's get to stories. Lindsay, I have 2 first stories for you today, and I hear you have 2 for me.
I have 2 for you, and pretty.
No,
pretty solid,
Gex,
pretty, like,
get
really
out of
deep
here,
stories.
Gex.
Good, good.
Jesus,
They're
goddamn
good.
Christ,
That's not
no.
That sounds sexual.
Damn it.
I have
Your show is STD. I'm
Mom?
Dan.
a girthy tail and STD. I have a shorter tail, and I have a girthier tail as well. As you know, sorry, I tried to twist that in a ridiculous dad joke way.
It's so uncomfortable.
Smells fresh. Smells
with some
fresh.
tales of the Kushamar. I don't want to give away
Kushamar, okay.
Kushamar. I don't want to give any more than that away about this entity for now.
Okay.
We'll get right into it.
Sure.
And then we head to Georgia, and I will share tales of the first haunted body of water we've talked about so far here, Lake Lanier.
Because we're in the South
God
all
damn
day
it.
long.
Yeah, and close locations in the South.
Yeah.
Yep, Louisiana and Georgia. So decent amount of stuff.
If you're a fan of memes, don't you
Well, I just
worry.
wanna talk about my super duper cute socks. I don't know if you can see them around the hand. They're llamas. I wore them because this week is half of the Keith's birthdays, and she loves a llama.
Awesome.
'Kay.
Our daughter Monroe also loves llamas.
She does.
In modern French, the word cauchemar means nightmare, an unpleasant dream that fades away after you wake up, a dream that is nothing more than just a dream. But for some of the Cajun people of southern Louisiana, the cauchemar is much more than a nightmare. A centuries-old phenomenon, the cauchemar refers to the experience of being visited in one's sleep by a specific demonic
Brash.
spiritual presence.
Father.
Something between a witch and a devil.
Father.
Being visited by the cauchemar, also referred to by the strange old term of
I've got a
witch
few. I've got a few commands on here that are just they say random shit and it's funny.
Taking you over.
Sounds awful.
The Kushamar silently controls you with its thoughts.
Have
while you lie
have a
beneath it,
go.
in a state somewhere between
Have your
sleep and
fun.
waking,
Have your
unable
fill.
to make a sound. Many of those living in Louisiana today can remember.
I
the
feel like
grandparents warning them
that
if they slept on their
weird
backs or didn't say
circus
their prayer,
man
the Kushamar
from
might visit them.
Okay.
Now,
Pinocchio.
of course, many believe that the
Father,
Kushamar
can
is
you
nothing more
hear
than superstition caused by
me?
a misunderstanding of sleep paralysis, the phenomenon of being paralyzed during REM sleep.
That circus man in
Others
Pinocchio
swear
just being like,
that they've
yes,
not just been visited by
yes, you
Kushamars, but actually
children,
ridden
just
actual
have
carts
as much
with
fun
marks of
as
the
you
attack left on their
want.
bodies. The first person to collect Cajun Kushamar stories was a professor of English literature at the University of Louisiana at Lafayette, Patricia Rickles. In the 1960s, Professor Rickles became interested in Kushamar stories when she was lecturing on the writings of
Hey, that's
Cotton
not right.
Mather, the prominent late 17th and early 18th century Puritan Massachusetts minister. Mather wrote about a woman in his colony, Bridget Bishop, who was accused of entering a man's room late at night, mounting him, and then riding him while he lay paralyzed in his bed.
They turned
My
into a
first thought was,
bunch of
sounds like,
jackasses.
Of course, that's a pretty good night.
And when you say riding,
Bugs
do you
Bunny
mean riding on a horse?
2021.
No,
Okay.
no, it's not
You don't you remember Big Chungus?
One of Professor Rickles' students had a very different reaction than I did hearing this. When Rickles looked up, one of the students looked oddly frightened, as though there were something terrifying happening in the classroom. At that
I don't
very
think
moment.
I need
Even though it was the
this.
middle of a sunny day and nothing seemed to be amiss.
There's no need
Rickles
for
asked
it.
her student, who was looking side to side nervously, what he thought of the Cotton Mather reading. And in a stammering voice, the student replied, "Why, that sounds like a Kushimar."
When I could
Rickles
just
started asking some of
do
her
it like
students with
this.
Cajun ancestry what they knew about Kushimars, and many of them would fall silent, look nervous, maybe even rub the back of their necks anxiously before asking something to the effect of, "Why? Did something happen to you?" Some entirely refused to speak of it, and some, of course, had stories to tell.
No!
Time now for the tale of Louisiana's
Sounds
Cajun
like
Kushimar.
a fart
One
that
young
squeaked from
man
between
told Professor
some
Rickles
teeth.
about
No,
an elderly
Nexotsky.
neighbor who
No!
long claimed to have been
Bad.
the victim of Kushimar attacks
Papa
for
me.
years.
Nix
He had
gets
been
it.
with his wife
No!
for decades, and when his partner sadly died, he approached his young neighbor,
No!
Rickles' student, and he made a strange request. He
No
asked the then
stinky
18-year-old
here.
man if he'd be willing to sleep
I have not
somewhere in his
farted.
house that night. When the boy of course, asked
Not
why,
today at the
elder
very
man, who
least.
seemed both embarrassed and
On
genuinely
stream.
scared, muttered, "She comes at night, pulling on my toes. Sometimes she jumps on me and holds me down. My wife, she could hear me scream.
That is,
She'd come running.
by the
touch
way,
me.
that is just my
If someone touches
chair
her, the spirit
squeaking.
leaves.
I'm
If the spirit
I'm
is
doing the
looking too
motions
long,
of the
he can die."
characters, so
He
I
looked at the boy
know
with tears in his
what
dark
I
and
need to
milky eyes
draw.
and said, "That's why I need you. They got her away from me. They're coming for me next."
Dang.
The boy didn't tell Rickles what happened next, but she didn't ask. But based on how upset the man who was speaking seemed, she assumed that he had, of course, not slept over and that the man had died.
Oh.
Another person, a 19-year-old woman from St. Martinsville, a town just a few miles southwest of Lafayette, told Rickles, "Well, people like my grandmother used to always say, if you don't say your prayers, the Kushimar are going to get you like everybody else says. But I never really believed it. I was like, oh yeah, right, you know, that's superstition. But one day, me and my mama was fussing, and I went to bed mad. And when I was laying in bed,
Just
angry
letting
with
it
her,
save,
I realized
letting it
I can't
save.
move. I tried to holler, but I couldn't holler.
Cool vape
I tried
trick.
to holler with all my might, and eventually
I
got
can
to
hear
my
the
mama's
clap
room
of
and
your
said, "You didn't hear me
double-decker
hollering?"
dumpy cake.
She said
No!
she didn't. But the thing
Vaping
about
is
the
like
Kushimar,
so
it gets you
epic,
over
in
and
my
over again. It
opinion.
just doesn't go away. What my mama said for me to do was put some
Double-decker
stones or some
dumpy
beans under my
cake.
bed, under my mattress, put them in
I
a circle
don't have a
for
dumpy
protection.
cake.
She only
I
comes at night.
don't.
And
I
she
just
said,
have a
"The
normal
Kushimar's gonna
butt.
see those stones under my
It's a
bed, and
very
he's gonna keep counting
normal
in the circle, and he's
size
so dumb, he
rump.
won't know how to stop. And then by the time he finished keep counting, it's going to be daytime." Some people don't think you can get rid of the Kushimar that easily. An older woman who described herself as French-American sought Rickles out after she heard the professor was studying Kushimars, and in Rickles' office, the woman told her about her experience with the entity. She
But
said
I
she
do
was sleeping on the
appreciate
couch
you,
in the
Nix
living room one
Huxkey,
night, woke up to the
for
sound of the screen door opening and
making me
shutting,
laugh. It is very
which was
funny.
odd, which frightened her
I do
because she
like it.
didn't live with
Good
anyone.
joke.
Ugh.
Good,
She was afraid,
good
wondering if
joke.
someone were breaking into her house.
Good joke.
Then when she tried to get up,
Very funny.
she found that she could not. As she lay on the couch, immobile and
It's
immobile and helpless, she
Damn
heard
it.
footsteps across the wooden floor.
Oh my god.
Tap, tap. Then the
Well, I
door to the
mean,
living room
most
swung open.
animation,
The woman couldn't turn her head to look,
I don't
but she
know, in
knew
the
that someone was
newest
standing there,
Pixar movie,
someone who wanted to hurt her.
which
The next thing she
I don't know
remembered,
if it's a
she was
Pixar
awake,
movie. Is
and it
it,
was morning.
or
When she
is
looked
it
down at herself,
a
she was
Disney
naked,
movie?
and there were
The one
crisscross marks all
with the
across her
magic
body as if
house.
she'd been hit by someone. She also felt exhausted. Her legs hurt. Why had she taken her clothes off? Did she take her clothes off? What had the Kushimar done to her? At least as recently as 2019, people have taken to the internet to write about their
Did they
experiences with
have nice
Kushimars.
bottoms,
The following
or
is
do
the
you
claim
know
of an
yet?
anonymous author. This is my experience. with the
Nix
Kushimar.
is
I
pretty
know people will say
pretty
that I just
epic.
had sleep
I'm not
paralysis,
sure.
but I should talk to a
Yeah,
doctor or a
I
psychiatrist,
don't
and believe
know
me, I have.
myself,
I tried
so
everything,
I couldn't tell
and
you.
it won't stop visiting me. It began when I was a child. I think the entity that was visiting me was also young, or maybe it was just small. I awoke one night, about an hour after being put to bed by my parents, to see a small hand coming out from under my bed.
Oh my god.
A small figure followed. I first saw its head, then its neck, then its entire body slowly emerged from underneath the bed. It was human-shaped, but not human. It didn't have eyes, or a nose, or even a mouth that I could see, but it could speak. I heard it whisper something, and then while I was lying motionless on the bed,
I don't like
began to
their
pound against the
pandering to
side
my
of the bed.
culture.
Bam,
What, furries?
I can only lie there as it pounded, moaning faintly. My parents must have heard
I'm a
me moaning
dork.
because,
Mexicans
I'm not sure
don't
how long it was
usually
later,
have
they
magic
ran into the
houses.
room and
What?
flipped on the lights. Just as they got there,
What?
I watched the thing
Wait.
slither away, retreating back beneath my bed.
They don't?
That night was absolutely terrible, but it was nothing compared to what would happen on other nights
I was.
later. As I grew older, it
What
seemed
about
like the thing
Coco?
was no
Yeah,
longer
what about
satisfied with
Coco?
simply just looking at me or scaring me. When I'd see it come out from under my bed or appear in the corner of my room, I would feel this strange sensation on my chest, as if it were pulling something inside of me. It felt like it was trying to, I don't know, possess me or something. One night when it came from me, I was laying on my side and I could feel my body being pulled off of the bed. I tried to resist and eventually managed to flip myself over, no longer facing it, even though I was only 12 and didn't really think about my own mortality very often at that time, or at all really. I remember thinking that night that if I didn't fight as hard as I could, I was going to die. After the feeling of this attempted possession faded, a thought occurred to me in a voice that
I want
was
to
nothing
keep
like
the
mine.
punch,
I
but
thought,
I'm just
"The
like,
devil is
I
after me."
need to.
Then I passed out, coming to in the morning. It kept coming back long after that night. When I got a bit older, I started to wake up in the middle of the night fairly often with the feeling of something being on top of me. I've always slept best on my stomach, and it felt like this thing would climb onto my back and then push my head down into the pillow, trying to smother me.
Pandering!
I was powerless to do
What?
anything to stop it.
But it was
When this
so
happened, I would
sweet.
fight and break
Coco
free,
is
only to
whatever.
slip back into the
Blep.
feeling of being
But it
pushed
might
into the pillow
just
a moment
be
later.
me
I would
getting
think to
old.
myself,
I'm
if only I could
86.
hold my eyes open,
I'm
I would be able to wake
86.
up, and then I realized my
Eh,
eyes
you
were
kids
open, and I
todays
wasn't having
and your
a dream.
Cocos.
I would feel so scared. I
Also,
would
it
wonder,
wasn't
when was
Coco
this
in
thing going to
Spain?
finally suffocate me? When would my
Or
parents
Italy?
find my
Yeah,
body dead
Coco
in my
was
bed?
in Italy.
Sometimes I'd wake up with bruises all over my back, legs, arms, all over my body.
Mexico
I finally
is.
convinced my parents
Wait,
when I was
Mexico
15
is
or
way
16
different from
to take
Italy.
what I was
Hold
telling
up.
them seriously, and they took me to a doctor, and then to another doctor,
Hold up,
and
is
then to
it?
this specialist and that one.
I'm
None
right,
of them
aren't
were able to
I?
help me. I visited a priest. We had him come out and cleanse our house, cleanse my room. Still, the Kushimar returned. Finally, an old woman in my neighborhood told me the first thing that seemed to help. She lived down the street from us, and one day she saw the dark circles under my eyes, the bruises on my arms, and she said, "Don't tell anyone specifics. The more you talk about them, the more likely they are to keep coming for you."
Interesting.
I took her advice. After writing my story down, I'm never going
Nope.
to talk about it again.
Nope, I'm thinking of I'm thinking of that
sorry.
new movie.
I just had to tell someone.
Ah,
Try to
yeah,
forget
yeah,
everything
yeah.
I've told you. The more you talk about this, if you
Okay,
dare
yeah, yeah.
again to
No,
talk about
now I-
this, the
no.
Kushimar might
No,
come
I'm
for you.
dumb. Yeah, no.
Come
I'm
since
dumb.
You told the story.
Or you, because you listen to
I'm
it.
dumb,
If
guys.
you talk about it,
I'm
That's
stupid.
I feel something there about
Guys,
it
it,
anyway, so.
just know that it's not
Me and
contagious.
Kushimar got along great.
But I am
First person.
do have dumb moments.
How's it rude? No,
Because you're not including me. Can I get along with the Kushimar?
no. What if me and the Kushimar have the best of
Remember me?
times?
I sure.
It's
It's in Mexico.
Mainly
Okay.
Maybe.
My boyfriend was 60 when he passed. That man never acted his age, so don't come to me with numbers. Sorry about that, Nick. The dumps are infectious. He lied.
I do often think about that.
I
when
am
I'm in bed,
sorry
like,
about
if I
that,
see
Nix.
something or I think I hear something.
I am
Our
very
dogs
sorry.
Bark at the wind. I mean, they bark at anything.
My
And
dad's
also,
70.
Not good a lot of times to make you feel better when you're
My
scared.
dad's 70 and
but
he's
our
fine.
dogs don't, like,
Him and
in the
his
middle of the night, I'm feeling
him and
anxious
his
or whatever,
boyfriend.
And I roll over like the other night.
Totally
Penny
fine.
was you were spooning Penny, and Penny was facing me because that's our life. And I was feeling a little anxious, and I was holding Penny's little paw, just like rubbing it. And then I thought I felt something, and I went like this. And so Penny popped her head up, and she looked, and she just put her head back down.
She's like, nah. She's like, calm down, mom.
Exactly.
Now this is a really creepy, cool sculpture.
Okay.
About the Kushimar. This is called the Le Kushimar, or the Nightmare, created in 1894 by French sculptor Eugene Thibaut. So I think it's a really cool. Here's a different shot of this sculpture.
It was
It is
back
really
in
cool. I really
2019.
wish that I
It's
could
all right,
sculpt
but thank you.
anything.
I know.
Oh, that's good.
1894, like
Yeah.
amazing detail.
Well, it's not good,
Uh,
but
make a
I'm
pot
glad
once as a
that you
pottery,
know
but
yeah,
Terrible.
I made some.
you've
ashtrays, I
grown.
think.
You've grown from the
Here's a
experience.
French illustration of Le Kushimar. So just interesting little depictions there.
I mean, if
Wait,
I
you
went up to
have
that,
two
God.
dads?
That's
Oh
it.
no,
It's
no
enough
more
to me.
dad
Yeah.
jokes,
Absolutely.
please.
And me too. Absolutely.
I have two. I have dad and a +1 in dads.
Yeek.
I have a mom and and 2 dads.
Yeah,
That's pretty cool.
This was a Sophie Evans find.
Oh.
Our Louisiana researcher who lives in New Orleans
Yes. Right now.
Right, with everything being shut down.
Yeah.
Not really.
Yeah,
I
that's
still love
really
older men.
interesting.
Hey, that's totally
I don't know
fine.
what made me laugh, but the idea of it
It's
just like
okay.
walking in a circle over and
Everybody
over,
has their
beans.
things.
Right, I thought that was funny, like the funny folklore advice.
Yeah.
Like you can
I'm
trick
no
it by just, like,
judge.
it'll just do that forever.
Yeah, like accouchement is just stupid.
Mhm.
It's just. And
I have a
that actually
thing
kinda
for
made me feel like,
I
okay,
have a
it's
thing for
dumb. You can
MILFs.
trick it. You can get away from it. You just, I think a circle of crystals would do the same as a circle of beans.
Probably just have it keep counting.
And I'm
around,
at the
around, around.
perfect age where it's
So it
not
has to, like,
weird
encompass
anymore.
the entire underneath of our bed to count for both of us, or if I just put one circle.
I'm at the
like,
ripe
on
old
your-
age
on
of
your side.
it's not weird.
Well, I mean, I already have stuff on your side, so I guess yeah, I could do a circle on mine.
Okay.
No,
sleeping
you're
well,
just
right?
the execution.
Sometimes I have bad dreams. where I'm
My
driving
thing
in
is
paper
not getting
forts.
laid.
What's that mean?
My
Honestly,
kink
Like
is
I'm walking
not
across
getting
the
laid.
grass, and I'm fine. And I'm like, oh, I like this. I like this. That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden I step on all these like crystals and I start sinking. I'm like, I don't care for this.
I shouldn't
Oh,
laugh at
baby.
that.
It just means that your insides are really, really dark. And the crystals are trying to pull you into them
Yeah.
to cleanse you and balance you. The grass was never there; it was just a figment of your imagination, and you've fallen through. But
Interesting.
but the options are, like, either you fall into, like,
Virgin.
quicksand, and be
Virgin.
consumed and not make it out, or
Virginia?
be consumed by crystals and come out pure and clean and positive and light.
Wow. Okay. All right. It's a good interpretation of that. Thank
Yeah,
you.
no,
Do you think
they
I could be a cult leader?
Maybe.
fucking gets punched in the face and
All right, so
lands
that was
into
shiny
their
today.
fucking table,
Interesting
and all their
little
shit
monster,
starts flying.
Kumar.
Yeah, I it freaked me out also. Just
The
because I was
Verge
thinking about this. When I
generation.
have a nightmare, I just think I'm having a nightmare. That makes me feel like, because I've been having the same nightmare literally my entire life.
Yeah,
These
it's an
jokes
interesting,
are,
like,
top
recurring
notch over here.
nightmare kind of like twist.
Yeah, yeah,
We will not be traveling very far from Louisiana for our next story. Are you ready to go to Georgia?
yeah. Let's go with that.
Let's talk about Lake Lanier now. Ever
Oh,
heard
yeah.
of
Lake
thalassophobia?
Lanier.
I had not.
Say it again.
Thalassophobia.
I can't believe that you can say that. Thalassophobia.
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 Thla-
No, what does
yeah.
that mean?
Someone with thalassophobia experiences an intense and persistent fear of bodies of water that appear
Oh.
vast, dark, deep, and or dangerous.
What is it when you're afraid to not be able to see, like, the horizon?
I'm not a phobia expert. I have no idea.
I'll think of it.
Even if you enjoy swimming in the ocean or in a river or lake, does a part of you still look down into the dark water, feel a little apprehensive, a little unsure of just exactly what could be lurking out beyond the edge of your sight?
No, I just don't look down there because I'm terrified.
Right, so you do feel that, yeah.
I
Have
feel it, but I don't look for it.
you ever felt something brush against your foot or leg and thought just for a moment?
The Verge
Yes.
Generation
Hands,
Federation of
yes.
fingers,
Worldwide
could be something
Wrestling.
just
Hell
going
yeah.
down there,
Oh, God,
about to
stop.
pull me down
Going in
into
there.
the depths. Many of the residents of an area of northern Georgia could be considered thalassophobes because they seem to believe that various dark forces are at play in the waters of Lake Lanier and the land.
Guy
around it. They
slams
think
into the
lake and
fucking
area
table.
around it literally cursed. Sprawled out among the foothills of the North Georgia mountains for 26 miles, Lake Sidney Lanier, commonly known as Lake Lanier, is a man-made reservoir, the largest body of water in Georgia that traces its roots back to 1948 when the U.S. government purchased a 100-acre farm.
Talking about
from a
older men,
dairy operator
I'm
by the
drawing
name of
some
Henry
older
Shadman.
goblins.
The planned reservoir
Older
would provide the city of Atlanta with
goblins.
hydroelectricity, flood control, and a nice, large, clean supply of drinking water.
I don't think
Recreation,
you
what the lake is
actually
now
see
mainly known
that
for,
that much
was the
in
time of Africa.
actual fucking anime
1950, the US
or
Army Corps of
I would
Engineers
say
put
in
ground construction began on the
Western
Beaufort Dam
animation
on
either.
the Chattahoochee River,
Like you
which was completed
rarely
in
see it like
1956.
extras in the
And they began to
background.
flood the
They go
foothills,
up to
which, was
35 and
terribly
then they're
unfortunate for
done.
the many people still living on those foothills. As the government slowly flooded the lake, raising the water level
You took
higher
on
and
the
higher over a period of
whole
roughly 5 years.
Federation?
They brought up more and more, or they bought up more and more nearby land, more than 50,000 acres in
Mr. Freeman,
total, which would ultimately
I'm
displace
sorry,
more
I
than
do not
250
wish to
families,
alarm you,
15 businesses,
but
and
I
had to
believe you
relocate
have
20 different
taken out the
cemeteries
entire
full of hundreds of
United
corpses.
States
That's so
military.
weird.
Several generations of the area's dead would have what was supposed to be their final resting place disturbed and displaced. As the nooks and crannies of the mountain foothills filled with surging water, the lake devoured entire communities along with their buildings and houses, farmland, field, bridges, toll gates, historical
I don't think
landmarks,
you ever see it.
river ferry businesses,
But
country roads,
drunken
upper
old
lakes,
bastards
even a racetrack called Loper
will still
Speedway.
get into fights
Looper
and
Speedway,
still
excuse me.
do
Many
shit.
of the structures
Like,
that would be
I don't
inundated with
understand
water were
that.
simply
Like,
left as is. And today, deep beneath the tranquil surface of the lake,
they
one can
kind of
find
stop off
submerged
at a certain
towns,
age,
complete with
and
roads,
it's
walls,
kind of weird
houses,
to me
all still
because
eerily
I've
intact.
That's
I've seen
crazy.
older men
The
get into
ghosts of those
fucking bar
old homes to the
fights.
spirits of those old graveyards now haunt the lake. Time now for the tale of the deaths and wraiths of Lake Lanier. A number of boats have hit something in the lake's water, only to find nothing there when they circle
Just as
back to
much
look,
as younger
or when the
men.
rescue boat comes to assist them. There are other tales of boats suddenly
Morgan Freeman
capsizing for no apparent reason,
been
or dangers
70
of
for a
dangerous
while
rogue
now.
waves that seem to come from
Does
nowhere
he
and
know?
without warning,
Does he know
terrorizing
that
both boats and
was
people
meant
on the
as a
shoreline.
lewd joke, Napa?
Since it was created, nearly 700 people have
Does
died
he
tragically
know
in the
that that
lake,
was meant
and
as a
many of their
lewd
bodies
joke?
have never been found. Strange that there have been so many deaths in what appears
Vegeta.
during most of the warm and sunny days that people
I
boat
don't
and
think he
swim over and
knows.
in it to be such a tranquil, calm, and peaceful body of water. But year after year, far too many people are lost to its depths. According to one witness,
He
and
took
a friend
on
were sitting on a
the
pool,
entire
on pool noodles in the
United
water,
States
having a
military.
regular conversation when he decided to leave. His friend wanted to dive down one last time before getting out. He dove cleanly into the lake and then just never resurfaced. At least not when he was still alive.
Ugh.
Took dive crew 6 hours to find his body, and when they did, his corpse was just laying at the bottom of the lake, not tangled in anything.
That's weird.
They speculated that he must have become disoriented and then swam in the wrong direction until he ran out of oxygen. Is that really what happened?
No, I did not,
the
my
water
kind sir.
disorient
God
him?
damn it.
Or did something
God
else?
damn it,
And
Napa.
for all of those who have drowned on the lake, many more have almost drowned, and a good deal of them seem to describe their near-drowning experiences with eerie similarity. They say that while they were just swimming, not strenuously, just casually enjoying themselves, they suddenly began to feel extremely tired. A deep, almost paralyzing, unnatural type of fatigue. Then they felt something begin to pull them down, or something that seemed to be trying to hold them in place. Some have even described being pulled down by what felt like cold human hands. And this isn't where
Kind
the
sir,
strangeness
you
stops.
lied.
Several mysterious deaths attributed to
You
Lake Lanier
lied
have
to
nothing to do
you.
with the land,
I'm
such as
rude
what happened
as
to
fuck.
Kelly Nash. In 2015, Nash
Who
went missing
lied
from
to
his
you?
home in
I'm
lakeside
rude as
town of
fuck.
Beaufort, Georgia.
Oh, I get it.
Early on the morning of
I
January
get the
5th,
joke
Nash
now.
woke up feeling sick. He was coughing and sneezing, told his girlfriend Jessica that he felt terrible and should probably see a doctor before going back to bed. Jessica went back to bed as well. When she woke, several hours later, Nash was gone and had not taken his wallet, car keys, or ID with him. The police were called, and it was discovered that a 9mm pistol was missing
Goblin.
from the house.
Old.
But none of
Old,
Nash's
old
other
goblin
belongings
man.
were missing or out of place.
Oh no.
Authorities launched a massive search that involved the help of close friends and families as well as search dogs. No trace of Nash emerged for over a month. Finally, on February 8th, Nash's badly decomposed body was found in Lake Lanier by a local fisherman. He was still wearing the pajama pants and the dark shirt he'd had on when he went missing, and the only trauma his body revealed was a single gunshot wound to the head.
Vegeta,
Nash
what
had
does
no
it say
known
about
prior
his
history
power
of
level?
suicidal thoughts or of
It's
struggling with mental
over
illness of any kind, and his mysterious
0.5.
disappearance and death continued to trouble authorities and Nash's family to this day. In
Oh,
addition to
that's-
troubling deaths,
that's so
the lake is
weak.
also home
I could take
to
him.
creatures. Local fishermen have reported and caught monstrous fish in the area for decades. These fish, 5 to 7 feet long catfish,
Ew.
have supposedly swallowed dogs that wander too far into the water.
What?
They've attacked swimmers. These things are huge and they're very real. They've attacked swimmers and divers. The biggest of these fish lurk deep in the waters below Beaufort Dam. I will show pictures later, and I did further research, just I know you're very real. Some divers who have gone in to repair parts of the dam have come out refusing to ever go in again. They were so terrified by these real-life lake monsters. According to locals, in the 1980s, a truck carrying live chickens hurtled off the Thompson Bridge, sank to the bottom of the reservoir. Divers were sent in to recover the wreckage, and to their horror,
Power
catfish
level
quote,
or
the size
blood
of
alcohol
12-year-old
level,
boys
both.
gathered around the truck, swallowing drowned chickens whole.
Nah.
Ah.
What do you
Giant
think his
fish don't scare you.
alcohol
Maybe
level
a
is at?
spectral boat will.
Wow.
There have been several
Let me
reports
go
of a
check.
mysterious raft that floats around the reservoir at night, lit by a sputtering lantern that illuminates a shadowy figure pushing the raft along with a
Vegeta.
pole. One cold autumn
It's a
early morning,
Pokemon.
just before the sun had begun to rise, 2 locals were fishing on the reservoir in a rowboat when they saw this strange raft about a half-mile away. The men knew the water was at least 45 feet deep where the raft was, yet the figure kept pushing the raft along with his pole. It made no sense. They watched the strange figure with growing trepidation, not daring to make a sound, and then suddenly the figure turned towards them, clearly looking in their direction, then shouted something too vague to hear, and then
I'm not a
jumped
Pokemon.
into the water
I'm
and began
Chaozu.
swimming towards them.
Oh my
Chaozu.
God, run.
The two fishermen quickly pulled in their lines, started preparing to row away. Just as they got their fishing poles inside their boat, the lantern in the ghost raft went out. When the fishermen shone their boat's spotlight across the water, they could now find no sign of the raft or of the mysterious occupant who had jumped into the water. The black surface of the lake remained calm, but they knew that something was still out there. So they maxed out the throttle, sped back to the dock, never returned to that part of the lake again.
Whew.
Another spirit spotted by numerous lakegoers, believed to be the ghost of a woman who died just over 6 decades ago. In April of 1958, a young woman named Delia Parker Young, who worked at the nearby Riverside Military Academy,
Kirby is
and her
my
friend
favorite
Susie
Pokemon.
Roberts, headed off to Three Gables, a no longer in existence
Alright.
nightclub that was in the nearby town of Dawsonville, in Susie's 1954 Ford, for a fun night of drinks and dancing.
I do
The
get
girls
the
left home
joke.
but never arrived
It
to
very
Dawsonville,
funny.
and they didn't return home. That
It very
night either.
funny.
When investigators later retraced their
Almost
steps,
as
they
funny
found
as
that they'd
Sora
stopped at a
being
gas
in
station, and that they
in Super
could see
Smash
left quickly
Brothers.
without pain. Why were they in such a hurry?
I think it's
Seems
very
odd that
funny.
Two local girls would try and steal gas
'Cause,
from the local gas station. Were they trying to get away from
It's
someone?
very much like, oh,
Investigators
okay.
followed the path the car would have taken
I
from the
wasn't
gas
like,
station
oh
to
my gosh,
Dawsonville
wouldn't it
and
be
found some marks
amazing?
on
I
the
was
road,
like,
seeming to
oh,
indicate that
okay.
the car had skidded off the linear bridge and into the lake
Seems
below.
legit.
But when they searched the bottom of the lake, they couldn't find it. Divers were brought in to search for the car, were unable to locate it due to poor visibility in the murky water, due to the masses of sheared off tree trunks that littered and still litter the lake's bottom.
I ain't got nobody to love me. Oh, somebody help me. Somebody say I love you, but they won't. Somebody say I love you, but they won't. I really wanted Trevor Phillips from
corpse of Delia Parker Young suddenly floated to the surface.
Nix, you got
Body of the
emotes?
corpse, which could not be completely positively identified at the time, was missing two
Papa Moo,
toes from the left foot,
sing.
and much more upsetting,
Papa
missing
Mutt.
both hands.
Papa
It was
Mutt.
never made clear
There's
what had
a
happened to the body to
mutt.
cause such strange and specific wounds.
It's
The
also
cause
a
of death
father.
also never determined, or at least never revealed.
My
by
God.
authorities. Since
What will
investigators
the
were initially
world
positive
think
the
of
body belonged to
next?
Delia, it was also buried in an unmarked grave in the Alta Vista Cemetery in Gainesville.
How sad.
The body of Susie Roberts and the car remained missing despite repeated searches, leaving everyone to wonder what happened that night.
I don't
in
really want to draw
1958. Then over 30 years
this
after the
part,
girls went
but
missing, in November of
same time I
1990,
got
an
to.
expansion began on Lanier Bridge.
Oh my
Because
god.
it does set
Construction crews
off
dredged the bottom of the
a bit
lake,
of a
found
fight.
The old rusted-out shell of that 1954 Ford. The car had been submerged in a nest of tree trunks, mud, and other debris under roughly 90 feet of water.
Wow.
When they opened the car, they found the remains of Susie Roberts.
No way.
No, I don't. Papa
The corpse
Mutt.
was decomposed
Nix,
to
that's
the point of
you.
being
No, it's
unidentifiable,
not.
but the
I'm a blue
belongings
husky.
found on and around
It-
including
it-
a purse,
Nix
rings, and
Hus-
watch, were enough to be
Nix
able to
Husky is
conclusively
a
prove that the body
blue
was
husky,
Susie's.
but brown and a different
And although
face
the
and a different
body
body
bodies
and a
have now
different.
been recovered and identified, their story doesn't seem
So
to be
not
over.
them at
At least Elias
all.
doesn't.
All right.
Some have claimed to have seen a ghostly young
Not
woman
even
a
in
blue
spirit.
dress wandering up and down the length of the Lanier Bridge, thought to be the ghost of Delia Parker Young, wearing
See what
blue on the night of her
6
fatal
looks
accident.
like.
And this ghost has also been sighted in other locations around the lake. It's said that if you get close to the figure, you'll notice immediately that she's missing her hands. A man who posted a story under the name of Antoine Brown claims to have had a terrifying encounter with the spirit. In 2018, he and some friends had rented an Airbnb near the Sunrise Cove Marina off of Flat Creek Cove for a long 3-day weekend. And late one night, walking back up to the dock after sneaking down to the boat to grab some beers, Antoine saw a woman walking down towards the dock, down towards him from the road.
Mm-hmm.
Right away, red flags were raised in his mind. Something didn't feel right about this woman.
Oh,
There didn't
good
appear to be
God,
anyone else
why?
around, and it was so
Hey,
quiet and
Tamar,
still,
it's
he
you.
couldn't hear her at all. He could see her walking, but she didn't
Paganus?
seem to be making any sound.
Paganus?
As he walked
I don't know
towards
what
her,
that
began to
means.
gaze upon her, he grew more and more
I
unnerved
don't know
by
what
just
you
how
mean by
damn
that.
quiet she was. His mind had trouble processing it. Then, when she made it to the end of the dock, only about 30 yards away now, when she made it to a narrow wooden path that led from the road to the dock, he saw that she had no hands.
No
As he got her head a little
hands.
bit closer, he saw that she was missing a part of one of her bare feet, missing an eye, and, well, her whole body looked like it was rotting. For just a moment, he thought she must be wearing some sort of costume, but who does that? Who heads to the dock at 1 in the morning alone in July, dressed like some kind of zombie or something?
Right.
A zombie that doesn't make a sound. This moment quickly passed, and while he still didn't know what he was looking at, he knew it was not just some woman in a costume, and he knew that she might be dangerous. By the time she was within about 10 yards of him, he dropped the beer he was holding, turned and began to run back towards the boat. Before jumping into it, Antoine turned to look back around at the woman. He tripped, stumbled, fell right into the black night water of the lake.
Oh no!
Falling under the surface of the water, he twisted his body around, flailing, trying to kick back up towards the surface. Then he panicked. His leg was caught on something. He couldn't get back out of the water. Then the fear grew. He realized he was not caught. Something had grabbed him. Something was holding onto his leg.
Oh my God.
Then there she was, the woman from the dock in the blue dress, now underwater with him, her face only inches from his.
No!
He screamed, promptly took a dangerous amount of water into his lungs. He thrashed around against whatever was holding him, desperately trying to kick himself free. The woman in the blue dress smiled, and then he heard what he knew was her voice inside his head. Stay. Stay.
Oh my God.
He still couldn't break free. Now his lungs full of water, his vision began to dim. He was sure he was going to drown. He was going to die. He would be staying with whatever this thing was in the lake. And then the next thing he remembers, his friend Chris is kneeling above him saying, he's breathing.
Oh my God.
His friend Curtis is saying, thank God. He's laying face up on the dock, soaked, coughing up water. A few minutes later, once his breathing returns to normal, he's somewhat calm. Chris tells him that he and Curtis decided to come down and see if he wanted to drink those beers in the boat instead of bringing them back to the house. Then they saw some beer bottles laying around on the dock. Then Chris could see Antoine thrashing just under the surface of the water. He was starting to sink below the surface, and then he and Curtis grabbed him, pulled him out. Chris started CPR when Antoine's eyes opened, and he spit out a lungful of water. After Antoine had heard all of this, he asked, "Did you see her?" Chris, looking confused after sharing a concerned glance with Curtis, asked, "See who?" And Antoine thought as he glanced around looking for the woman in blue, the woman with no hands, the woman who wanted him to stay with her in the water. What am I supposed to tell them?
Blip.
Ay, ay, ay.
That was terrifying.
Penis,
That's a new type of
vagina,
terror, being held underwater by
penis.
something.
Oh, I'm having so many
She
terrible thoughts.
needs some
Yeah.
milk.
I was thinking about how we,
Should I
live by a lake.
explain
We live by 2 lakes, actually. And we frequent both
Vaginas?
of them,
All
and now I
right.
feel very
Oh,
uncomfortable because
I
know
can
that
see
people die both
clearly
of
now.
these
The
lakes.
rain is gone. Blip.
That would be the worst.
Thanks.
It
I
is
can
when-
see
and then,
all
like, oh my God.
obstacles in my
this first
way.
photo-
You're the
There's another thing to
best.
cross off our list.
Sing it, man. Sing
Safety in
it.
the boat. No more stand-up paddleboarding. Easy to fall in. No tubing. No jumping off boats into lakes.
I don't wanna be
Holy
DMCA.
I like
Wow.
Yeah, that's really pretty. I like it, by the way.
Copyright
What you just said reminded me of, like, sometimes listeners will write and be like, "Oh my God, does she not going to do anything the rest of her life?"
I don't wanna be
I want people to know she
DMCA.
gets real scared here, and then it fades.
Copyright claim.
But think about it. I mean, in this moment, it's terrifying.
This story got me because this was one of, I guess I must be at the Thalassophobia on some level, or was when I was a kid.
Sure.
And I'll explain why in a second. Actually. One of the pictures will link to exactly why I had that feeling.
Giantness.
Okay. So this is
Hard
beautiful.
hard eye
This next
sound.
fish,
So
excuse me.
pretty. All those little like inlets.
Vaginas.
Yes, gorgeous reservoir.
Gorgeous. Wow.
It's a popular like weekend getaway for people who live in Atlanta.
Okay.
Uh,
For the rich folk.
for the
Vaginas.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
I'm sure it's like,
sure.
oh,
Am I
there's a
saying it
lighthouse.
right?
Yeah.
Guys, am
I'm
I
sure it's
saying it
anywhere
right?
there's, like,
Vaginas?
second generation, like where their parents got it cheap years ago,
Mm-hmm.
and they get to have like the smaller homes. And I'm sure there's the huge mansions around that are millionaires.
I mean, if anyone wants to
Weekend
adopt
homes.
me, I'm available.
This next
Giant
photo is, a
us.
catfish.
Holy shit!
Yes.
Oh, right?
What?
Pagianus.
Catfish look like?
That's not what a catfish look like.
Pagian
What
us.
in the world is that?
And
That is not a catfish.
I thought it was photoshopped, and I did more research. And there are photoshopped pictures, and I don't have absolute proof that this one's not photo. But I looked and went to like not just like random people's Flickr accounts photos.
Right.
So,
There's
did
no.
research. Oh yeah, in various parts of the world, there is such a thing as giant catfish, and they do
But-
hundreds of pounds in size,
Vagine
and
us.
over 6 feet long. They're
Vaginas.
monster fish.
Okay, where? Well, we can discuss this later. But wherever they are,
Vaginas.
that is officially done. Like, if you told me that was swimming in the bottom of Lake Coeur d'Alene,
Yeah.
I would lose my freaking mind.
And I can't remember what it's called right now off the top of my head, but there's people who like, they do night catfishing, and they wade into the water with these.
This
big
is my
ass
curse.
and get them with their hands. They catch them.
They do not.
Oh
That's
my
illegal.
gumdrops.
Thank you, Joe.
Get out of here, Joe.
That's a
Payne.
real
Oh
thing.
my
It
gumdrops.
is.
It is
Not
not.
my
It is.
gumdrop
Wanna do that.
buttons.
It's a that thing will eat you.
No, it won't eat like a grown man.
Well, it eats.
But I mean, but they
chickens?
are dangerous. It could theoretically, cause you to like slip and maybe pull you under a little bit, and it could drown.
Tell me where they are.
So creepy.
This next one.
Do
this
you
is
know
some
the
artist,
Muffin
I couldn't
Man?
find their name.
The
I love
Muffin
this.
Man?
Yeah.
They
The
put a
Muffin
statue
Man.
of Jason Voorhees from
Who
Friday the
lives on
13th
Drury
at the
Lane.
bottom of a lake in
Who
Minnesota
she's
called
married to.
Crystal Lake.
That's
The
hysterical.
Muffin
Which is
Man.
awesome to me. And it's like a life-size statue. Jason Voorhees from the Friday the 13th. It's exactly why, as a kid, I genuinely was afraid to swim in any body of water where I couldn't see very far down.
She's
That's
married to
okay.
the
I was
Muffin.
convinced that Jason Voorhees specifically was going to grab my leg and pull me under, because that was an image from the movie. I saw it at the right time when I was a kid, or the wrong time, and it really stuck with me.
Hysterical.
Mhm.
Well, I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about giant catfish. First of all, I hate catfish. I don't enjoy the taste
Oh,
of catfish.
fiddlesticks. Gosh
Secondly, I
darn.
think they're one of the creepiest looking little fishies out there.
Mhm.
Diggity
I know
darn.
that. Like, how big is it in comparison to like a sturgeon?
So that's
Mm.
bigger than a sturgeon.
Right? Okay, that's what I
yeah,
thought.
maybe not as long, but like girthier.
Knife.
Choose your word.
Word of the day.
Mhm.
Is that what I get now? Is that I get knives?
creepy.
I get
remember catching a little
knives.
catfish when I was a kid.
Damn.
This is mean, but it was funny. And I had a golden retriever named Sam who always wanted to get into everything. And so we let him get after the catfish because they have little
Damn.
stingers on their face.
Oh.
Sam learned his lesson to not.
I will.
trust me that day.
Elmo will
Don't trust
hit
me
you
when
with the
fish,
chair.
because sometimes fish are stingy.
We'll
Some
get
people
you
don't
with
pee
that
on
chair.
I think the statute of limitations on that particular incident is long gone.
Do you know that song "Way Down Yonder" from Alan
Way
Jackson?
down yonder on a Chattahoochee. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So when you said that, it was immediately I was like singing that song for a solid 3 minutes in my head. Also,
Damn.
like, can we talk about moving?
Oh yeah,
sentences?
evil Elmo. Yeah,
Is that a thing?
good one. Good one.
It is with,
I
eminent
like
domain,
it.
When like a road has to be punched through somewhere, it's happened before. It's happened in numerous like reservoirs where they, they're not going to like not provide a lot of power and drinking water to a huge area just to like not disturb some old graves.
Let me tell
It
you
absolutely
something.
happens.
Let me tell you something. If I'm dead
Mhm.
and I'm buried
Mhm.
and they disrupt me,
Mhm.
I'm gonna be pissed.
Okay.
And I'm coming for
Noted.
you. I'm coming for you.
What if they
and
gave me a really good deal? What if they gave me a lot of money?
how much money?
$1 million. To move
That's not
your grave.
enough. That's not enough.
It's not for me.
I'm worth more than that, Dan.
Okay.
Fight for more.
Okay, I'll fight for more.
Dang. Yeah, that really like threw me for some reason. Like, why can't you find some other way around it? Let dead dogs lie. You know what I mean? That's how it goes, right?
Yeah. That
who,
Let dead dogs
my
lie.
ha, my ha, ha.
Another one. Do you think Lake Coeur d'Alene is haunted? That is my big note, and I wonder
I
if
don't think
it
so.
is.
No, I've never heard that.
I feel like we need to find out.
I don't know where that's
If
from.
it is, can
I have
we
no idea
rent a
what's
boat
going
and
on.
Stay out on the lake overnight and see what we see.
I have
Sure.
absolutely.
Terrible.
I'm very
It's
confused.
so terrible.
And I
But
just
mean,
said all that
unfortunately,
nonsense.
I mean, even just this year, a couple people
And
died on the
I
lake.
feel
Yeah, I mean, and
I
there is
feel a
something
little
to
bit
that. I mean,
more
it's like,
stupider now.
700, roughly 700 have died in Lake Lanier. It has been around for quite a few years. And I will say, especially growing up next to the Salmon River in
You
Central Idaho,
summoned a
Yeah.
I know rivers different than the
demon.
lake, but, boating accidents, fairly common.
Sure.
A lot of, big popular body of water, you are going to have, odds are a few people die every year,
Yeah,
sadly.
unfortunate. I really, truly.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to.
Are you
I'm not gonna
ready?
draw in
Ready?
detail this
Sweet.
guy's backside.
Yes, and I was working on these last night, so was so freaked
Not trying to
out.
say that
And now
Chunky
I'm
Man can't be
realizing
hot.
I did
Just
not
saying I don't
do
wanna draw
a
it.
pronunciation check
It's okay.
on one word, so actually two. So just bear with
That's
me.
for my OnlyFans.
So this story, oh me, oh my, it is. To me, this is one of those stories that I don't think it's.
I
Gonna
must
jump
send you
out
a
and
link
make
to the
you
song so we don't
squirmy.
suffer
I think it's going to
alone.
resonate and just sink in your psyche. I was thinking about it all night last night. Right.
Okay.
And I
They
think
don't draw a
basically going
bubble
to,
booty.
ruin hikes for you for a
Then
period of
don't
time,
draw a
and
bubble
B,
booty.
anytime
Well,
you
he
see
is a
someone in a yellow
chunk.
rain slicker, you're
Kill him.
going to be
He
freaked
is a
out.
chunk.
Okay.
And remember, our daughter just got a new yellow raincoat.
I'll have to put her down.
Probably. Hello, Lindsay, Dan, and team. Your work is amazing and has been helping me stave off existential dread for these past few pandemic life months. Keep up the good work. I look forward to seeing where you guys go.
Thank you.
I know, that's so nice. I don't have many spooky stories. I am directly in because I'm firmly of the mind of do not mess with the weird. Most of my family are doctors and engineers and typically very hard logic, career-oriented people, but we all keep an open mind because of our collective experiences. My beloved grandma would say some of us are more sensitive. She discouraged chasing after the other
Then
things
draw that bubble.
because it could give them power over you.
Numa.
I don't know if there's already an opposite of a Darren, but I'd nominate Grandma.
Never
for that
look
title.
up naked on Google. Worst
So, yeah,
mistake of
Darren
my
and Grandma.
life, Lewis.
Perfect. I wanted to
Worst
submit one
mistake of my life.
experiences that I thought might
Max.
creep you out, plus also be a weird story akin to the Dan portion of the episode from a part of the world not often discussed. I know stories
Damn.
in Asia are rare, often due to language barriers, and since creepy story forums tend to be in native languages. And there's a necessary disclaimer that the author puts in this story, and they say, I know firsthand that the political state of Taiwanese independence from China is a touchy subject for a lot of people. I know
Numa
official
Numa
media
naked
sources
song
are supposed to call
sounds
it
hot. No.
Chinese
No.
Taipei? Is that right?
Taipei.
No, it
Okay.
doesn't.
There we go.
No, it doesn't.
However, most of my friends call
You're
themselves
very wrong.
Taiwanese, refer to the country as Taiwan when communicating with me in
Wait.
English, and
Hold up.
Taiwan is a lot faster to write.
Was that the
than
song you were
latter.
trying to
So I
sing?
will be using Taiwan from here
Numa
on out.
Numa?
Got it.
No political meaning, just laziness
Huh.
with my typing. My next disclaimer
I don't know why
is
I
that
didn't
all names
see
are
that.
changed
Huh.
and some identifying details removed, since my career field has lots of people who frown upon superstition and paranormal things.
Got it.
I was at a bit of a low when my best friend Annie suggested I accompany her to Taiwan for a vacation. I met her in college where we hit it off amazingly. I suffered from crippling social anxiety, but she was a true friend and helped me overcome my depression and cope with my anxiety. At this point in my life, I was having trouble establishing myself in my field, which was mostly due to my anxiety, which of course furthered it in this vicious cycle. Annie thought breaking out of the daily grind would help, and I totally agreed. In Taiwan, we met up with Annie's cousin Jane, who was born and raised there. I had met Jane before when she lived in the States for school. The three of us were close with a lot in common. During our trip, we often met up and hung out with Jane's friends. Maybe meeting people almost daily was not the best for my social anxiety, but also pushing myself made me feel proactive. Annie and Jane were very understanding and would give me space if and when I needed it. It was not unusual for me to step back and take a bit of solitary time to refocus. Being in a foreign country helped since I didn't have a good grasp on Taiwanese Mandarin, so I got to play the dumb American, which helped me be ignored if and when I needed it. One day on our visit, we accompanied Jane and her friends outside of the city to a hiking trail to assist them with a casual photo shoot. They had done this before. When they
Wait,
needed
is that a
space,
naked
as an
man?
environment. The area was a popular hiking
Butakis?
area, and they assured us
I
it
thought this was a
safe and an easy
family-friendly channel.
I
It
grew up in
is a
very flat area,
family-friendly
think
channel.
agricultural,
Just,
so I absolutely love the
I
woods
am
and
just in
trees.
the middle
This
of
trail did
drawing
not disappoint.
a
Verdant trees
goblin
and a slightly overcast
shielding
sky
his
made me
face.
feel calm and peaceful. Our group of about 9 made our way to a scenic spot and started posing and snapping pictures. After some time, I felt awkward because
Which is
one, in the
completely
States, trail
family-friendly.
rangers and caretakers
Also,
can
you
be
think
very
this is
about
family-friendly?
impromptu shoots, and I
Man,
didn't
you're
know
about
that
to get
Taiwan was similar,
surprised,
and
my friend.
2,
About
most
to
of the
get
group obviously had worked
surprised.
together before,
About
and
to
they were
get
coordinating well. I felt like the edge over and in the way of the shoot.
Oh my god,
Anxiety
a
alert.
big
I
surprise.
told Annie I was going to walk away up the trail to get some alone time, but I wouldn't be far.
This
I
is
went up the
Family
trail
Guy
a
and
bit,
Naked
where
Man,
I
but
turned out of sight of
it's
the
not
group.
Naked
I
Man,
could
but
still hear them, but they were more distant.
he
The
is
trees and plant
definitely
life seemed to
fucking
muffle them.
clothed.
I stood there, soaking in the ambient
See,
sounds of the
he's got
forest.
clothes in
I had
this.
no intention of going further up the trail since I wanted to be within calling distance in case
He's
my help
wearing
was needed.
clothes,
Then I noticed a figure
suspenders,
coming down the
and a
road
button
and
up.
coming down the other end of the trail.
That's a lot
ahead
of
me.
clothes.
It was a person in a yellow rain poncho. The yellow stood out brightly
And some
against the natural
pants.
backdrop. The figure drew closer and closer to
Pet
me
the
and then
rabbit
stopped
ears.
well ahead of
Pet
me.
the little
when it
boy's
seemed
ears.
to spot me. They were
Before they
definitely
got torn.
looking at me.
No.
I couldn't make out a face
No.
as the yellow poncho
Stop.
had a hood. Thought they were wearing one of those
Gotta have
silly-looking
that
plastic visor hats
Sora
a lot of older Asian people tend to wear
version.
outdoors,
Stop.
including my own grandma. I stared back awkwardly. It was some old granny who was probably over-prepared in case of a sudden rain due to the cloudy weather. Heck, my own grandma prepares for a walk by covering up enough to be ready for a deep sea dive. At least that's what I thought. As the person in the yellow poncho continued to stare at me, which I could tell even though I could not make out a face, my next thought was, you're both having a standoff of politeness to let the other person pass first. Since I had not intended to go further up the trail, I stepped to the side of the trail. I hoped my body language made it apparent that they could pass me. Then, still totally silent, the person raised an arm and gestured for me to come closer. They turned slightly and continued to gesture, obviously wanting me to follow them. My inner voice and anxiety went, oh great, an old Taiwanese granny needs help. She probably doesn't know English. Let's hope she doesn't think you're rude when you run back to get your translator. I did my best to pantomime what I hoped was a universal wait here gesture and ran back down the trail to my friends. When I got back, I quickly explained that there was someone on the trail, probably an older person, who looked like they were in need of help. Knowing there could be a language barrier keeping me from being useful in case of an actual emergency, Jane and a friend of hers accompanied me back up the trail. We had not been gone more than 5 minutes. When we got back to that part of the trail, there was no sign of the figure in the yellow poncho. We went a bit up further just to make sure to see if the person had doubled back and to where the trail had straightened out. There was no way anyone could have just disappeared from sight unless they cut
By
straight
who,
into the
Nix?
woods. Jane and her friends
Probably
asked me
some
what the person
pent-up
looked like.
bottom.
I told them I
No!
didn't get a great look, but they were wearing a yellow poncho and a visor, so I figured it was an old lady out for a walk.
They're at a
The
tavern,
were
but there
surprise
is no
and fear.
pent-up bar.
They told me we should leave the woods immediately.
You know what?
Luckily, the shoot was done by then, and we were mostly
He
packed up.
spun.
Jane said some things to the other party members as we
No
were leaving,
butt.
and a lot of them
No
also
butt for
became
you.
suddenly nervous. As we left the woods, Jane told me and Annie that she was taking us out for the rest of the day. We were surprised.
No
since we had
butts
planned
for
on going back around
you,
our hotel
Star
to West
Fox.
for a while. We tried to refuse her hospitality, but she was adamant that we should go somewhere else, probably somewhere very busy.
Joke's
and
on
very
it.
public.
My name
We were also
is
going to meet up with
Go
the people in the other car too, since there were the more people, the better. By now, I
You
had
think
more
too
than
lightly
that
of me,
something weird had
Star
happened.
Fox.
We had something familiar in my own culture too. My parents and
What
grandma
the?
would never go
He did a
straight home
very
after visiting
basic
a cemetery
command,
because of the
and
belief that
I
wandering
can't
spirits
find
can
him
attach
anymore.
themselves to you and
No
follow you home
way.
to stay. I asked Jane directly if this was the case and if it had anything to do with that figure on the hike. She confirmed
Reminds
this, but
me
she
of that
wouldn't tell me
fucking
details
weird,
until we were back in the city and seated all together in a
I say
bustling
it's
cafe.
weird.
Jane and her friends
This is
told me
what
I had seen
somebody's
was probably
into.
a mosinai, a term best translated
But it
as
was,
a mountain goblin. According to folklore
is this
and urban
this
legends,
Facebook
mosinais tend to
page
appear in mountains
where
and
this
wooded
guy
areas.
loves drawing
They
Star
lure
Fox,
hikers or
can
visitors
draw
deep into
some
the
good
woods
Star
to become
Fox art.
lost and die of
And then
dehydration,
he
starvation,
also
or the
drew
elements.
some
Or perhaps they lure people away from other unknown purposes.
questionable
Sometimes,
things.
though, they are more actively malicious. There is the
It's
story of a man.
it's
who
not
went on a
the
hiking
the
group.
one where
He
the
spotted a
guy
hiker in a yellow coat a bit ahead of his group.
drew
They
the
looked like they knew
Star
they looked
Fox
like they knew the
and
trail, so he
the
followed
Star
them. He never got
Fox
a good look at their face,
one
but they
where
walked
he's
assertively and
big,
quickly.
large
He
and in
followed
charge,
them, striding ahead of his
where
group and not
he's
taking his
destroying
eyes off of his
cities.
yellow
He's so
coat.
big.
Suddenly, the man heard the group behind him yelling at him to stop. He stopped and realized he'd nearly walked off a cliff. The figure ahead of him
But it
in the
was
yellow
still
coat had simply vanished.
it was
into what would have been an
one where
empty
they
air above a sheer
they
drop.
drew Leon
I couldn't help but
cross
laugh at how
wrestling,
my anxiety and wariness
and I'm
had kept
like,
me safe from
you have
something
such great
unexplainable.
talent.
This is
Why
not
do
the
you
first
do
time
this?
I had encountered something I could not
I
quite
mean,
explain,
it's what you're
and
into.
said so much to our group. Some of
But
them
like,
said
he
their
could draw
grandmothers
some
would
good Star
probably
Fox
say I
art.
had
He
some
even
sort
knew
of
how to
aptitude
draw
for city
like
spirits.
they even knew how to
Family
draw
didn't buy
like
into it, but she was still
the
uneasy.
Star Fox
And
like
one person
vehicles and
thought I
stuff
would
like
be a
that,
great
which was
person to
really
take along
cool.
ghost hunting, and tried to convince me to
Hyper.
visit some abandoned hospitals, but I firmly declined. For the rest of the day, we ended up going shopping, locally
Hyper.
sightseeing, and didn't return to our hotel until after dinner. The only strange thing that happened the rest of the trip was me explaining
The
lore of
frown
altitude
makes
to a
it
bunch of Taiwanese city slickers. They were fascinated with
Hyperstar
the
Fox.
concept.
Yeah, there's
While the American country
that
bumpkin found
it's
amusing
very
at most.
famous.
And it's
The
not true that you can do
Hyperstar
this,
Fox
cows are really
is very
Keep
famous.
on terrifying us. All the best, Hannah.
Thank you, Hannah. What was Mosin?
Mosina? Mosina, but like I mean, you could say like Mosina, but you know, with the
Accent.
the Taiwanese accents, it's on the A, on both the O and the A.
It reminds me of
Mosina?
It reminds me of like a mountainous version of a siren. Which comes from like I can't remember which culture, like Northwest European, back when people were just
it's
sailing boats, I think, or might have been Greek actually. Anyway,
hey, I'm not into it, but
death, like by
you know,
to the rocks.
somebody's into it.
Like sailors would go after the sirens, and then they would crash, you know, and sink their boats.
And
this is like
I know
version of that. So I can totally picture it in my head. That's an interesting thing to think about. Like some entity.
I can be your boy toy. I can be your bride. I can
and then you want to follow to help them, and then like fall off the cliff, off the trail. Interesting.
Oh
Or
my
just, like
gosh.
you said initially, get lost and just starve and dehydrate.
Can you imagine? And of course, like if I saw,
It's like a mirage, like a fucked up mirage.
if I thought I saw
Oh my
an
God.
older person,
No,
hiking
it's
who needed
look.
help, it would of course.
I
I'd go
just
to them
think that
immediately. I wouldn't even think twice.
I'd leave them.
some people are into giant people.
You came out here in the
Like
woods,
that's their
I'm out there
porn.
old and helpless.
That is totally their
You
porn.
know what I mean?
But
No, I don't know. Yeah, I would.
it's just when you see Star
I
Fox
think almost
like
everyone would
that.
want to at least check in with them, make sure they're okay.
And I mean,
So
I
good lesson. Don't do that anymore.
don't help people you don't know.
If you see like a confused looking, you know, older person out in the forest, well,
It's song lyrics. Can't calm down. I know. I know. I just
a
love.
lot of people get
It's
killed in the
the
woods every year
face.
too by older people with guns who. I can't even keep up with that line.
You're the worst. Shut up.
I was trying to make up something better than that. Okay.
But yeah, I don't know. That story just kind of like we hike so frequently. And I think, you know, a lot of people, especially like we live in the Northwest and, you know, especially, and then also during COVID times, like we're all trying to find ways to be outside a little bit more in safe environments. And I just don't care for that.
Yeah, that story is very, very easy to visualize. Yeah, good job, Hannah. I can like absolutely picture, somebody up the trail.
Yeah.
Somebody just motion you for go, but you get a weird feeling. Why are they there? Especially if you're in like an area that maybe there's not a lot of hikers.
All the things.
That's a good one.
That's a good one. Yeah, very different. And also, this next tale is also a bit different. This story scared me in a way that is actually hard for me to really verbalize. It, I don't know. You could maybe see it as like a little bit of a warning about listening to somebody when they say that they are seeing something or experiencing something, and it does get quite a bit sad in this story.
Okay.
But also, I mean, this story freaked me out. So it's a real double gut punch.
Okay.
Okay. Hello, concierges of the creepy. I know it's a good one, right?
It's a good one.
I discovered Scared to Death earlier this year and have been binging episodes ever since. I just love it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm a creeper for sure, as I love everything horror related, or I did until just a few days ago.
Wow.
I have never had any personal paranormal experiences, but I love the idea of something
Hyper
being part of my world. However, I now have to share this story with you because it
Cursed
literally
images.
just happened.
I'm in
I don't
agreement
have
to
anyone
Goat's
else to share
opinion
it with
on
that I think will
Godzilla
really
porn.
appreciate
Godzilla.
it.
Think though. Let me just shove
In
it.
1981,
Dude.
my parents separated and divorced. My father left, leaving my mother, my 11-year-old sister Brenda, and I alone. I was the youngest at 9 years old. My mother was left to care for and support us all on her
It's
own.
very
And she
funny.
did the best
It's
she
very
could,
funny
and she
though.
was soon working
It does
3
make me
jobs, and I
laugh.
would rarely see her.
Does make
She could not
me
afford to
laugh,
keep us
but
in the house we were
like
living in,
it's
so we moved out of it and into
look
an
if
older,
if that's
smaller
what you
rental
need,
house on the low economy
you
side
know,
of town. The house
I don't
has 2
hate you.
bedrooms with a fenced yard. Because of my mother's work schedule, she chose to give the
And I
larger,
hope
master
all the
bedroom
best
to my
for you.
sister so that she
In
could
fact,
have
I
some
hope
privacy. She's a
even
girl,
better than
and
the
she has
best.
her own room, my mother had said. My mother set up her bedroom in the living room so that she could get up early and come home late from work without disturbing us. My sister and I were always very close. But
Cause
that's when we were
they're a
practically
specific
inseparable.
kind of
The
weird.
neighborhood we moved into was straight up rough, with plenty of shady people always around, so we pretty much just kept to ourselves. Brenda's bedroom was pretty cool. It seemed to us like it was the largest room in the house. It was the most decorated as it had this red floral wallpaper all over the walls, a large double window that overlooked our backyard, and its own bathroom.
It's called
with an
for.
antique clawfoot porcelain
Let me just eat a
bathtub.
dude and gain
During the
pleasure.
hottest parts of the
You
day,
need to
when it was
take an
too
entire
hot to play
person of
outside,
your
we
no
would play
place.
in her room.
Why?
Despite how it sounds, we were
Look,
far from happy.
I don't know these
The
people,
drama of my parents' divorce was dragging on,
and
my father
I hope they
became
never do.
violent and abusive to our mother
You know?
whenever he would decide to drop in.
Look,
Brenda took the
if you're
divorce
into
as a
it,
drastic
hey,
change in our lives
if you're a
quite
viewer
hard. I
and
had
you're into
never
this,
heard of night
I want you
terrors
to know
before,
I'm
but
not
I will
gonna
never
judge
forget
you.
the first time I saw my sister in the grip of one. It was the middle of the
I'm
night,
just,
and I was
you know,
awakened by a blood-curdling scream that
we're just
seemed
not
to
gonna
shake the
talk
entire
about it.
house. I ran into the hallway to find my sister running back and forth, screaming and crying incoherently.
How about that?
She was running by us like we weren't even
Judgment.
there. I had never seen anyone
This
act
is
like
a
this, and I was especially
judgment-free
bothered
zone.
to see my normally even cute
Unless
big
you need
sister
judgment.
acting this way.
No,
My
no,
mother
no,
was
no.
finally able to grab her and hold her down.
Unless you
but my
need
sister's
judgment.
terrified fit went on for what seemed like forever. Seeing that I was disturbed, my mother explained to me that Brenda was still fast asleep and just having a nightmare.
Which, I
It made
mean,
sense
if
to
you
me,
need it,
as I had never
I
seen her
want
act
to
any
talk.
way like this before, and she was still not really
That's good.
acknowledging us.
You know
I
what,
will
Nick
never forget the
Husky?
distant, disconnected
That's
look
good.
in Brenda's eyes
I'm
as
glad
my
that
mother
you
tried
want to
to
talk
calm her.
about how does that make
Brenda
you
kept
feel?
screaming, "She's in my room.
You know,
She's in my room.
when other
She's by the
people
bed.
don't want
I
to
saw
talk
her
about
eyes.
a,
She's in my room. I saw
situation,
her eyes."
this
Over
is
and
fascinating
over
to
and
me.
over. Even after she calmed down and became lucid,
When you're
she
like,
was
oh man,
adamant
let's talk
that she
about our
had seen
topic.
a woman in her room.
Oh man,
We searched her room and found nothing. That night, we both slept
Go.
in the
Why do
living
you
room with my
know
mother.
that
The next
someone
morning,
drew
Brenda did not seem to remember
this
the incident,
porn?
so I didn't push the issue.
And I
referring
want you
it
to
like a
know
scary
that
night
I
stayed
am
in the
on
past. But it
way
didn't
too
stay
many
there for
furry
long.
sites,
Soon,
so
the
it's
night terror
obvious
incidents became a frequent
that eventually
occurrence,
you are
sometimes
going
happening
to see
3
some
or
stuff
4
you
times a
didn't
week,
want to
with the
see.
same crying pleas that there was a
Then
woman
you're
in her
like,
room or
oh,
by her bed.
oh,
Brenda's
okay.
mental health began to deteriorate as she became more and more detached, more and more nervous.
It's like
After a
eventually,
while,
if
she
you
began
drive enough
nervously curl
cars,
her
you will
long
see a
black hair,
wreck.
one strand at a time. She
May
would
not,
absent-mindedly play with that strand for a while,
but you're
and then
more
discard it and
likely
pull
to
out
see a
another
wreck
one.
than you
It
are
wasn't long
not
before she had
to.
large bare patches visible on her head, and she was forced to wear bandanas on her head to keep it covered so that people would not embarrass her or pick on her. I never wanted to ask because I was young and I didn't really know how to deal with the situation. But Brenda would sometimes just start talking about the woman who she said lived in her bathroom. She described her as being tall and thin,
Like,
very
I need to
pale,
know
with
more
dark
to cure
hair
my
and black
ignorance
eyes.
and make
Brenda
an
said she would
informed
appear at
decision
night
on whether
and tell
I'm
her scary
on board or
things.
just
She would
no
not
thanks,
tell me
dude.
what
You
the
know.
woman would say.
Well, it's
Whenever
up
I
to
would
you,
ask,
man.
I
Go
would,
for
but I
it.
would,
If you
whenever
are,
I would
if
ask,
you
she would
want to
just bite
find
down on her
out,
lower
go
lip,
for it.
lip and
I'm
shake
not
her
gonna
head
stop you,
no, as if she
Nick
didn't think I
Susky.
could handle the details.
I'm not gonna
My
stop
mother
you.
continued to tell me that Brenda was sick and was seeing things that weren't really there. Eventually, Brenda's anxiety became too much, and my mother had to take her to see a therapist. She met with Brenda once a week, and it really seemed to help my sister. My sister enjoyed her therapy days and started showing signs of improvement. Her therapist had given her a pretty journal that she was supposed to write in every day, and then they would talk about it at her next visit. Brenda loved that, and I remember her
If you
carrying
want
that journal
to
around
find
all
out
the
for
time
yourself,
and
go
writing in
for it,
often.
man.
Of course, she
That
would never
episode
let me
was
read her
a
journal
hard
because it had
pass.
all of her private stuff in it. I was just
Mm,
happy to see my sister seemingly getting better.
I understand.
As I mentioned before, I have never had any
Understandable.
paranormal experience myself. I never saw, heard, or witnessed anything out of the ordinary in the house, except for the one time I went into Brenda's room to get a toy and discovered smears of grease on the edge of the bathroom doorway. 3 lines of smeared grease, like someone had run their fingers along the door frame as they walked into the bathroom. I was familiar with grease because my father was a mechanic, and I remember thinking it was odd that grease would be upstairs in the bathroom. But I figured Brenda must have gotten it on her hands, I don't know, maybe from under the sink or something. I
Ye.
wiped it up and went on about my way without
They
giving it a
need
second thought.
the information to
We
make an
lived in that house
educated
for a
opinion.
couple of
Yeah,
years before finally moving out.
yeah.
Even after we moved out of that house, Brenda said that she would still see the woman in her room at night. As she got older, she became more insistent that it was real. But as word got out about her quote-unquote stories, she began to be mocked for being crazy, and eventually she just stopped talking about it.
Reveals what many seem to think is proof of a ghost in the school there.
I think we should show that to our son Kyler, who last night debated that ghosts only exist if you believe that ghosts exist.
Yeah, he's very skeptical, which is fine.
That's fine. I've got on some fun fuzzies. I can't really hold on. I've got a lot of things going on underneath this blanket. These are an oldie but a goodie. Okay.
Perfect. Still have good range of motion. That's good.
I need a sock puppet.
I don't know. I don't know if we need to add that. It's already a pretty sock heavy program.
I'm ready. I'm scared already. I got my worry stone.
All right, you ready to head to Southern Idaho?
Take me there.
Okay. Our first story shares the same setting as our second tale. Yeah, the small southeastern Idaho city of Pocatello. It's about 50,000 people living inside the city limits, about 90,000 in the metro area. Community with a ranching, farming vibe, a community officially established in 1889, but one that had already been around in some capacity for several decades by that date. Pocatello,
like how I need to see a JJ to know I'm sure that I am gay and proud of it. Nice. Star Fox says it.
West along the Oregon Trail. Pretty famous.
Star Fox says it.
Pocatello went from a very small collection
Fox used the boat to get through.
Town when a gold rush brought prospectors into the area in 1860.
Peppy, watch out!
Agriculture and then the founding of Idaho State University in 1901 helped the town survive and continue to grow once the gold rush was long gone.
Well, that's good.
No word on when the supposed ghosts.
I'm glad that you're proud of who you are.
Since the land belonged to the Shoshone and Bannock
I'm
tribes,
glad that you're gay.
Named after a Shoshone
That's cool.
Chief Pocatello. And yes, Shoshone.
You know what?
Sometimes
That's
pronounced
awesome,
Shoshone
man.
For listeners,
I'm glad that you're
around
you.
Pocatello, the general consensus
And you're
seems to be
unique.
Shoshone.
And without you
Maybe
being
the
unique, I
ghosts
wouldn't be
came with
here.
those seeking to make their fortune in gold. I'm sure more than one tormented
Your brain
prospector died
read
in the area
that
after
and
not
just
making
went
their fortune, or
brrrr.
after suddenly losing it. I'm not sure when the first spooky local stories
What
were
are you
told,
talking about? I
but
don't know
there
what you
sure
mean.
doesn't seem to be any shortage of ghost tales.
I don't know
around
what you're
Pocatello
talking
now.
about.
Found so many doing just a little bit of digging.
Interesting.
Here's the first of two of my favorites that I picked for today. Time now for a tale called Join Us. In the fall of 2013, Susan, her husband Rodney, and their 3-year-old daughter Scarlett moved from Wyoming into an apartment in Pocatello. The apartment was actually a house built sometime in the 1920s that had been converted into 3 apartments several years earlier. Susan and her family moved into the downstairs unit on the right-hand side.
It's like a little. It's like a little car.
She began to
It's like a
witness
little car that goes.
unexplainable occurrences. At first, they seemed benign and easily explained away. Various objects, maybe a glass of water, or a shirt, or Susan's car keys, would disappear inexplicably, only to later reappear in the exact same position Susan had left them in. Susan kept telling herself things like, even though she had definitely looked on the counter with the keys turned up, and several times at that, she must have just somehow not seen them. She must have been in such a hurry and so distracted that she just continually kept looking past the
Cute
object in
faces.
plain sight
Nice.
directly in front of her.
Nice.
It wasn't impossible, actually. She had done things like that before. She'd asked where something was, only to have Rodney.
Oh,
find
those
it directly
goblins
in
look so
front of her,
buzzed and
right where
angry.
she
It's
was
so
looking.
adorable. I just
But
want to
she
hug
never
them.
had this happen over
No,
and over again
they'll
in
shank
such a
you.
short span of
So
time,
you know.
and always in the same
I mean, do it at your own risk, as you hug everyone. Just do it at your own risk, because some people will just straight up shank you.
She wouldn't necessarily jump right into looking at a possible
They'll just do it.
paranormal explanation. But there was also the noises.
And some
Strange
people,
noises
they'll
Susan
just do
always
it for
heard
no
at night.
reason.
She kept
There are
hearing the sounds
crazy
of
people
children
out there
laughing and running
that
in the
will
upstairs
harm
apartment.
you
At first,
for
she
no
assumed
other
that
reason
whoever lived
than you
above her and
existing.
Rodney just let their kids stay up late. But then after one particularly active night, she ran into her new neighbor as she was coming home and he was heading out, and she commented that it sounded like he and his kids must have been having a lot of fun last night.
Drunk goblins
And her neighbor just
is
stopped and
never
stared
good
blankly at
to
her,
start
clearly
hugging.
confused, and asked, "What are you talking
Just
about?"
saying.
Oh boy.
Oh, sorry, Susan said.
But
"You and your
if you
kids,
know
I
the
was just saying that
risk,
it sounded like you were having a lot of fun
do
last
whatever
night."
you want,
And her neighbor,
whatever makes
now
you
looking at
feel
her like she was
happy.
both out of her mind and also very
Just knows
annoying,
there's
said,
consequences
"I
in
have no
life
idea what you're talking
for
about, lady. I
every
don't have any
action you
kids, and I went to bed
take.
early last night."
Oh my gosh.
Then when Susan stammered, "Oh, I
And
her
then you
neighbor
have this
exasperated,
elf in
loudly
the middle.
exhaled and cut her off. "You two? Great. My last neighbor was just as crazy." And then after a brief pause, he said, "Do me a favor. If you hear anything else, don't tell me. I have 6 months left on my lease. I haven't heard anything yet, and I don't want to start." And then he dismissively walked away over to his truck and left. Now Susan was freaked out. Did the previous tenant hear the same things she did?
Yeah.
Was that what happened by his other neighbor being crazy?
What's stopping you? Go inside your internet device and start hugging. People just beat me up for being short.
Had she for sure heard what she
Short people beat me up for being tall.
Or was he lying to her? The next day, when Rodney, who'd grown up in Pocatello, was out having
Tall
a drink
people beat
with
me
an old
up for
childhood
being
buddy,
too
she
short.
She looked outside and
Short
saw
people
their
beat
upstairs
me
neighbor's
up
truck
for being too
wasn't parked
tall.
outside.
Oh boy.
I can't
What the hell,
win.
he wasn't even home. Still hearing what sounded
I
like
don't get
children
beat
running
up.
around and laughter,
That's a
she
lie.
decided
I
to
never.
investigate.
I don't get
I was
beaten
afraid
up.
of that.
Scarlett
Maybe
was
I
asleep in her
don't
room,
put
so
myself
she
in
carefully
situations
walked
that
outside and
could get
quietly
me
shut the
beaten
door
up.
and then silently
Like,
ascended the stairs.
I don't want to.
When Susan
Don't
made it
wanna
to
do
the
that.
upstairs landing,
That sounds
she
like a
paused
bad
to listen,
idea.
and she could still hear
Sounds like
little footsteps and laughter.
not a good
She quietly
plan.
approached the front
I
door,
hugged someone so
first looking to
hard
make sure
I
the door
cracked their
wasn't blown
back.
up. She
Ugh.
didn't want her second conversation with her to be even
You're
more
one of those
uncomfortable and
people.
awkward than the first. And she put her ear up against the door. She could hear the giggling more clearly now.
Oh God.
It sounded like it was coming from
I know
just
lots of those
on the
people.
other side of the door. The footsteps had stopped. The laughter abruptly ended, and now she could hear whispering. It sounded like 2, maybe 3 voices. They were whispering so quietly.
Upsetty.
she strained to hear, trying
These
to make out what they were saying.
these drunken
And
cats are
suddenly,
upsetty
Susan, you can't help them.
spaghetti.
Susan involuntarily let out a small scream. Before quickly covering her mouth, she backed up from the door. She heard the giggling start again. It no longer felt like the innocent laughter of children, and then through the window curtain, she saw shadows of 2 figures move from one side of the room to the other. What? She ran down the stairs so fast she stumbled and almost took a tumble that could have
What
been
do you mean
very
one of
heavy on
the
concrete
people
below.
just beat me up for not coming out as a fur affinity? I like hugs. Dang, that looks good.
She didn't want to scare her. As she
No,
looked into the room and stared over towards Scarlett's new
No, you're
big
one of
bed
those
that her daughter
people
was so proud of,
who
she heard more
you're like,
giggling.
man, I haven't seen
But
you in
now,
so
not from
long.
upstairs.
Yeah,
Dear
I
God,
haven't
it
seen
sounded like it was
you
coming
in so
from the middle of
long. Come
Scarlett's
here,
room.
man. Oh yeah, nice
Then she saw a
hug. I like
child-sized
little
shadow,
cozy
the size of
hugs.
a kid,
Ah.
maybe 5 or 6 years
And then
old,
you hug
run
them,
across
and then
the
they
room toward
pick
her
you up,
3-year-old.
and they
No,
crack your
Susan
back,
yelled as she
and
turned
it's
the
like,
light switch. The
oh
light did not come on.
no.
Oh.
Susan ran into the room anyway, yelling, "Get away from
No.
her!" And then she watched the shadow
I
climb
just-
up onto
I
Scarlett's
just
bed
wanted a
and proceed
small
to
little
run directly
hug.
into and
I
then
didn't want a
disappear
big
into
bear
the
hug.
wall.
No.
No way.
Mommy, I was sleeping, Scarlett said as Susan
I
woke
just
her.
want,
She
I
rubbed her
just
eyes.
wanted
Is it
a
morning?
nice
It's dark.
itty bitty
No,
hug.
baby, it's not morning, Susan said. I just thought it would be fun to have a slumber party. Just then the lights finally came on. This scared Susan into a startled yell.
But you
that
are
frightened
one of
Scarlett as
those
her mom picked
people.
her up. Mommy, that was
You
too
are
loud.
one of
You
those
hurt my
people.
ear.
That just
Scarlett
means that
protested as Susan
I
walked
know
out of the
not
room,
to hug
shutting the door
you.
behind her,
I
further
hey, I
scaring
can give
Susan.
nice
Just
little
as
high
she shut the door,
fives.
the lights turned back off.
Oh boy.
High
When
fives are pretty
Rodney would
cool.
enter the room later, the light switch would still be in the off position.
No.
And when he messed around
What do
with
you
it,
mean
he couldn't
that's
find anything
mean?
wrong. When he flipped
What
the
do
switch
you
up,
mean
the lights
that's
would come on,
mean?
and when he flipped it down,
That's
the lights would go out,
reasonable.
just like they were supposed to.
Hey, I don't like getting
Susan
hugged
plugged in the
that
nightlights
hard.
next to her bed, shut the door, and crawled into bed
Could
with
you
Scarlett,
promise not
who
to
after
do
a quick
that?
drink of some milk
I'll give you a
was
hug
already
if you
almost
promise
back to
not
sleep.
to hug me too
Despite feeling
hard.
terrified,
I
Susan fell
like-
asleep
I
with her
like
daughter
soft
before
little
Rodney made it
hugs.
home for the night. When her
I
alarm
can
went
give
off
light
at work the
hugs.
next
I've been
morning, Rodney was
practicing.
sound asleep
Okay.
and cuddled up with
Alright.
Scarlett, so she decided not to wake her husband.
Better
Don.
not hug me
She hardly
hard
saw
or
nothing
I'm
strange, so
gonna
she got ready
lose
for her day
trust
and grabbed something to eat.
immediately.
And she left without seeing anything unusual either. When
And
she
then
walked
it's
out to her
never
car,
happening
the hair on the
again.
back of her neck did stand up. She felt like
I
someone
can't
or
trust you
something
on
from the unit
anything
upstairs
after
was
that.
watching her walk away from the building. She worried a little about Rodney and Scarlett, but again, she didn't want to call or text and wake them up. She didn't want to argue with Rodney over the phone. She needed to talk all this out with him face to face. She was worried that Rodney would think she was being crazy. Susan had
Crystal
long had a
from
fascination with
Starbucks
paranormal.
was
This
when
wasn't the first time
I
she thought
found
she had
out.
heard or seen something
Oh,
that was by
hey.
far the most intense. She'd woken up
I
Rodney
wonder
in the
what
past thinking she'd
what set
felt or
me
heard
off.
something in the middle of the
Fuck.
night, and he never
I think it was
shared
that
those
weird
experiences. And the
that
more times
weird
she told him about
special
something that he didn't
on an
also witness, something he didn't think was real,
No,
the
it
more
could have been
annoyed
Bugs
he'd
Bunny.
become.
It could have been a
Rodney
lot of
prided himself
things
on
that set
being
me
a
off.
very practical
That
person,
set me
and he was
down this
someone who
road.
believed there were perfectly logical explanations for everything. He was also
You've
she
been
decided,
given
someone who was
those
not going to be
Zangief
meeting with
hugs
friends and leaving her alone
about
with
your
Scarlett in the new
big
apartment
boobo
anytime
fetish.
soon.
Fair.
What do you?
That night
What
when Susan
about
got
my
home,
big
She
boob?
told Rodney over
It's
dinner
not a
about
fetish.
everything that had happened. Predictably, he didn't believe there was a paranormal explanation behind any of it. He thought that the
What do you
upstairs neighbor
mean?
must have some kids and at least one other adult living with him. The adult behind the voice Susan heard, telling her that she couldn't have them. He thought it was creepy. He didn't know why someone would say that, but he thought someone must have. When Susan asked him why he would lie about who lived with him, Rodney thought it must have something to do with the neighbor's lease. Maybe it was supposed to only be him in the unit, but now he had others staying there. Maybe he'd started dating someone with kids. It wasn't any of their business. When Susan asked Rodney how this person living with him knew her name, since she hadn't introduced herself to their neighbor,
Ooh.
Rodney guessed that the landlord must have told him who was moving in below him. It all seemed a bit weird, but not unreasonable to Rodney. Susan asked, but what about the shadow I saw? The one I heard in Scarlett's room? And then Rodney again predictably told her that she must have just imagined it. She must have gotten spooked upstairs. She was all worked up and then scared and feeling panicked. She thought she saw something she simply couldn't have seen because there was no way something like that was real. Rodney was so damn rational, he almost convinced her that she really hadn't seen anything. But then his opinion changed that very same night. That afternoon was the last afternoon he'd ever be a skeptic when it came to the possibility
Chungus.
of spirits.
I like chest pillows.
Susan woke up to hear her
Naked
daughter
Amy Rose on
talking to someone in her room. "No, you
chesticles.
don't," she heard her daughter
Yeah.
protest. "I live here. It's my room.
Use safer
No, I don't want
adjectives.
to go outside." She quickly shook her husband awake, yelling, "Rodney,
Dude,
there's someone
just
in the room with
go
Scarlett."
just go to the
Rodney
best
bolted from a
furry
deep sleep,
website.
wide awake seemingly
If you're
instantaneously. He was in
into
Scarlett's
that,
room in seconds. Fling
just
the
go
door
to
open before bounding down the hall and
E621.
quickly popping into his daughter's room where she was sitting up in her
There
bed.
you go.
And he
Free
immediately
knowledge
saw
right there.
that something was sitting with her.
Oh.
The shadowy figure of what seemed to be a small child appeared to be sitting across from Charlotte on the bed. Scarlett. And when Rodney ran over and grabbed his daughter, the figure didn't disappear.
If you're
or
into
move
that,
away.
man,
Oh my god.
Rodney picked up Scarlett and quickly backed up to the doorway where Susan was now standing.
if you're
He
like, oh
told her to
man,
turn on
I
the hallway
need to
light.
look
After
up
Susan turned it on,
Crystal
for a moment, both
from
Rodney
Star
and Susan clearly
Fox.
saw what seemed to be the semi-translucent, darkened figure of a young
Yeah.
boy sitting next to their daughter.
E621
The boy flashed
has
an unnerving
everything.
grin, waved his hand,
Just
as if he
in
were
furry
saying hello
format.
before the bedroom light popped
Then
on
after
and he
little
disappeared.
Johnny
Rodney
was
seemed to
not
be
the
more scared
same.
than Susan this time. What the fuck was that?
Oh yeah.
Exactly.
Before handing Scarlett
Probably
to Susan
not
and
gonna be
telling
the
her to get
same.
dressed.
But
Susan told him it was the
what
same
set me
figure
off?
she'd seen the
What
night
set you
before.
off,
Now,
Nick Sosky?
obviously, he believed her.
Because
And now he
I
believed
don't
her about the voice
remember
upstairs,
what
not
set
likely
me
belonging to
off.
some secret roommate
Could
of
have
the neighbor.
been.
While they talked about
Could
it
have
all,
been
Susan and Rodney
Disney.
both heard giggling and footsteps coming from the unit above them.
I mean,
Rodney told his wife to take
I know I like Sly
their daughter
Cooper.
to their parents, his
I like
parents'
Sly
house.
Cooper and
Get the fuck
Carmelita
out.
After
Fox.
they'd all gotten dressed, still hearing noises coming from above them, they headed out towards Rodney's car. After locking the door, he handed his car keys to Susan, asked her to take Scarlett to the car and get her all buckled in. He said he'd be right with her.
No.
He wanted to go upstairs, and not that it would change what he'd just seen in his daughter's room. He wanted to see if there was any kids up there. He
No.
wanted, even if it was impossible, to try and figure out what the fuck was going on. Susan asked him
To
hurry,
become a
and she walked
furry.
to the car as Rodney walked up the stairs. By the time he made it to the landing, he could hear the whispering more clearly. It sounded
What
like multiple
what
voices,
set
at
you
least
off?
3.
Or are
As he
you just
approached the
like,
door
nah,
of
I'm
the
not a
unit where
furry.
all the lights were off.
Nah,
Of course they were. It was sometime
Nah,
around
I'm not a
3 in the
furry.
morning. He could
Not
hear
at
a
all.
voice say, "We should let him." And then another voice say, "No, he'll take you."
Oh god.
"Hello," said Rodney. I'm Rodney. I live downstairs. I know it's late, but a voice, it seemed angry, cut him off. "We know who you are."
Bowser and Looney
"How do
Tunes.
you know my name?"
Ah,
Rodney asked.
that
Then
one
as his skin
Digimon.
on the- as the skin on his
Renamon?
arms
Yeah,
broke out into goosebumps,
Renamon's
the voice
cool.
said, "Come inside, we can all talk about
Guillemon
it."
is not
And the
bad.
door knocked on the
Lady
door swung
Guillemon
open
is
into a
not bad
bar
either.
currently only lit by
Jack Black.
candles. Rodney stood outside the door, his mouth
Jack
hanging
Black
open,
set
shocked,
you
frozen
up?
place.
Oh,
The
man.
man who lived above them sat in front of some type of altar. Candles and strange carved figures had been placed in front of him, occult-like symbols drawn onto the floor and the walls. Before Rodney could either ask, "Are you okay?" or run down the stairs screaming, his mind was torn between both possibilities. His neighbor's head seemed to twist around unnaturally on his neck to look back at him. As his body remained immobile, his neck swiveled around to the point that it looked like it was about to break, and then moved even further. It was both fascinating and horrifying. The man's eyes and mouth were closed, and then his eyes still closed, his mouth opened, and an inhuman voice came from him and asked, "Will you join us?"
Oh my
No,
god. No.
that's Bowser now.
Answered, the shadows were
Bowser
real,
is
she was
Jack
right.
Black.
You can't imagine what other
Oh,
words she could show you.
Bowser will be voiced by Jack Black.
Seemed to crawl out of his neighbor's mouth,
Which is not that hard to see. He's got a good voice.
That was it. That was enough to unfreeze Rodney. He turned,
it's
ran
just
down the stairs, hearing the door slam.
It's Jack Black though. Like his voice acting is you have Jack Black's voice. There you go.
He and Susan called the landlord the next day, said they'd had an
well, voice actors could be anything, you know?
Not be staying another night in their apartment, and they wanted.
And it's really more about the characters that are in an animation. Nah, we're just gonna get big name stars. Fuck that.
Rodney asked him if the name of the previous person to live in their apartment was Diane. He said no, but that he also had heard that the woman who died in the home before it was sold and divided it into apartments was named Diane. He didn't know how she died or really any other details.
Morgan Freeman is King Boob.
Did you tell our neighbor our names?
Yes.
No.
Well, shit, now we have a whole new generation of furry porn.
We're happy to have broken their lease, so easily relieved.
Well, they've got to make the furries because without the furries, they're, you know, there will always be furries. If there is humans, there will be furries. And as someone who has furries in his D&D comic book, I don't care. It makes me happy.
But Susan had heard the things as well. If only his daughter
make me happy.
Heard some things, maybe he could have convinced himself that it was all in his mind. Even though they were moving while it was light out, several different times when his friend would be carrying something outside, Matt swore he heard giggling or whispering or footsteps. Then when they were close to being done, had almost everything hauled out into the moving van they'd rented for the day, Matt parked his truck out in front of the building. If Matt remembered his terrifying encounter with Rodney the night before, he sure didn't let on as he walked up the sidewalk towards the building. He walked right past Rodney in front of the stairway without acknowledging him, like they'd never
romance is in
and then just a few stairs up he stopped.
Neck romance.
Rodney was alone.
Happy joy. Yeah.
This guy Matt
happy joy. Happy joy.
If questioned on how exactly Rodney would have not been able to articulate any meaningful answer.
Happy
wasn't the same
happy joy.
Walked to the stairs past Rodney, and he said, "Diane says you're always welcome, Matt. There are so many other worlds she can show you." And then instantly, the normal human-looking Matt was back. He again acted like he and Rodney had never met. He walked up to his apartment and calmly shut the door. An hour later, after no further incidents, Rodney would be pushing his key under the door, walking away from a now empty apartment. Rodney and Susan ended their account of paranormal terror by writing that they never returned to that apartment, never saw Matt again, and have never encountered anything unusual since.
That story literally made me cry. I was so scared.
Eek.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that was a very, very intense one.
And so vivid. So just like so many specific details that really... I don't even necessarily know that like the little kid. Sorry, I'm stuck on this because recently I got an email from someone that said sometimes their theory and theories of other people that oftentimes little kids are used to lure people in because they seem innocent,
less threatening,
and unassuming, and so that the thought of little boy spirit talking to Scarlett, just like, you know, trying like, be my friend, play with me. They were trying to get Scarlett to go up. And then when you said that, you know, Rodney went up there and then the door opened, it's just, it's like, yeah, you're trying to lure them in with something innocent.
Right. Ooh. And obviously, like, you know, like for new like listeners, it's not like we can fact check these stories. This is some random person we don't know, like they're you know, semi-anonymous, no last names, you know, like account. If this happened to me, I've said this probably a billion times. I'm like, if I experience this, I mean, I would be so forever changed.
I've now been awake 24 hours and my head hurty. Oh, your head hurty. Go to bed. Rest is important, my friend. I know Gokumer is pretty epic, but sleep is pretty epic too. You know, it's pretty epic.
The stories
It's
that night, I'm
pretty
always, like, lying in
epic.
bed, and I think I'm okay until I'm absolutely
Guys, if you
not
need to go to
okay,
bed, go to
and it
bed,
starts, like,
because
playing through my
I'm
mind, and then
probably
it'll
gonna
get
go to
my
bed
imagination
too.
in that way, and then it'll just kind of spiral, and then I have a nightmare, and it's awful.
Yeah.
And I'm sleeping with like my phone flashlight on and my Himalayan salt.
But
lamp
I'm gonna
on,
go
and,
over
like,
what I
I've
did.
got all the protection you could
Well,
possibly
on
hope
stream.
for, but like you can't stop your imagination.
Yeah. And I joke around about like wanting to see something, and I do. I want to have like I had my little
Totally
tiny, rainbow
totally
room, bathroom
tubular.
faucet, like light experience.
Whoa.
Something I couldn't explain.
It's me,
I would like to see something much
Michelangelo.
more intense than that,
Sleep
but
is for
not
the
this
weak.
intense.
I don't think you
Whoa,
get to
no,
decide
bro.
what your
Drugs
show
are
is
bad.
about.
In a perfect world.
Don't you remember this PSA where literally
No
only
pictures came with this
Michelangelo
story. I
was in
Googled
it,
demonic
which was
neighbor to
very
see what would come
weird.
up, and I
It
can
was
tell you, I
almost
found this
like
picture.
he was told by a court order to do this PSA video on don't do drugs,
I
kids.
don't think you've seen it.
Huh.
I haven't. It seems to be very well rated though, especially for a horror movie. So I might have to check this out. Might have to
Okay.
check out Wretched. And that picture, pretty badass, led me to this next one.
It's very weird.
In the same Google search.
No, my relatable Goat Man
dang.
streamer is forcing me to go to
It's another
sleep.
still from a horror movie, a
I know.
2019 movie called
That's
Isabel.
why I'm so
Well
relatable.
rated,
Yeah.
but I
I'm
watched the
sleepy.
trailer and I was like, I don't know, looks good to me.
And I have work in the
Well,
morning.
these are some potential.
No, I don't have work in the morning, thank God.
Reviews.
I have
That
work
image of someone crawling
in the
up,
afternoon.
I don't want to start playing jokes on you because I know that they'll get turned back around on me, but it is so hard for me to not
Oh my
now
God.
order some red contacts.
No. Yes, I have work in the afternoon, and it is 5 o'clock over here. So let's look at our work is like work.
And then I was like that.
Yes.
Two reasons
Yes,
I
it
won't do
is.
A,
6
turn around on
a.m.
me, and
Damn.
B/2, there's the potential.
So
you might
let's
just actually fucking
let's
punch me in
close
the
that.
face.
Yeah,
If it
this
was
is
you,
what I
but
did.
but I would
But you
think-
wouldn't know it's me. Like, think about
This
it.
is what I did. It is very cute.
Yeah, just a reflex.
Sure.
Someone
Well, I was
asked
thinking
for a
just up the
20-minute
ante,
sketch,
pranked it,
and
being directed at
just
me.
working on this.
But like, how terrifying it would be if you got somebody else, somebody I'd never seen,
And
some person I didn't
save it.
recognize with like long black hair
And
like
what
that.
else did I work
And so
on?
there's a stranger
I worked on
with
one
red
more-
eyes
one
in
other
my room. There's
thing.
a possibility that I would attack them.
Somebody's gonna get hurt. I mean,
What did I work on?
also we sleep with guns in
Yeah.
our room. I mean, I know
It's
they're under lock and key,
open.
but like,
It's open
Right,
at
but the
reasons.
I might have a legitimate heart attack
Yeah.
if something like that happened.
Yeah, I worked on this. Commission for somebody.
Weak heart?
So
hypochondriac, so I like to plant those.
tomorrow I will do the lines for it,
Also, like early
and
in
then
the
I
beginning
will
of
do the
story,
colors
talking
for it.
about losing things or
So,
misplacing things, and then
someone
finding them
asked
in
for a
plain sight.
magic spell,
That sat with me in a way,
and
because
I will
that
do the
happens to me
lines and stuff
all
for
the
it.
time.
Arr.
And I think honestly, I think it happens to all of us. You know, like you set your phone down, you set your keys down. It's the things that you
Nixon's
use day in,
beating
day
me.
out. It's like, your
No.
glasses are on your head. You're like, where are my glasses? You know,
Right,
just like
yeah.
a moron in your hand.
Next.
But
I've done that with hats so many times. in my
Why
life.
would
I'm
you
like,
beat
"Hey, where's
him?"
my hat?" And they're like,
All
"Right on
right,
your
let's
head."
go to
Oh, yeah.
Furry
my favorite is when
Watch.
you can't
You
find your
know,
sunglasses,
why
and they're
not?
on top of your hat, on top of your head.
Yeah, I've
Furry
gone back into
Watch.
restaurants looking for sunglasses, but I
Have you
know I
seen
left
the
them.
Since I am a furry.
I know, so good.
Furry
I'm really
Watch.
proud of Rocky. I think
We
this
got
is
a
the first
few.
time
Let's see.
that we had a man.
Foxy
Usually
Dragon.
it's the woman pushing
We
to,
got
like, we gotta
Foxy
go, we gotta
Dragon.
go, we gotta go.
We
Rodney
got
did not
Podsderg.
fuck around.
No, when Roddy saw something, he was like,
Let's see.
within minutes, they would get the fuck
Podsderg.
out.
Yeah.
They did have the benefit of having his
Any
parents looking,
any
which I
minute
know a lot of people don't have in these
recommendations?
situations.
I'm not a
Sure.
furry.
If they hadn't
Okay.
had that, yeet.
All right.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
who knows
we
what they're
have
really-
non-furries.
Out of luck.
Yeah, well, because you don't know like
I'm
their financial
boring.
situation, and
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, really. But
Bad Dragon.
Rodney
Bad
may
Dragon
be the
isn't
counterpart to
streaming.
Darren.
Okay.
Rodney might be like, yeah, Rodney,
Yay, Rodney.
maybe.
Oh, we got
Someone just
Yeah,
Bavernsey.
I would prefer if it was
Bavernsey's
a
always
female, though.
fun, and D20 is
I have
always
more- I have
fun.
no horror for you
Well, that is
when you're ready to hear it.
Great, Dan.
Another really terrifying.
You
story.
guys
Another very
like
intense personal account.
I'm prepared to
Burnsy?
stay up all night tonight.
This next story is set in the same building where a possible paranormal sighting put Pocatello on the ghost hunting map recently.
Wait, it's in the same building as the previous story?
No, it's in the same. The next personal account is going to be set in the same building.
Wait, they
as
got
this thing
a
that happened in 2014,
selection?
which I'll also explain.
Sexy
Okay.
belch
So there's, like,
there,
two
bud.
things in this
I
next
know.
story.
And
I'm
both
not
these
aware
are
of
both in
them.
the same building.
Anyone else confused? I was
Bavernsey. Okay,
There,
well,
probably.
let's go to
Pocatello High School, the
Bavernsey.
city's oldest high school, founded in 1892. was
Sorry
featured
for
on
the
a
belch. I
2019
apologize.
episode
I
of
will
Ghost
turn off my
Hunters.
mic
okay.
next time.
Why? Because
My
in
mic keeps
2014,
catching it,
security
and I thought
footage
with
from
the
Pocatello
gain
High
or
School,
anything like
known
that,
locally
it
as
would
Pokey,
loosen it
went
up,
viral.
but it
I'll show you this
still
footage
keeps
after I
fucking
finish telling,
catching it.
this story.
Maybe I won't
We'll look
watch.
at the footage. It's pretty interesting. The footage was taken during the
You're
school
fine.
break when no one was in the building, at least not
Sure.
anyone alive.
I'll
The
be
security
fine.
camera picks up what looks like a mysterious
All right,
shadow figure
guys.
walking in and out
Thank
of
you
the
guys for the
bathroom.
wonderful
Fairly
stream.
distinct.
Thank you guys for an
Headed down the
amazing
hallway.
time.
Meanwhile, the hallway's
This
lights
was a
flicker on and off.
wonderful time.
Figure's definitely not a
Thank you
person, but
guys.
moves like a
It couldn't have
person.
been
The
amazing
footage caused a lot
without
of
you.
excitement amongst
Couldn't have
ghost
been
hunters and a few different news
stupendous
stations,
without
even
all
after
of you.
ran the story. The video's been posted, reposted.
Let's give
analyzed many
a
times
good
after several
warm
years.
welcome
It
to
seems like the majority of people who
Bavernzi.
watch it come away thinking they may have just witnessed proof
Yeah,
of the paranormal.
yeah.
Really?
For some who either went to or worked at Pocatello High School, they didn't need
Yeah.
video evidence. They believed that the school had been haunted
And
for
what
years
is it?
prior to
Is
this viral
it?
video. People have been reporting toilets randomly
Yeah.
flushing, doors mysteriously closing.
I
either
forget.
seeing or feeling
There's
the presence
one
of
command that he
apparitions
has
for
that I
decades.
keep
Some
forgetting
think they
about.
know this apparition's
That
origin story.
that
They believe that the
board
school's
made for
ghost
me.
is the spirit of a
I
girl who
forget
killed
about it.
herself in
I'll
school
remember it
sometime
later.
between
I
1930
should
and
look at my
1950,
commands
according
list.
to local
But
lore.
yeah.
The girl made a
No,
suicide pact with
we're
her friend, and the
slowly
next day
sketching it out.
hanged herself from her locker.
It's
However,
starting
her
to look
friend did
really
not go through
good.
with it, and now the angry spirit of
But
the girl
yes,
who had been
guys,
tricked or
thank
felt
you guys
tricked
for coming
haunts the
in.
ground,
Thank you
which
guys.
she
You guys
said
are
would be done.
amazing, incredible.
Some say they can
Just
still
stay
sometimes
in
smell
for
the strong
just
scent
even
of the
just a
girl's favorite
moment,
perfume
for
lingering
a
in the
little
air.
bit, and
Others
just
have reported
say,
seeing
hope
her
you have an
wandering in the
amazing stream,
hallways,
bud.
and there may be other ghosts.
So I will
6
see
confirmed
you
deaths have
guys
taken place inside the
next
school since it
time.
opened almost
Bye
130 years ago.
bye.
One of the deaths was that of a young boy who drowned in the pool. A pool that was taken out